Hey there, horror enthusiasts. Today, we're going to dive into the world of camping horror, where the chills and thrills are in full swing. So, imagine this, you're out in the wilderness, surrounded by nature's beauty, when suddenly, you hear a rustling in the bushes. Your heart races as you try to discern whether it's a harmless animal or something more sinister. The tension builds as you wait for the next sound, and when it comes, it's even more terrifying than you could have imagined. That's the magic of camping horror, where the fear of the unknown is amplified by the seclusion of the great outdoors. It's a genre that has captivated audiences for decades, and it's not hard to see why. So, if you're a fan of the spine-tingling, the pulse-pounding, and the downright scary, then camping horror is definitely your cup of tea. Thanks for joining us today, and don't forget to follow and subscribe for more thrilling content. Stay spooky, my friends. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the dusty trail. I took a deep breath, savoring the crisp mountain air. This was it, my last patrol. 15 years I'd spent in this uniform, walking these trails, protecting this park. 15 years of scraped knees, close calls with bears, and enough paperwork to wallpaper my entire cabin. Tomorrow, it all ends. Retirement. Fishing. Maybe finally getting around to reading that stack of books gathering dust on my nightstand. I chuckled to myself. Retirement, I muttered under my breath. The word felt foreign, like a label for someone else. Someone who wasn't still haunted by the shadows of things he'd seen in these woods. Things he couldn't explain, not even to himself. But tonight, I wasn't going to dwell on the past. Tonight, I was just going to enjoy the quiet. The way the wind whispered through the pines, the distant hoot of an owl, the crunch of my boots on the gravel. This park, it was in my blood. I'd come here as a kid with my dad, fishing in the crystal clear lakes, hiking trails that seemed to stretch on forever. It was the reason I became a ranger in the first place. The small town bordering the park, Pine Ridge, was my home. Everyone knew me, from the old lady at the general store to the sheriff with his permanent coffee stain. They depended on me, on the rangers, to keep things safe. To keep the tourists from getting lost or eaten by bears, and to keep the peace. But there was always something else, something lurking beneath the surface. A darkness that clung to the ancient trees, a silence that was too deep, too heavy. Over the years, I'd seen things. Things that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Things that made me question my sanity. Tonight, though, the forest seemed unusually still. Even the crickets were quiet. It was like the whole park was holding its breath, waiting for something. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the feeling. Just nerves, I told myself. Retirement jitters. But as I continued my patrol, a shiver ran down my spine. Something wasn't right. There was a presence in the woods, watching me. I could feel its eyes on me, cold and calculating. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that this last patrol wasn't going to be like the others. The further I hiked, the more the feeling of being watched intensified. It was like eyes were boring into me from the shadows, unseen but ever present. I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning the dense undergrowth, but there was nothing there. Just the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirp of a cricket. Just your imagination, Jim, I muttered to myself. You're getting spooked by your own shadow. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. There was something out there, I was sure of it. Then I heard it. A faint sound, like a twig snapping underfoot, coming from somewhere up ahead. I froze, listening intently. There it was again, closer this time. Whatever it was moving towards me. I reached for my radio, my fingers fumbling with the buttons. Dispatch, this is Ranger Jim. Do you copy? Static crackled in response. Damn it, the signal was always patchy this deep in the woods. I drew my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. Hello? Is anyone out there? My voice echoed through the silent trees, unanswered. I continued along the trail, my senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I felt like I was being hunted, stalked by something unseen. And then I saw it. A flash of movement in the periphery of my vision, something darting behind a thick oak tree. I swung my flashlight towards it, but there was nothing there. Just the gnarled trunk of the tree and the dense undergrowth beyond. Just a deer, I told myself, trying to calm my racing heart. But deep down, I knew it was something else. Something faster, more agile, more sinister. As I continued my patrol, I started to notice other strange things. A misplaced trail marker, pointing in the wrong direction. A pile of stones arranged in an unnatural pattern. A faint, sweet smell in the air, like rotting fruit and something else. Something I couldn't quite place. I remember the old stories the locals used to tell about these woods. Stories about strange creatures lurking in the shadows, about people disappearing without a trace. I'd always dismissed them as folklore, but now I wasn't so sure. As dusk deepened into night, I stumbled upon a clearing. A campfire flickered weakly in the center, casting an eerie glow on the surrounding trees. There was a tent pitched nearby, its entrance flapping open in the breeze. But there was no one around. I approached cautiously, my hand hovering over the butt of my pistol. Hello? I called out, my voice trembling slightly. Is anyone here? Silence. Only the crackling of the fire and the whispering wind answered me. I stepped closer, my flashlight illuminating the interior of the tent. It was empty, but there were signs of a hasty departure. A sleeping bag lay tossed aside, a half-eaten meal sat on a camp stool. And on the ground, a backpack lay open, its contents spilled out. I knelt down, examining the scattered belongings. A map, a compass, a first aid kit. And then I saw it. A small, leather-bound journal. I picked it up, my fingers tracing the worn cover. This was no ordinary campsite. This was an abandoned campsite. And something told me that the person who had been here wasn't coming back. My stomach churned as I knelt there in the flickering firelight, the abandoned campsite sending chills down my spine. Whoever had been here had left in a hurry, that much was clear. But why? And where were they now? I carefully examined the campsite, looking for any clues. The tent was a standard two-person model, nothing out of the ordinary. The campfire was still smoldering, suggesting they hadn't been gone long. But there was an unsettling stillness to the place, a sense of something being wrong. I noticed a torn piece of fabric snagged on a nearby branch. It was a piece of a backpack, the same color and material as the one lying open in the tent. I followed the trail of torn fabric, my heart pounding in my chest. It led me to a small creek, where I found a single hiking boot half submerged in the water. It was muddy and scuffed, as if it had been dragged. A wave of nausea washed over me. This wasn't just an abandoned campsite. This was a crime scene. I radioed dispatch again, my voice urgent. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Jim. I found another abandoned campsite, possible 10 to 34. Requesting backup." This time, the response was clear. "Copy that, Ranger Jim. What's your 20? I gave them my location and a brief description of the scene. Looks like the camper left in a hurry. Found some personal belongings scattered around, signs of a struggle. 10 to 4, Ranger Jim. We're sending a unit your way. ETA 30 minutes. I secured the campsite as best I could, marking it off with trail tape and collecting any evidence I could find. The journal was tucked safely in my pocket, a growing sense of dread weighing me down. Who was this hiker? And what had happened to them? The local sheriff, a gruff but well-meaning man named Bob, arrived with a deputy shortly after. I briefed them on the situation, showing them the evidence I collected. Bob examined the scene with a skeptical frown. "Looks like they just took off, Jim. Probably got spooked by something, or maybe just changed their plans. But their stuff's still here, Bob. And there are signs of a struggle." I pointed to the torn backpack and the discarded boot. "Something's not right about this." Bob sighed. "Look, Jim, I know you're on edge with your retirement coming up, but there's no need to jump to conclusions. We'll file a missing persons report, check the trail registers, see if we can identify the hiker. But more often than not, these things turn out to be nothing." I knew he was trying to reassure me, but his words did little to ease my anxiety. I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible had happened here. And as I lay in my bed that night, the image of the abandoned campsite and the missing hiker haunted my dreams. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. The dream had been vivid, disturbing. I was back at the campsite, but this time, the fire was burning brightly, casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees. And in the shadows, I saw figures moving, chanting in a language I didn't understand. I tried to shake off the dream, but it clung to me like a shroud. The feeling of being watched, the unsettling events of the past few days, the missing hiker, it all seemed connected somehow. And as I drifted back to sleep, a single word echoed in my mind, a word whispered on the wind: Skinwalker. The word Skinwalker clung to me like a spider web, refusing to be brushed away. It was a Navajo legend, a story about a malevolent witch that could shapeshift into animals. Growing up near the reservation, I heard whispers of it, but I'd always considered it just a scary story to tell around a campfire. But now, with the missing hiker and the unsettling events in the woods, the legend seemed to take on a chilling new reality. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, followed. Every time I turned a corner, I expected to see something lurking in the shadows, something with glowing eyes and a predatory grin. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye, a fleeting shadow darting behind a tree, a pair of eyes glinting in the darkness. I knew it was probably just my imagination playing tricks on me, but the fear was real, gnawing at my insides. The search for the missing hiker continued, but with no results. The local news picked up the story, and soon the park was swarming with reporters and curious onlookers. The pressure was on to find the hiker, or at least some answers. But the more I searched, the more I felt like I was going in circles, like I was being led on a wild goose chase. My behavior started to raise eyebrows. My colleagues noticed my jumpiness, my distractedness. Sheriff Bob pulled me aside one day, his expression concerned. "Jim, you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a laugh. "Just tired, Bob. This whole missing hiker thing has got me on edge." He clapped me on the shoulder. "I know, Jim. It's a tough situation. But you gotta take care of yourself. Don't let it get to you." Easier said than done. The woods were closing in on me, the shadows whispering secrets I didn't want to hear. I started having flashbacks to other strange incidents I'd encountered over the years, unexplained animal deaths, strange symbols carved into trees, the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. I'd always dismissed them as isolated incidents, but now I wondered if they were all connected, if they were all part of a larger, more sinister pattern. One evening, I found myself drawn to the local diner, a greasy spoon called Millie's, where I often went for a cup of coffee and a slice of pie. Millie, a woman with a kind heart and a sharp tongue, noticed my troubled expression. "Something on your mind, Jim?" she asked, placing a steaming mug of coffee in front of me. I hesitated, then decided to confide in her. I told her about the missing hiker, the strange events in the woods, the feeling of being watched. Millie listened patiently, her brow furrowed. "You know, Jim," she said when I'd finished, "there are stories about these woods. Old stories, passed down from generation to generation. Stories about things that go bump in the night." I nodded, remembering the Skinwalker legend. "I've heard them, Millie, but I never really believed them." "Maybe you should," she said, her voice low. "There are things in this world we don't understand, Jim. Things we're not meant to understand." She leaned closer, her eyes searching mine. "Be careful, Jim. These woods can be dangerous. Don't let them swallow you whole." Her words echoed in my mind long after I left the diner. I couldn't shake the feeling that she knew more than she was letting on, that there was a hidden truth lurking beneath the surface of this quiet little town. The next day, I received a call from dispatch. Another abandoned campsite had been found, this one deeper in the woods. I rushed to the scene, my heart pounding with a mixture of dread and anticipation. This campsite was different. It was older, more overgrown. The tent had collapsed, the campfire long extinguished. But there were signs of a struggle, and something else, something that made my blood run cold. Scattered around the campsite were strange symbols carved into the trees, symbols I recognized from the hiker's journal. And in the center of the clearing, there was a circle of stones, arranged in a pattern that seemed both ancient and unholy. I knelt down, examining the stones, my fingers tracing the rough edges. A shiver ran down my spine. This wasn't just a campsite. This was an altar. And whatever had happened here was far more sinister than I could have imagined. The discovery of the ritualistic site sent a shockwave through me, shattering what little remained of my composure. Sleep became a distant memory, replaced by nightmares of shadowy figures and chanting voices. The line between reality and hallucination blurred, the woods around me taking on a sinister life of their own. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unseen forms, every whisper of wind carrying unintelligible whispers. Faces appeared in the bark of trees, eyes glinting from the undergrowth. I knew I was losing it, but I couldn't stop it. The fear had burrowed deep inside me, poisoning my mind, twisting my perception. The search for the missing hiker had been called off, deemed a lost cause. Sheriff Bob, though sympathetic, had that look in his eyes, the one that said he thought I was cracking up. My colleagues kept their distance, their whispers following me down the hallways of the ranger station. I was alone, isolated, adrift in a sea of paranoia and fear. Obsessed, I delved deeper into the Skinwalker legend, scouring old books and websites, seeking answers, seeking explanations. The more I learned, the more terrified I became. The Skinwalkers were described as powerful beings, capable of manipulating reality, of possessing humans, of driving them to madness. Were they behind the missing hiker? Were they behind the strange events that had plagued me for years? Were they watching me now? I started seeing the symbols from the hiker's journal everywhere, carved into trees, scratched on rocks, even appearing in the condensation on my bathroom mirror. I couldn't escape them, couldn't escape the feeling that they were messages, warnings, threats. One night, driven by a desperate need for answers, I ventured back into the woods, drawn by an unseen force. The moon was hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds, plunging the forest into an impenetrable darkness. I stumbled through the undergrowth, my flashlight beam dancing across the gnarled branches and twisted roots. Suddenly, I felt a presence behind me, a cold breath on my neck. I whirled around, my heart pounding in my chest, but there was nothing there. Just the empty darkness and the rustling leaves. But I knew I wasn't alone. Something was out there, watching me, toying with me. I could feel its eyes on me, cold and calculating, like a predator sizing up its prey. Then I saw it. A faint glow in the distance, a flickering light that seemed to beckon me forward. I hesitated, fear warring with curiosity. But the pull was too strong, the need for answers too overwhelming. I followed the light, stumbling through the darkness until I emerged into a clearing. And there, in the center of the clearing, I saw it. A towering figure, cloaked in shadow, its eyes burning like embers. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before, a creature of nightmares, a manifestation of my deepest fears. The figure raised its hand, and a wave of terror washed over me, paralyzing me with fear. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The figure stepped closer, its form shifting, morphing, taking on the shape of a wolf, a bear, a human. It was a Skinwalker, a creature of pure evil, and it was coming for me. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But instead of pain, I felt a strange sensation, a tingling that spread through my body, numbing my senses, clouding my mind. And then, everything went black. I woke with a gasp, my body drenched in sweat, my heart pounding like a drum. Disoriented, I looked around, trying to make sense of my surroundings. I was lying on the cold, damp ground, the clearing bathed in an eerie moonlight that filtered through the dense canopy. The towering figure was gone, vanished without a trace. But the feeling of dread remained, clinging to me like a shroud. I sat up, my body aching, my mind reeling. What had happened? Had I imagined it all? Was I going insane? As I struggled to my feet, I noticed something different. The clearing, once filled with an oppressive silence, was now alive with the sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. It was as if the very air had been cleansed, the darkness lifted. But the sense of unease lingered. I felt vulnerable, exposed, like I was still being watched. I scanned the surrounding trees, searching for any sign of movement, any hint of the creature that had haunted my nightmares. Then I saw it. A single footprint in the soft earth, a footprint unlike any I had ever seen before. It was large, almost inhuman, with long, sharp claws. It was the footprint of a skinwalker. A wave of nausea washed over me. The creature was real. It had been here, it had touched me, and it was still out there, lurking in the shadows. I stumbled back to the ranger station, my mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. I tried to explain what had happened to my colleagues, but the words caught in my throat, the memories too terrifying to articulate. They looked at me with pity and concern, their expressions confirming my worst fears. I was losing my grip on reality. Desperate for answers, I sought out the old-timer Millie had mentioned, a man named Jake who lived in a secluded cabin on the outskirts of town. Jake was a recluse, a man of few words, but he had a reputation for knowing things, for seeing things others couldn't. I found him sitting on his porch, whittling a piece of wood, his eyes as deep and ancient as the forest itself. I told him about the missing hiker, the strange symbols, the encounter in the clearing. He listened patiently, his weathered face etched with a mixture of sadness and understanding. When I finished, he sighed. "You've seen it, then," he said, his voice raspy. "The Skinwalker." I nodded, my heart pounding. But what is it? Why is it doing this? Jake looked at me, his eyes filled with a deep sorrow. It's a creature of darkness, a being of pure evil. It feeds on fear, on despair. It's been here for centuries, preying on those who wander too deep into the woods. He paused, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains. The town, they know about it. They've always known. But they choose to ignore it, to pretend it doesn't exist. They fear it too much to confront it. But why? I asked. Why would they allow it to continue? Jake's eyes met mine, a flicker of anger in their depths. Because they benefit from it, he said, his voice low. The Skinwalker, it brings them prosperity, it protects them from harm. But it demands a price, a terrible price. He leaned closer, his voice barely a whisper. The missing hiker, he wasn't the first. And he won't be the last. His words hit me like a punch to the gut. The town, my town, the place I called home, they were complicit in this evil, They were sacrificing innocent lives to appease this creature. A wave of anger surged through me, replacing the fear with a burning determination. I wouldn't let this stand. I wouldn't let them get away with it. I would stop the Skinwalker, even if it cost me my life. I left Jake's cabin with a newfound sense of purpose. The fear was still there, but it was tempered by a resolve I had never felt before. I knew the road ahead would be dangerous, but I was ready to face it. I was ready to fight. Jake's words echoed in my mind as I stumbled back towards town, the weight of his revelations pressing down on me. The town, my town, the place I'd called home for 15 years. They were harboring a dark secret, a pact with an evil entity. And I, the protector, the guardian of the park, had been blind to it all. Anger and betrayal warred within me, fueling a desperate need for answers. I headed straight for Millie's diner, the familiar greasy spoon now seeming like a den of conspirators. Millie was behind the counter, her usual cheerful demeanor replaced by a guarded expression. "Millie," I said, my voice shaking with barely suppressed rage, "we need to talk." She looked at me, her eyes filled with a mixture of apprehension and understanding. "Jim," she said softly, "I was hoping you wouldn't come to this." "Hoping I wouldn't come to what?" I demanded. "Hoping I wouldn't discover the truth about this town, about the Skinwalker, about the sacrifices you've been making?" Millie sighed, her shoulders slumping. "It's not that simple, Jim. We've been doing this for generations, protecting the town, protecting ourselves." "Protecting yourselves from what?" I shouted. "From the consequences of your own actions? From the evil you've unleashed?" Millie's eyes filled with tears. "It wasn't our choice, Jim. The Skinwalker, it's been here since before the town was founded. It demands a sacrifice, a life for the prosperity of the town. We had no choice but to comply." "No choice?" I scoffed. "You had a choice. You could have fought back, you could have sought help, you could have anything but this." Millie shook her head. "You don't understand, Jim. The Skinwalker, it's too powerful. We're no match for it. We tried to fight back once, long ago. It didn't end well." She looked at me, her eyes pleading. "Please, Jim. Just let it go. Forget what you've seen, forget what you've heard. Just leave this town and never come back." But I couldn't let it go. I couldn't turn my back on the truth, on the innocent lives that had been sacrificed. I had a duty to protect this park, this town, even if it meant confronting the evil that lurked within it. "I won't let this stand, Millie," I said, my voice firm. "I'm going to stop the Skinwalker, even if it's the last thing I do." Millie's face paled. "You're making a mistake, Jim. You don't know what you're dealing with." But I was determined. I left the diner, the weight of the town's secret heavy on my shoulders. But I also felt a newfound sense of purpose, a clarity that had been missing for so long. I knew what I had to do. I spent the next few days gathering information, piecing together the history of the town and its connection to the Skinwalker. I learned that the entity had been plaguing the area for centuries, demanding a yearly sacrifice in exchange for prosperity and protection. The town had complied, keeping the secret hidden generation after generation. But the sacrifices had become more frequent, the Skinwalker's hunger growing. The missing hiker was just the latest victim, a pawn in a twisted game. I also learned about the Skinwalker's weaknesses, its vulnerabilities. It was powerful, but not invincible. It could be harmed, it could be defeated. But it would take courage, cunning, and a willingness to face the darkness head-on. And I was ready. Armed with the knowledge gleaned from Jake and my own research, I prepared for my confrontation with the Skinwalker. The fear was still a knot in my stomach, but it was overshadowed by a steely resolve. This wasn't just about protecting the park or the town anymore. It was about ending an ancient evil, breaking the cycle of fear and sacrifice. I knew the Skinwalker was powerful, but it wasn't invincible. It had weaknesses, vulnerabilities I could exploit. Silver, fire, and the bones of its victims were said to be its bane. I gathered what I could, a silver locket passed down from my grandmother, a canister of gasoline from my shed, and, with a heavy heart, the remains of the missing hiker, recovered from the ritual site. The night of the confrontation arrived, a moonless night shrouded in an oppressive darkness. I ventured into the woods, armed with my ranger's tools, the silver locket, and a makeshift torch. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the usual nocturnal symphony replaced by an eerie silence. I followed the trail to the clearing where I had encountered the Skinwalker before. The air crackled with an unseen energy, the ground cold beneath my feet. I placed the hiker's remains in the center of the clearing, a makeshift altar of defiance. Then I waited. The hours stretched on, each tick of my watch amplifying the tension. Just as doubt began to creep in, a gust of wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing my torch and plunging me into darkness. A low growl echoed through the trees, sending shivers down my spine. Two glowing eyes materialized in the darkness, piercing the gloom like burning embers. The Skinwalker emerged from the shadows, its form shifting and morphing, a grotesque mockery of nature. Fear threatened to consume me, but I pushed it back, focusing on the task at hand. I lit the torch again, the flames casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. The Skinwalker snarled, its eyes fixed on me with a predatory hunger. "It ends tonight," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. The Skinwalker lunged, its claws outstretched, its jaws snapping. I dodged, rolling to the side, and hurled the silver locket at the creature. The locket struck its chest, and the Skinwalker recoiled with a hiss of pain. Encouraged, I pressed my attack, using the torch as a weapon, keeping the creature at bay. The Skinwalker snarled and lunged, its claws raking the air, but I was too quick, too agile. I dodged and weaved, keeping the flames between us. The creature howled in frustration, its eyes burning with rage. It leaped again, this time managing to land a blow on my arm, its claws tearing through my flesh. I cried out in pain, but I didn't falter. I knew I couldn't afford to. I grabbed a canister of gasoline and doused the ground around the Skinwalker, creating a circle of fire. The creature snarled, trapped within the fiery ring. I tossed the torch into the gasoline, and the clearing erupted in flames. The Skinwalker roared in agony, its form flickering and distorting in the intense heat. It tried to break through the flames, but the fire held it back, burning its flesh, consuming its essence. The creature's howls grew weaker, its movements sluggish. Finally, with a final, agonizing roar, the Skinwalker collapsed, its form dissolving into ash and smoke. The flames died down, leaving behind a smoldering silence. I stood there, panting, my body aching, my mind numb. The clearing was still, the only sound the crackling of the dying embers. I had done it. I had defeated the Skinwalker. But at what cost? Dawn broke, painting the smoke-filled clearing with hues of gray and orange. I stood there, amidst the ashes and the lingering smell of burnt fur and flesh, my body battered and bruised, my mind numb. The adrenaline that had fueled me through the night had ebbed away, leaving behind a hollow exhaustion. I looked down at my wounded arm, the deep gashes still oozing blood. The pain was a dull throb, a constant reminder of the night's battle. I wrapped it as best I could with my first aid kit, the simple act bringing a sense of normalcy to the surreal situation. As the sun climbed higher, casting its golden rays through the trees, the reality of what had happened settled upon me. I had faced a creature of legend, a being of pure evil, and I had emerged victorious. But the victory felt hollow, tainted by the sacrifices that had been made, the secrets that had been kept. I stumbled back to town, my uniform singed and torn, my face streaked with soot and blood. The townsfolk stared at me with a mixture of awe and fear, their whispers following me like shadows. The news of the Skinwalker's demise spread like wildfire, a mixture of relief and disbelief rippling through the community. Sheriff Bob met me at the edge of town, his face etched with concern and a hint of admiration. He examined my wounds, his expression grim. "You did it, Jim," he said, his voice rough. "You actually did it." I nodded, unable to muster a response. The weight of the past few days, the fear, the anger, the exhaustion, all crashed down on me at once. I felt a wave of dizziness, and the world around me began to spin. Bob caught me before I could fall, his grip firm but gentle. "Easy there, Jim," he said. "You've been through a lot. Let's get you to the hospital." The next few days were a blur of medical examinations, interviews with law enforcement, and countless questions from reporters and curious townsfolk. I recounted the events as best I could, the details still raw and vivid in my mind. The town was forced to confront the truth about its dark secret, the pact with the Skinwalker, the sacrifices that had been made. There was outrage, denial, and a deep sense of shame. But there was also gratitude. Many saw me as a hero, the man who had saved them from the creature that had haunted their lives for generations. They thanked me, their eyes filled with a mixture of admiration and fear. I didn't feel like a hero. I felt like a survivor, a man forever scarred by the darkness he had faced. The nightmares continued, the images of the Skinwalker, the ritual site, the missing hiker, all replaying in my mind. The woods, once a place of peace and solace, now held a sinister undertone, a reminder of the evil that lurked beneath the surface. But I also felt a newfound sense of purpose. I had faced my fears, confronted the darkness, and emerged stronger. I knew I could never truly erase the memories of what had happened, but I could use them to protect others, to ensure that no one else would suffer the same fate. I decided to stay in Pine Ridge, my retirement plans put on hold. The town needed me, the park needed me. I would continue to serve as a ranger, but my role had changed. I was no longer just a protector of the wilderness. I was a guardian against the darkness, a sentinel against the unseen forces that threatened to consume us all. Life in Pine Ridge resumed its rhythm, but the echoes of the Skinwalker incident reverberated through the town. The tourists returned, drawn by the park's beauty and the whispers of the legend. The locals, however, carried a newfound respect for the woods, a wary awareness of the darkness that still lurked within. I returned to my duties as a park ranger, but I was a changed man. The encounter with the Skinwalker had left an indelible mark on my psyche, a constant hum of anxiety beneath the surface of my everyday life. The woods, once my sanctuary, now held an undercurrent of dread, a constant reminder of the evil I had faced. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat, every rustle of leaves sending a jolt of fear through me. I patrolled the trails with a heightened vigilance, my senses on high alert, always scanning for any sign of the unnatural, the uncanny. The nightmares persisted, vivid and terrifying, replaying the events of that fateful night. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the image of the Skinwalker's burning eyes seared into my mind. The townsfolk treated me with a mixture of gratitude and apprehension. They thanked me for saving them, for ridding them of the creature that had haunted their lives for generations. But their eyes also held a hint of fear, a recognition that I had crossed a threshold, ventured into a realm beyond their comprehension. I felt isolated, a stranger in my own town. The camaraderie I once shared with my fellow rangers was replaced by a cautious distance, a sense that they didn't fully understand what I had been through. Even Sheriff Bob, my longtime friend, seemed to tread carefully around me, his concern tinged with a hint of unease. I tried to move on, to focus on the present, but the past clung to me like a shadow. The Skinwalker was gone, but its presence lingered, a subtle chill in the air, a whisper in the wind. One evening, as I patrolled the trails, a sense of unease settled upon me. The woods were unusually quiet, the usual symphony of nocturnal sounds replaced by an oppressive silence. I felt a prickling sensation on my skin, a feeling of being watched, followed. I stopped, scanning the surrounding trees, my hand instinctively reaching for the pistol on my hip. There was nothing there, just the dense undergrowth and the shadows cast by the setting sun. But the feeling persisted, a growing sense of dread creeping up my spine. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I saw it. A single footprint in the soft earth, a footprint unlike any I had ever seen before. It was large, almost inhuman, with long, sharp claws. It was the footprint of a Skinwalker. A wave of terror washed over me, the memories of that night flooding back. The Skinwalker was gone, but had it truly been defeated? Or had it merely retreated, waiting for another opportunity to strike? I stood there, frozen in fear, the footprint a chilling reminder that the darkness was never truly vanquished, that it could return at any moment to claim another victim, to perpetuate the cycle of fear and sacrifice. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor, I knew that my battle with the Skinwalker was far from over. The creature may be gone, but the fear remained, a lingering presence in the woods, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked within. And I, the guardian of the park, the protector of the town, would forever be haunted by the shadows of the past, forever vigilant against the return of the unseen evil. The wind whispered through the towering pines, their branches swaying like skeletal fingers against the bruised twilight sky. Each gust carried the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a familiar aroma that usually brought me comfort. I was alone, but not uncomfortable. I'd been hiking the Canadian wilderness since I was a kid, exploring trails like this one, a lesser-known offshoot of the famous Appalachian Trail. But today, something felt different. An unsettling feeling gnawed at me, a prickle of unease that I couldn't shake off. The usual symphony of the forest, the chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a loon, the rustle of leaves under the paws of unseen creatures, seemed muted, replaced by an eerie silence. It was as if the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, a side effect of spending too much time reading those spooky wilderness survival stories online. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood orange and deep purple, the feeling intensified. The shadows stretched long and distorted, twisting familiar shapes into menacing figures that seemed to watch me from the edges of my vision. A shiver ran down my spine, and I quickened my pace, eager to find a suitable campsite before darkness completely enveloped the forest. The clearing I chose for my campsite was small, sheltered by a thick wall of pines on one side and bordered by a rushing stream on the other. I pitched my tent with practiced efficiency, the familiar routine offering a small sense of comfort against the growing darkness. As I gathered firewood, a thick mist rolled in, blanketing the forest in an eerie silence, as though the very air were holding its breath. The flames of my campfire crackled and danced, casting flickering shadows that stretched and contorted in the swirling mist. I huddled closer to the warmth, pulling my hiking jacket tighter around me. The chill wasn't just in the air, it seemed to seep from the ground itself, a bone-deep cold that no fire could fully banish. I tried to focus on the practicalities, checking my gear, organizing my supplies for the next day's hike. But a nagging feeling of unease persisted, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck that made me constantly swivel my head, scanning the mist-shrouded trees. I felt eyes on me, watching me from the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a twig snapped in the distance. I froze, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. Straining my ears, I listened for any other sound, but there was only the whisper of the wind through the pines and the gurgling of the nearby stream. Was it an animal? A bear, perhaps, drawn by the scent of my campfire? Or was it something else, something more sinister, lurking in the shadows just beyond the reach of my firelight? The snapping twig echoed in my mind, amplifying the silence that followed. My senses were on high alert, every rustle of leaves, every creak of branches, sending a jolt of fear through me. The fire, once a source of comfort, now seemed to cast menacing shadows that danced and writhed at the edge of the clearing. The wind picked up, moaning through the towering pines like a mournful spirit. It seemed to carry whispers on its breath, faint voices speaking in a language I didn't understand. Was it the wind playing tricks on me, or was there something more to those unsettling sounds? Stories of the Canadian wilderness flooded my mind, tales of the Wendigo, a malevolent spirit that roamed the forests, and the Skinwalker, a shape-shifting creature that preyed on the unsuspecting. I tried to dismiss these thoughts as irrational fears, but the feeling of being watched intensified. I felt a cold dread creep over me, a sense of foreboding that I couldn't shake off. It was as if the forest itself was aware of my presence, and it didn't welcome me. I dug through my backpack, retrieving my bear spray and a sturdy hiking knife. Though these offered little comfort against the unknown entity I sensed lurking nearby, they were all I had. Sleep was impossible. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, feeding the fire and keeping a vigilant watch on the surrounding forest. The hours crawled by, each one an eternity. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger, every sound a potential threat. The first hint of dawn painted the eastern sky with streaks of pale gray and lavender, offering a glimmer of hope after the long, terrifying night. Exhausted but wired, I added more wood to the fire, desperate for its warmth and the small sense of security it provided. The mist was beginning to dissipate, revealing the forest in a soft, diffused light. As I scanned the treeline, I noticed movement. A fleeting glimpse of a tall, shadowy figure gliding between the trees. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, tall and gaunt, with unnaturally long limbs that seemed to defy gravity. It moved with an eerie grace, almost as if it were floating above the ground. I blinked, and it was gone. Had I actually seen it? Or was it a figment of my sleep-deprived imagination? My heart hammered against my ribs, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. The feeling of dread, which had momentarily subsided with the first light of dawn, returned with a vengeance. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the remaining mist, searching for any sign of the creature. But there was nothing. Only the whispering pines and the gurgling stream, their natural sounds now imbued with a sinister undertone. Was it a bear, distorted by the mist and the dim light? Or was it something else, something more sinister, something that belonged to the realm of legends and nightmares? The stories the ranger had told me about the Wendigo, the creature that stalked the Canadian wilderness, flashed through my mind. Fear gnawed at me, urging me to pack up my camp and flee. But a strange sense of curiosity, a need to understand what I had seen, held me rooted to the spot. The rising sun burned away the last remnants of the mist, revealing the forest in all its stark beauty. But the beauty was tainted now, overshadowed by the fear that clung to me like a shroud. The fleeting glimpse of the creature, its unnatural form and movements, had shaken me to my core. I decided to break camp quickly, eager to put as much distance as possible between myself and the clearing where I had spent the terrifying night. As I was packing up my tent, I noticed something strange in the damp earth near the stream. Footprints. Large, elongated footprints, unlike any animal tracks I'd ever seen before. They were almost human-like, but with long, slender toes that seemed to curl into the mud. My blood ran cold. These were not the tracks of a bear, or any other creature I knew. I crouched down, examining the prints more closely. They were fresh, the impressions still sharp and clear in the soft earth. Whoever, or whatever, had made these tracks had been here recently, perhaps while I was sleeping. The realization sent a shiver down my spine. I wasn't alone in the wilderness. Something was out there, something that was watching me, following me. The creature I had seen in the shadows, the whispers in the wind, the unsettling feeling of being watched, it all made sense now. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal instinct to flee. I hastily stuffed the rest of my gear into my backpack, my hands trembling with fear. I had to get out of there, find my way back to civilization, before it was too late. Panic surged through me, a primal instinct to flee. I grabbed my backpack, slinging it over my shoulder, and sprinted away from the clearing. The image of those elongated footprints burned into my mind. The forest floor was uneven, roots and rocks snagging at my feet, but I didn't dare slow down. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of fear through me. I imagined the creature lurking just behind me, its long limbs carrying it effortlessly over the terrain, its glowing eyes fixed on my back. The ranger's words echoed in my mind, "Stay on the marked trails." But in my haste, I had veered off course, plunging deeper into the dense undergrowth. The trail markers were nowhere to be seen, swallowed by the thick foliage. I tried to orient myself, using the position of the sun as a guide, but the towering trees blocked most of the light, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. Fear clouded my judgment, making it difficult to think clearly. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear the creature gaining on me, its heavy footsteps growing louder with each passing moment. The adrenaline coursing through my veins gave me a burst of speed, but I knew I couldn't outrun it forever. I stumbled and fell, my hands scraping against the rough bark of a fallen tree. Pain shot through my arm, but I quickly scrambled back to my feet, ignoring the throbbing sensation. I couldn't afford to stop, not even for a moment. The forest seemed to stretch on endlessly, a labyrinth of trees and shadows. I felt lost, disoriented, trapped in a nightmare with no escape. Just when I thought I could run no further, I spotted a break in the trees. A clearing. And in the distance, a faint glimmer of light. Hope surged through me, giving me a renewed burst of energy. I staggered towards the clearing, my legs aching, my lungs burning. As I emerged from the trees, I saw it, a small cabin nestled amongst the pines. A beacon of civilization in the vast wilderness. The ranger station. The ranger station was a small, rustic cabin nestled amongst the trees, a beacon of civilization in the vast wilderness. I burst through the door, breathless and panting, my heart pounding like a drum. The ranger, a grizzled man with kind eyes and a weathered face, looked up in surprise from his map-covered desk. "Whoa there, hiker. What's the rush?" he asked, his voice calm and reassuring. I stumbled towards him, my words tumbling out in a torrent of fear and adrenaline. I told him about the unsettling feeling, the whispers in the wind, the fleeting glimpse of the creature, the footprints in the mud. I described the creature's unnatural form, its long limbs, its swift movements. The ranger listened patiently, his expression growing more serious with each passing detail. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on mine. "You've had a close call, hiker," he said gravely. "There are things in these woods that most folks don't believe in, things that are best left undisturbed." He told me stories of strange encounters reported by other hikers, tales of shadowy figures, eerie sounds, and unexplained disappearances. He spoke of ancient legends and folklore, of creatures that roamed the wilderness, preying on the unsuspecting. The Wendigo, he said, his voice low and hushed. A spirit of the forest, twisted and malevolent. It's said to lure travelers off the trails, to trap them in its icy grip. He gave me a stern warning, urging me to stay on the marked trails, to avoid venturing into the deep woods alone, and to be prepared for any eventuality. He showed me basic survival techniques, how to signal for help, and how to defend myself against wild animals. The wilderness is a beautiful but unforgiving place, he said. Respect it, and it will respect you. But stray from the path, and you may never find your way back. His words echoed in my mind as I left a ranger station, a renewed sense of caution mixed with a lingering fear. I knew that I was not alone in the wilderness, that something was out there, watching me, waiting. Days blurred into one another as I hiked deeper into the wilderness, the ranger's warnings echoing in my mind. I stuck to the marked trails, my senses hyper-alert, scanning the surrounding forest for any sign of movement, any hint of the creature that had haunted my nightmares. The once familiar sounds of the forest now held a sinister undertone. The rustling of leaves sounded like stealthy footsteps, the snapping of twigs like the cracking of bones. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger, every whisper of wind a whispered threat. I practiced the survival techniques the ranger had taught me, building makeshift shelters, foraging for edible plants, and refining my fire-starting skills. I carried my bear spray and hiking knife close at hand, constantly reminding myself of the ranger's words, "The wilderness is unforgiving." One evening, as I was making camp near a secluded lake, the feeling of being watched returned with a vengeance. A cold dread washed over me, raising goosebumps on my arms despite the warmth of the campfire. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, as if an unseen presence was breathing down my neck. I scanned the treeline, my eyes straining to pierce the gathering darkness. The wind picked up, swirling through the trees, carrying with it a chorus of whispers that seemed to emanate from the depths of the forest. Then, I saw it. A flicker of movement in the shadows, a tall, gaunt figure gliding between the trees. The creature. It was back. My heart hammered in my chest, and a wave of panic threatened to overwhelm me. But I forced myself to remain calm, remembering the ranger's advice. I gripped my bear spray and knife, my knuckles white, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The creature moved closer, its long limbs carrying it effortlessly over the uneven terrain. Its eyes, two glowing orbs in the darkness, fixed on me with a chilling intensity. I knew that I was in danger, that I had to act quickly. But fear paralyzed me, rooting me to the spot like a deer caught in headlights. The creature lunged, its long, clawed hand reaching for me like a skeletal branch. I screamed, the sound echoing through the stillness of the night. Instinct took over, and I threw myself to the side, narrowly avoiding its grasp. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding like a drum. The creature let out a guttural growl, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. Its eyes, glowing orbs of malice, burned into me, filled with a hunger that chilled me to the bone. I knew that I couldn't fight it, not with my bare hands. I fumbled for my bear spray, my fingers trembling with fear. I aimed the canister at the creature and pressed the trigger, unleashing a cloud of pungent spray. The creature roared in pain, its eyes momentarily blinded by the spray. I seized the opportunity, turning and fleeing into the darkness. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping in my face, my lungs burning with exertion. But the creature was faster. I could hear its heavy footsteps pounding behind me, gaining ground with every stride. I glanced back over my shoulder and saw its shadowy form looming closer, its eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. Desperation lent me speed. I scrambled over fallen logs, splashed through streams, my only thought to escape the creature's clutches. I stumbled and fell, scraping my hands and knees on the rough terrain, but I quickly picked myself up and continued running. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, an endless maze of trees and shadows. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to keep moving, had to put as much distance as possible between myself and the creature. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, I saw a light in the distance. A beacon of hope in the darkness. I stumbled towards it, my legs aching, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The light grew brighter, revealing a small cabin nestled amongst the trees. The ranger station. I had made it. I burst through the door, collapsing on the floor in a heap, my body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The ranger rushed to my aid, his face etched with concern. "What happened?" he asked, his voice filled with urgency. I gasped for breath, trying to recount the terrifying encounter. The creature, the chase, the narrow escape. The ranger listened intently, his expression growing more serious with each passing detail. "You were lucky to make it back alive," he said gravely. "The Wendigo is not to be trifled with." He helped me to my feet, leading me to a chair by the fire. He examined my wounds, cleaning and bandaging the cuts and scrapes. He offered me food and water, and a warm blanket to ward off the chill of the night. As I sat by the fire, the warmth slowly returning to my numb limbs, I realized how close I had come to death. The creature had almost caught me, its claws inches from my flesh. But I had escaped, thanks to the ranger's warnings and my own desperate flight. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the small cabin. I sat huddled in a blanket, sipping hot tea, the ranger's words echoing in my mind. "The Wendigo is a creature of the spirit world," he had explained, his voice low and solemn. "It feeds on fear and despair, preying on those who are lost and vulnerable." He told me stories of other encounters, of hikers who had vanished without a trace, their campsites abandoned, their belongings scattered. He spoke of the creature's insatiable hunger, its ability to mimic human voices, its power to lure its victims into the depths of the forest. I listened, my heart heavy with a mixture of fear and fascination. The encounter had shaken me to my core, leaving me with scars both physical and emotional. But it had also awakened something within me, a newfound respect for the power of nature, and a deeper understanding of my own resilience. The next morning, I packed my belongings and prepared to leave the ranger station. The ranger stood at the doorway, his eyes filled with concern. "Be careful out there," he warned. "The Wendigo may be gone, but the wilderness is still full of dangers." I nodded, my heart heavy. I knew that I would never forget my encounter with the creature, that its chilling presence would forever haunt my memories. But I also knew that I had survived, that I had faced my fears and emerged stronger. As I stepped back into the wilderness, the sun filtering through the trees, I felt a sense of both trepidation and determination. I would continue my journey, but with a newfound caution, a heightened awareness of the unseen forces that lurked in the shadows. The wilderness had tested me, pushed me to my limits. But it had also revealed my own strength, my own capacity for survival. And as I ventured forth, I carried with me the scars of my encounter, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within the wild, and the resilience of the human spirit. The crisp autumn air whipped through my hair as I wrestled with the 10 poles. This thing has a mind of its own, I muttered, struggling to connect the flimsy aluminum. Need a hand, Alex? Emily's cheerful voice broke through my concentration. She was already unpacking supplies, her auburn hair catching the last rays of the setting sun. Thanks, I grunted, finally managing to secure the pole. I swear, camping gear gets more complicated every year. Ben, ever the pragmatist, was busy inspecting the fire pit. Looks good, he declared, just needs some firewood. We were deep in the heart of Redwood National Park, miles away from civilization. It was Halloween weekend, and we decided to ditch the usual parties and haunted houses for a spooky camping trip. The towering redwoods, ancient and majestic, cast long shadows across the forest floor, creating an atmosphere of both awe and unease. As dusk settled, a thick fog began to roll in, blanketing the forest in an eerie silence. The air grew heavy with moisture, and the temperature dropped noticeably. "Whoa, check out the fog," Emily said, her voice hushed. "It's like something out of a horror movie." I had to agree. The fog was dense, swirling around us like a ghostly shroud. It muffled the sounds of the forest, creating an unsettling stillness. Anyone else feeling a little creeped out? Ben asked, glancing around nervously. I tried to laugh it off. "Come on, Ben, don't be such a scaredy cat. It's just fog." But even as I said it, a shiver ran down my spine. There was something about this place, something ancient and primal, that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. As darkness enveloped the forest, we huddled around the crackling campfire, telling stories and roasting marshmallows. But the feeling of unease lingered. The fog seemed to press in on us, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. "Hey guys," Emily said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Did you hear that?" We listened intently, but all we could hear was the crackling of the fire and the rustling of leaves in the wind. "Hear what?" Ben asked. "I thought I heard," whispering, Emily replied, her eyes wide with fear. "Coming from the woods." I strained my ears, trying to pick up any sound, but there was nothing. Just the silence, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl. "It was probably just the wind," I said, trying to reassure her. But deep down, I wasn't so sure. There was something out there in the fog, something unseen and unknown. And it was watching us. The next morning, the fog had lifted, revealing a breathtaking vista of towering redwoods bathed in the golden light of the rising sun. The unease of the previous night seemed to dissipate with the darkness, replaced by a sense of adventure. "Let's explore," Emily declared, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I read about this old trail that leads to a hidden waterfall. What do you say? Ben and I readily agreed. We packed some snacks and water, grabbed our flashlights just in case, and set off into the woods. The trail was narrow and overgrown, winding its way through the dense undergrowth. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. As we hiked deeper into the forest, the sounds of civilization faded away, replaced by the symphony of nature, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, the babbling of a nearby stream. But then, another sound reached our ears, a faint whispering, carried on the wind. Did you hear that? I asked, stopping in my tracks. Emily and Ben nodded, their expressions turning serious. It sounded like voices, Ben said, his brow furrowed. We strained our ears, trying to pinpoint the source of the whispers, but they seemed to be coming from all directions at once. The whispers were low and indistinct, like a chorus of unseen spirits murmuring secrets in the ancient woods. A sense of unease crept back into my mind. I remembered the stories we'd heard around the campfire the night before, tales of missing hikers, strange creatures, and unexplained phenomena. Could there be some truth to those legends? We continued along the trail, our senses heightened, alert for any sign of danger. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if urging us forward. Then, through the trees, we saw it, an old, dilapidated ranger station, half hidden in the undergrowth. The station looked like it hadn't been used in decades. The windows were boarded up, the paint was peeling, and the roof sagged precariously. An air of mystery hung over the place, drawing us in like moths to a flame. Should we check it out? Emily asked, her voice a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. I hesitated. Something about the ranger station felt off, like a warning sign. But curiosity got the better of me. Let's just take a quick look, I said. But stay close. We approached the station cautiously, our footsteps crunching on the gravel path. The whispering seemed to intensify as we drew nearer, as if the building itself was speaking to us. Ben tried the door, but it was locked. Looks like nobody's home, he said. But as we turned to leave, I noticed something, a small, broken window at the back of the station. It was just large enough for us to squeeze through. Maybe we can get in this way, I said, pointing to the window. Emily and Ben exchanged glances. Are you sure that's a good idea? Ben asked, his voice laced with doubt. I shrugged. What's the worst that could happen? With a mix of trepidation and excitement, we squeezed through the broken window, one by one. The interior of the ranger station was dark and dusty, the air heavy with the smell of decay and damp wood. Shafts of light filtered through the cracks in the boarded-up windows, illuminating the room in a ghostly glow. Cobwebs hummed from the ceiling like macabre decorations, and the floor was littered with debris, overturned furniture, shattered glass, and scattered papers. It was as if the place had been abandoned in haste, leaving behind a sense of urgency and unease. This place gives me the creeps, Emily whispered, her voice barely audible in the oppressive silence. I nodded in agreement. The ranger station felt strangely charged, as if unseen eyes were watching our every move. The whispers we had heard outside seemed to have followed us inside, echoing faintly through the empty rooms. We cautiously explored the station, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. In what appeared to be the main office, we found a desk covered in a thick layer of dust. An old typewriter sat on the desk, its keys frozen in time. A half-finished report lay beside it, the words typed in a hurried, frantic manner. Curiosity piqued, I picked up the report and began to read. It was a scientific document, filled with jargon and technical terms, but the gist of it was clear. The ranger station had been used as a research facility, conducting experiments on local wildlife. As I read further, my blood ran cold. The experiments were not merely observational. They involved genetic manipulation, attempts to enhance the animal's abilities, to make them stronger, faster, more resilient. But the report also hinted at disastrous consequences, mutations, deformities, and aggressive behavior. "This is insane," I muttered, my voice shaking. They were messing with things they shouldn't have. Ben peered over my shoulder, his eyes widening as he scanned the report. "This is like something out of a horror movie," he said, his voice hushed. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the back of the station, sending our hearts racing. We spun around, our flashlights darting across the room, searching for the source of the noise. "What was that?" Emily gasped, her hand clutching my arm. We held our breath, listening intently. The silence was deafening. Then, we saw it, a shadow, moving quickly across the wall at the end of the hallway. It was large and misshapen, its outline distorted and unnatural. Fear gripped us, paralyzing us in place. The shadow flickered and danced, as if taunting us, daring us to follow. "We need to get out of here," Ben whispered, his voice trembling. But as we turned to flee, another shadow emerged from the darkness, blocking our path. This one was even larger, more menacing, its form shifting and changing like a nightmare come to life. We were trapped, caught between two unseen horrors. The whispers grew louder, filling the room, closing in on us like a suffocating blanket. And then, the lights went out. The sudden darkness was absolute, suffocating. We huddled together, our flashlights useless in the inky blackness. The whispers seemed to press in on us, swirling around our heads like a vortex of unseen voices. Fear threatened to consume us, but we clung to each other, drawing strength from our shared terror. Then, a voice cut through the darkness, sharp and commanding. "Who's there?" We froze, our hearts pounding in our chests. The voice was male, gruff, with an edge of authority. It was coming from the hallway, where the shadows had been lurking just moments before. "We're just hikers," I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. "We got lost." A flashlight beam pierced the darkness, cutting a swathe through the gloom. It landed on us, blinding us momentarily. "Hikers, huh?" the voice said, skepticism lacing his tone. "What are you doing in here?" The figure stepped into the light, revealing a tall, imposing man in a ranger uniform. He had a weathered face, with deep-set eyes that seemed to bore into us. A badge glinted on his chest, identifying him as Ranger Thompson. We saw the broken window and got curious," Emily explained, her voice trembling slightly. Ranger Thompson's eyes narrowed. Curious, or you? This is a restricted area. You shouldn't be here. He stepped closer, his flashlight beam sweeping across our faces. What did you see in here? He asked, his voice low and menacing. We exchanged nervous glances. Should we tell him about the report, about the experiments, about the shadows? Or would he think we were crazy? We didn't see anything, Ben lied, hoping to avoid trouble. Ranger Thompson's lips curled into a sneer. Don't lie to me, boy. I know what goes on in here. He took another step closer, his face inches from ours. This place is dangerous, he whispered, his voice sending chills down our spines. You need to leave. Now. His words were a warning, but there was something in his eyes, a glint of something sinister, that made us doubt his intentions. Was he trying to protect us, or was he trying to silence us? We backed away slowly, our eyes fixed on Ranger Thompson. He watched us intently, his flashlight beam never leaving our faces. Get out of here, he repeated, his voice a low growl. And don't come back. We didn't need to be told twice. We scrambled out of the ranger station, stumbling through the darkness, desperate to escape the oppressive atmosphere and the ranger's menacing presence. As we ran through the woods, the whispers seemed to follow us, taunting us with their unseen presence. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of our campsite, our lungs burning, our hearts pounding. We huddled together, catching our breath, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Who was Ranger Thompson? What was he hiding? And what were those shadows lurking in the darkness of the ranger station? One thing was clear. We had stumbled upon something far more sinister than we could have ever imagined. And we were in danger. The campfire crackled merrily, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. We sat huddled around it, the warmth doing little to dispel the chill that had settled deep within our bones. The encounter with Ranger Thompson had shaken us to our core, leaving us with a gnawing sense of dread. What do we do now? Emily asked, her voice barely above a whisper. We had no answer. We were trapped in this vast, ancient forest, hunted by something unknown, with a park ranger who seemed more menacing than helpful. The feeling of isolation was overwhelming. Maybe we should just pack up and leave, Ben suggested, his voice laced with anxiety. Go back to civilization, pretend this whole thing never happened. The idea was tempting, but deep down, we knew it wasn't that simple. We had stumbled upon something dark and sinister, something that wouldn't let us go that easily. We can't just run away, I said, my voice firm despite the fear churning inside me. We need to figure out what's going on. What those experiments were, what those shadows were. A sudden noise from the edge of the campsite cut me off. We turned our heads, our hearts pounding in our chests. The beam of a flashlight danced through the trees, approaching slowly. Who's there? I called out, my voice trembling. The flashlight beam stopped, and a figure emerged from the darkness. It was Ranger Thompson. I told you to leave, he said, his voice a low growl. Why are you still here? We scrambled to our feet, our eyes wide with fear. We were just about to leave, I stammered. Ranger Thompson stepped closer, his face illuminated by the flashlight beam. His eyes were cold and hard, like chips of ice. "It's too late for that," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "You've seen too much." He lunged at us, and we scattered in panic. I tripped over a tree root, falling to the ground with a thud. Before I could get up, Ranger Thompson was upon me, his hands reaching for my throat. I struggled, kicking and flailing, but he was too strong. His grip tightened, cutting off my air supply. I gasped for breath, my vision blurring. Just as I thought I was about to lose consciousness, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. Ranger Thompson released me, turning his head towards the source of the sound. Emily stood frozen in terror, her eyes fixed on something behind Ranger Thompson. I followed her gaze and my blood ran cold. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and grotesque, its limbs elongated and twisted, its face a mask of horror. It was one of the creatures from the ranger station, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Ranger Thompson turned back to face the creature, his face contorted in fear. He raised his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself, but it was too late. The creature lunged at him, its claws tearing into his flesh. A scream escaped Ranger Thompson's lips, cut short by a sickening crunch. The creature tossed him aside like a rag doll, then turned its attention to us. We scrambled to our feet, our legs trembling, our minds reeling. We had to escape, but where could we go? The forest was vast and dark, and the creature was faster, stronger, more ruthless than anything we had ever encountered. We were trapped, hunted by a nightmare come to life. Adrenaline surged through our veins as we fled from the monstrous creature. We crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, our lungs burning with exertion. The creature's guttural roars echoed through the trees, spurring us onward. We had no plan, no direction, just a desperate need to escape the horror that pursued us. The forest floor was uneven, littered with fallen logs and tangled roots, making our flight treacherous. We stumbled and fell, scrambling back to our feet, driven by primal fear. The creature was relentless, its heavy footsteps pounding the earth behind us. We could hear its ragged breathing, its snarls of frustration as we evaded its grasp. The darkness offered little cover, the moonlight filtering through the canopy casting eerie shadows that danced and distorted, making it difficult to discern friend from foe. Emily, nimble and quick, led the way, her knowledge of the terrain proving invaluable. Dan, despite his fear, kept pace, his determination fueled by adrenaline. I, hampered by a twisted ankle from my earlier fall, struggled to keep up, the pain shooting through my leg with every step. We dared not look back, but the creature's presence loomed over us, a constant threat that spurred us onward. The forest seemed to close in on us, the trees becoming menacing figures, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The whispers, once faint and distant, now swirled around us, a chorus of unseen voices urging us to flee, to escape the clutches of the creature that hunted us. The whispers seemed to know our fear, feeding on our terror, amplifying the horror of our situation. We stumbled upon a narrow ravine, its depths shrouded in darkness. With no other option, we plunged into the chasm, sliding down the loose earth, our bodies battered and bruised. The creature's roars echoed above us, its frustration palpable as it struggled to navigate the treacherous terrain. We reached the bottom of the ravine, our bodies aching, our clothes torn and dirty. We huddled together, catching our breath, listening for any sign of our pursuer. The silence was deafening, broken only by the pounding of our own hearts. Had we escaped? Or was the creature merely biding its time, waiting for us to emerge from our hiding place? The fear remained, a cold knot in our stomachs. We were lost, alone, and hunted in the heart of Redwood National Park. The night was far from over, and the creature still lurked in the shadows, waiting to claim its prey. The ravine offered a temporary respite, its steep walls and dense foliage providing a shield from the creature's pursuit. We huddled together, our bodies trembling with exhaustion and fear, the echoes of the creature's roars still ringing in our ears. The darkness was absolute, the only light emanating from the faint glow of the moon filtering through the thick canopy above. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a reminder of the forest's ancient presence. We listened intently for any sign of the creature, our senses heightened, our hearts pounding in our chests. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant hoot of an owl. "Do you think it's gone?" Emily whispered, her voice barely audible. "I don't know," I replied, my voice equally hushed. "But we can't stay here forever." We needed to find a way out of the ravine, a way to escape the creature's clutches. But the walls were steep and treacherous, the terrain unforgiving. As we contemplated our next move, a pair of glowing eyes pierced the darkness, sending a fresh wave of terror through our veins. The eyes were large and luminous, their eerie green light cutting through the gloom like beacons. The creature had found us. It emerged from the shadows, its grotesque form silhouetted against the faint moonlight. Its elongated limbs moved with an unnatural grace, its claws scraping against the rocky walls of the ravine. Its face, a twisted mockery of human features, was contorted in a snarl, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. The creature descended upon us, its eyes fixed on its prey. We scrambled back, our screams echoing through the ravine, our desperate attempts to escape futile against its relentless pursuit. It lunged at Ben, its claws outstretched, its jaws gaping wide. Ben cried out in terror, raising his arms in a feeble attempt to defend himself. But the creature was too fast, too strong. Its claws raked across Ben's face, leaving deep, bloody gashes. Ben fell to the ground, his screams turning to whimpers of pain. Emily and I, paralyzed with fear, watched helplessly as the creature loomed over Ben, its eyes glowing with a predatory hunger. Just as the creature was about to deliver the final blow, a distraction came from above. A shower of rocks and debris rained down from the top of the ravine, dislodging the creature from its perch. We looked up to see a figure silhouetted against the moonlit sky. It was Ranger Thompson, his face grim, his eyes filled with a desperate determination. He had returned. Ranger Thompson landed with a thud on the uneven terrain of the ravine, his flashlight beam dancing wildly in the darkness. The creature, momentarily disoriented by the sudden shower of debris, turned its attention to the new arrival, its glowing eyes fixated on the ranger with a predatory intensity. "Stay back!" Ranger Thompson shouted, his voice echoing through the ravine. He raised his hands, not in surrender, but in a gesture of defiance, as if trying to ward off the creature with sheer willpower. The creature snarled, its grotesque form shifting and contorting as it circled the ranger, its claws scraping against the rocky walls, sending sparks flying. The tension was palpable, the air thick with fear and anticipation. Then, without warning, Ranger Thompson lunged forward, not at the creature, but at a small crevice hidden in the shadows of the ravine wall. He reached into the crevice and pulled out a small, metallic object, a device that resembled a remote control. He pressed a button, and a high-pitched whine filled the air. The creature recoiled, its eyes widening in apparent pain, its movements becoming erratic and disoriented. "It's a sonic emitter," Ranger Thompson explained, his voice strained but steady. "It disrupts their nervous system." He continued to press the button, the sonic waves washing over the creature, causing it to writhe and convulse. It stumbled back, its claws digging into the earth, its roars turning into guttural cries of agony. Emily and I, still reeling from the encounter, watched in stunned silence as the creature, once an unstoppable force of terror, was now rendered helpless by the ranger's device. "But how?" I stammered, my voice barely above a whisper. "How did you know?" Ranger Thompson turned to us, his face etched with a mixture of weariness and determination. "I've been tracking this creature for weeks," he explained. "I knew about the experiments, about the disastrous consequences." He paused, his gaze fixed on the writhing creature. "This isn't the first one," he continued, his voice heavy with regret. "There are others out there, lurking in the shadows." He looked at us, his eyes filled with a plea. "You have to help me stop them," he said. "We have to contain this before it's too late." The creature, weakened and disoriented by the sonic emitter, retreated further into the shadows, its glowing eyes still fixed on us with a malevolent glare. Ranger Thompson, his face grim, maintained a steady stream of sonic waves, keeping the creature at bay. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice urgent. "This device won't hold it for long." He turned to us, his eyes filled with a newfound determination. "I know a way out," he said. "Follow me." With renewed hope, we followed Ranger Thompson deeper into the ravine, navigating the treacherous terrain with a newfound sense of purpose. The ranger led us through a narrow passage, barely visible in the darkness, his flashlight beam illuminating the path ahead. The passage opened into a hidden cave, its walls damp and glistening with moisture. A faint light emanated from the depths of the cave, beckoning us forward. "This is an old smuggler's tunnel," Ranger Thompson explained. "It leads back to the park boundary." We pressed on, our footsteps echoing through the cavernous space. The air grew colder, the silence broken only by the dripping of water and the occasional scuttling of unseen creatures. As we neared the end of the tunnel, a faint glow illuminated the exit. We emerged from the cave, blinking in the sudden brightness of the moonlit night. We had escaped the ravine, the creature, and the horrors of the abandoned ranger station. But our ordeal was far from over. We stood at the edge of the forest, the vast expanse of Redwood National Park stretching out before us. The whispers, though fainter now, still lingered in the air, a reminder of the unseen forces that lurked within the shadows. Ranger Thompson turned to us, his face etched with a mixture of relief and determination. "We need to warn the others," he said. We need to expose the truth about the experiments, about the creatures. He looked at us, his eyes filled with a plea. Will you help me? We nodded, our hearts filled with a newfound courage. We had faced our fears, confronted the unknown, and emerged stronger, more resilient. We were ready to fight for the truth, to protect the innocent, to ensure that no one else would suffer the horrors we had endured. Together, we would face the darkness and bring the secrets of Redwood National Park to light. The first rays of dawn painted the sky with hues of orange and purple as we emerged from the depths of Redwood National Park. We were battered, bruised, and exhausted, but we had survived. We had faced the horrors of the forest, confronted the creatures born from twisted experiments, and escaped with our lives. But the scars of our experience ran deep. The memories of the creature's grotesque form, the echoes of its terrifying roars, and the chilling whispers that haunted the woods would forever be etched in our minds. We returned to civilization, to the familiar comforts of our everyday lives, but the world seemed different now. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence more ominous, and the whispers of the wind carried a haunting reminder of the darkness we had encountered. We shared our story with the authorities, revealing the truth about the abandoned ranger station, the secret experiments, and the monstrous creatures that roamed the forest. Our words were met with skepticism at first, but the evidence we presented, the photographs, the ranger's logbook, and the scars on our bodies, spoke for themselves. An investigation was launched, and the truth about the experiments was exposed. The scientists responsible were apprehended, and the remaining creatures were captured and contained. Redwood National Park was closed to the public, its trails and campsites deserted, its beauty tainted by the horrors that had unfolded within its depths. We tried to move on, to heal from the trauma we had endured. But the whispers followed us, haunting our dreams, reminding us of the darkness that still lurked in the shadows. We knew that the creatures were contained, that the experiments were halted, but the fear remained. The forest held a dark secret, a hidden truth that whispered on the wind, a chilling reminder that some things are best left undisturbed. We carried the scars of our experience, both physical and emotional, a testament to the horrors we had faced. But we also carried a newfound strength, a resilience forged in the fires of fear and adversity. We had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, forever bound by the shared experience that had tested our limits and revealed the depths of our courage. The first thing you learn when you become a park ranger is that nature doesn't give a damn about you. It's beautiful, sure, in a raw, untamed kind of way, but it's also indifferent. A falling tree doesn't care if it squashes you flat, a flash flood won't hesitate to sweep you away, and the mountain lion definitely isn't going to ask permission before it makes you its lunch. I'd been working in Yosemite for 5 years, long enough to lose the wide-eyed wonder that most newbies have. The towering granite cliffs, the cascading waterfalls, the endless expanse of pine trees, it all just blurred into the background after a while. What was left was the grind, the endless paperwork, the tourists with their endless questions. Where are the bathrooms? Can I feed the bears? Is this the way to that rock thingy? And the gnawing feeling that I was wasting my life. Don't get me wrong, I love the outdoors. Always had. Growing up in a cramped city apartment, I dreamed of escaping to the wilderness, of breathing in the fresh air and feeling the sun on my face. But reality, as it often does, had a way of tarnishing those dreams. The pay was lousy, the hours were long, and the solitude started to get to me after a while. This particular day was no different. I was patrolling the southern edge of the park, the part that bordered the dusty little town of Mariposa. It was late afternoon, the sun already sinking behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the dusty trail. The air was still and heavy, the kind of heat that makes you sweat just standing still. I was about to turn back when I spotted a figure in the distance. A man, dressed in expensive-looking hunting gear, was leaning against a tree, seemingly waiting for me. He had a smug look on his face, the kind that made me want to punch him in the gut. "You the ranger?" he asked, his voice thick with arrogance. "That's me," I replied, already feeling a knot of unease forming in my stomach. "Good," he said, a sly smile spreading across his face. "I've got a proposition for you." The man stepped closer, and I got a good look at him. He was older than I'd first thought, maybe late 50s, with a face that looked like it had been carved from granite. His eyes were cold and calculating, like a hawk sizing up its prey. He wore an expensive-looking hunting jacket, the kind with all the fancy pockets and zippers, and a pair of boots that probably cost more than my entire uniform. "Name's Mr. Caldwell," he said, extending a hand. I hesitated for a moment, then shook it. His grip was firm, almost bone-crushing. "Ranger Ben," I replied, trying to maintain a neutral tone. "So, Ben," Mr. Caldwell continued, "I hear you're a man who appreciates the finer things in life." He winked, and I felt a shiver crawl down my spine. "Things like opportunity." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a thick wad of cash. My eyes widened. I'd never seen that much money in my life. "This is for you," Caldwell said, his voice smooth as silk. "All yours, if you're willing to be discreet." "Discreet?" I echoed, my mind racing. "Let's just say I have a certain hobby," Caldwell explained, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. "A hobby that's not exactly legal within these park boundaries." He paused, letting the implication sink in. I felt a knot tightening in my stomach. This guy was talking about poaching. "I'm a hunter, Ben," Caldwell continued, his voice low and conspiratorial. "But not just any hunter. I like a challenge. Something rare. Something that most people wouldn't even dream of hunting." He leaned closer, his breath hot against my ear. "I'm talking about the things that go bump in the night, Ben. The things that the Park Service doesn't want you to know about." My heart pounded in my chest. This guy was clearly insane. But the sight of that money, it was tempting, to say the least. My rent was overdue, my truck was on its last legs, and that pile of cash could solve all my problems in an instant. "So, what do you say, Ben?" Caldwell asked, his eyes boring into mine. "Are you in?" My mind was a whirlwind. On one hand, this was insane. This guy, Caldwell, was clearly off his rocker. Talking about hunting mythical creatures? In Yosemite? It was ridiculous. And illegal. Like, seriously illegal. I could lose my job, get arrested, maybe even end up as another missing person statistic in this vast wilderness. But on the other hand, that money, it was a life-changing amount. Enough to pay off my debts, fix my truck, maybe even take a real vacation for once. And who knows, maybe Caldwell was just some harmless eccentric with a weird sense of humor. Maybe he just wanted to hunt some rare bird or something. "Look, Mr. Caldwell," I said, trying to sound calm, "I appreciate the offer, but..." "But what?" he interrupted, his eyes narrowing. "This is a national park," I explained, trying to reason with him. "Hunting is strictly prohibited. And talking about other things." I trailed off, not wanting to even mention the crazy stuff he'd been saying about creatures of the night. Caldwell chuckled, a low, menacing sound. "Rules are made to be broken, Ben. And besides, who's going to know? It'll be our little secret." He held up the wad of cash again, waving it temptingly in front of my face. "Think about it, Ben. A little discretion for a lot of reward. It's a win-win situation." I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. The sun had almost disappeared now, and the forest was growing darker. The shadows seemed to be stretching, reaching out like grasping claws. I felt a shiver run down my spine, and it wasn't just from the cool evening air. "All right," I said finally, my voice barely above a whisper. "But no killing anything endangered. And definitely no mythical creatures." Caldwell grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "Don't worry, Ben. I have something specific in mind." He stuffed the money into my hand. It felt warm, almost alive. I shoved it into my pocket, trying not to think about where it came from. "Follow me," Caldwell said, turning and heading deeper into the woods. "The night is young, and the hunt is on." I hesitated for a moment, my gut screaming at me to turn back. But the weight of the money in my pocket was a powerful persuader. With a sigh of resignation, I followed Caldwell into the darkening forest. We hiked for what felt like hours. The trail we were following was barely visible, a narrow, winding path that snaked through the dense undergrowth. Caldwell, despite his age, moved with surprising agility, his boots crunching on the dry leaves and twigs. I struggled to keep up, my heavy ranger boots feeling like lead weights. The forest was eerily quiet. The usual sounds of the wilderness, the chirping of crickets, the hooting of owls, were absent, replaced by an unsettling silence. The only sound was our own breathing and the occasional snap of a branch under our feet. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice echoing through the trees. Caldwell glanced back at me, a smirk playing on his lips. "Patience, Ben. All good things come to those who wait." I didn't like the sound of that. His words had a sinister undertone, like a predator toying with its prey. I felt a growing sense of unease, a feeling that I'd made a terrible mistake. We finally reached a clearing, a small, open space bathed in the pale moonlight. In the center stood a dilapidated cabin, its windows boarded up and its roof partially collapsed. It looked like it hadn't been inhabited in decades. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Our base of operations, Caldwell replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. And the perfect spot for our hunt. He pulled a large backpack from his shoulders and began unpacking its contents. I watched in disbelief as he laid out an array of weapons, a high-powered rifle with a night vision scope, a crossbow with razor-sharp bolts, a hunting knife with a serrated blade. "You're serious about this, aren't you?" I said, my voice trembling. Caldwell grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "Deadly serious, Ben. This isn't just a hunt. It's a test. A test of survival." He handed me a flashlight. "Here. You'll need this." I took the flashlight, my hand shaking. I felt like I was trapped in a nightmare, unable to wake up. "Now," Caldwell said, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper, "let the games begin." Caldwell, with an unsettling glint in his eyes, handed me a worn map. "This shows the old logging trails," he explained, his voice a hushed rasp. "They'll lead you to where we need to be." He pointed to a circled area on the map. "This is where I saw it. A clearing near the creek bed. It's where we'll set the bait." Bait? What the hell was he planning to hunt that needed bait? My unease was quickly turning into full-blown fear. "What exactly are we hunting?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. Caldwell gave me a sly smile. "You'll see. Just follow the trail and keep your eyes peeled. And Ben," he added, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper, "don't wander off. You wouldn't want to become the hunted." He slapped me on the shoulder, the gesture feeling more like a threat than a friendly pat. With that, he turned and disappeared into the shadows of the forest. I stared at the map, my heart pounding in my chest. The trail looked treacherous, winding through thick undergrowth and steep ravines. And what was this thing he was so eager to hunt? The more I thought about it, the more I regretted taking this job. With a deep breath, I switched on my flashlight and started down the trail. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. The forest was alive with unseen creatures, rustling leaves, snapping twigs, the occasional hoot of an owl. Every sound sent a jolt of fear through me. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see a pair of glowing eyes staring back at me from the darkness. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the sound of my own footsteps and the pounding of my heart. Suddenly, I heard a noise. A low growl, deep and guttural, coming from somewhere in the trees ahead. I froze, my blood turning to ice. The growl came again, closer this time. I gripped the flashlight tighter, my knuckles turning white. Something was out there. Something big. And it was watching me. The growl ripped through the silence again, closer this time. It sounded like something out of a nightmare, a deep, guttural sound that vibrated through my very bones. I fumbled for the flashlight, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. The beam of light danced wildly through the trees, catching glimpses of gnarled branches and thick undergrowth. I took a step back, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. What the hell was that thing? A bear? A mountain lion? No, it sounded too primal, too monstrous. Suddenly, the growling stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying. It was the silence of anticipation, the quiet before the storm. I held my breath, straining my ears for any sound. Then, I saw it. A pair of eyes, glowing like embers in the darkness, appeared from behind a thicket of bushes. They were huge, yellow eyes, filled with a cold, predatory intelligence. I felt a wave of terror wash over me, my legs turning to jelly. The creature stepped out of the shadows, and I gasped. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It was tall and muscular, with a thick coat of matted fur. Its limbs were long and powerful, ending in sharp claws that scraped against the ground. But it was its face that truly terrified me. It was a grotesque mockery of a human face, with a long, snout-like nose, sharp teeth that protruded from its jaws, and those glowing yellow eyes that seemed to pierce my very soul. The creature let out a low growl, and I stumbled backwards, tripping over a tree root. I fell to the ground, my flashlight clattering away into the darkness. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding in my throat. The creature lunged, its claws outstretched. I screamed and threw my arms up to protect myself. But the attack never came. I opened my eyes and saw the creature standing over me, its eyes fixed on something behind me. I turned my head and saw Caldwell standing there, a rifle in his hands. He aimed the rifle at the creature, his face grim. "Stay back, Ben," he said, his voice steady. "This is my fight." He fired the rifle, the sound echoing through the forest. The creature roared in pain and stumbled backwards. Caldwell fired again, and the creature let out a final, agonizing cry before collapsing to the ground. I stared at the fallen creature, my mind reeling. What the hell had I gotten myself into? The silence after the gunshot was deafening. My ears were ringing, and my heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I stared at the creature's lifeless body, its grotesque form sprawled on the forest floor. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I had to turn away to avoid throwing up. Caldwell lowered his rifle, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. "Well, that takes care of that," he said, his voice calm and collected. He approached the creature cautiously, prodding it with the butt of his rifle. What was that thing?" I stammered, my voice trembling. Caldwell chuckled darkly. "That, my friend, was a skinwalker." "A skinwalker?" The name sent a shiver down my spine. I'd heard whispers of these creatures, legends told around campfires to scare children. Shape-shifting monsters that roamed the wilderness, preying on unsuspecting victims. I always dismissed them as folklore, but now I wasn't so sure. "But how?" I stammered, my mind struggling to comprehend what I'd just witnessed. Caldwell shrugged. "These woods are full of secrets, Ben. Things that most people wouldn't believe. I've been hunting them for years." He bent down and examined the creature's body, a strange glint in his eyes. This one was particularly elusive. Took me months to track it down. He straightened up, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. but now it's mine. He turned to me, his expression suddenly turning serious. Listen, Ben, I need your help. We need to get this thing back to my cabin. I want to study it. Study it? The thought made my stomach churn. But I knew I didn't have a choice. I was in too deep now. Okay, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Caldwell nodded. Good. Now, grab its legs. We need to move quickly before it attracts any unwanted attention. I hesitated, my gaze drawn to the creature's lifeless eyes. They seemed to stare back at me, filled with a cold, accusing glare. I swallowed hard and forced myself to reach down and grab the creature's cold, stiff legs. As we dragged the Skinwalker's body through the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The trees seemed to loom over us, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. I felt a growing sense of dread, a premonition that something terrible was about to happen. And I was right. We were halfway back to the cabin, the Skinwalker's limp body dragging between us, leaving a trail of dark blood on the forest floor. The silence was unnerving, broken only by our ragged breathing and the rustling of leaves under our feet. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see another pair of glowing eyes watching us from the darkness. Suddenly, Caldwell stopped, his body tensing. Did you hear that? He whispered, his voice tight with apprehension. I strained my ears, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. Hear what? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. That sound, he hissed, his eyes darting around nervously. Like something's moving through the trees. I listened again, and this time I heard it. A faint rustling, like something large was moving through the undergrowth. It was coming from behind us, getting closer. We need to move, Caldwell said urgently, his voice laced with fear. Now! We started running, dragging the Skinwalker's body behind us. The rustling sound grew louder, closer. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, my lungs burning. Fear lent me a burst of adrenaline, and I pushed myself harder, ignoring the aching in my muscles. We burst into the clearing where the cabin stood, its dark silhouette looming against the moonlit sky. Caldwell fumbled with the door, his hand shaking. He finally managed to get it open, and we stumbled inside, slamming the door shut behind us. We leaned against the door, gasping for breath. The rustling sound stopped just outside the cabin. We could hear something sniffing at the door, its hot breath whistling through the cracks. What is it? I whispered, my voice trembling. Caldwell shook his head, his face pale. I don't know, he said, his voice barely audible. But it's not alone. A chorus of growls erupted from outside the cabin, sending chills down my spine. We were surrounded. The cabin was small and cramped, with a single room and a loft. Dust motes danced in the shafts of moonlight that streamed through the gaps in the boarded-up windows. The air was thick with the smell of damp wood and decay. I could hear the creatures sniffing and scratching at the door, their growls echoing through the silence. Caldwell was frantically searching the room, his eyes wild with panic. There has to be something, he muttered, pulling open drawers and cupboards. a weapon, a way out. I joined in the search, but it was futile. The cabin was bare, stripped of anything useful. There was an old rusty axe head in the corner, but no handle. A few empty cans and some tattered blankets were scattered on the floor. Nothing that could help us against the pack of creatures outside. "We're trapped," I said, my voice hollow. Caldwell slumped against the wall, his face pale and drawn. "No," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "There has to be a way out." He looked up at the loft. "Maybe there's something up there," he said, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He grabbed a rickety ladder and climbed up into the loft. I followed close behind, my heart pounding in my chest. The loft was small and dusty, with a low ceiling. Moonlight filtered through a hole in the roof, illuminating a pile of old boxes and furniture. Caldwell started rummaging through the boxes, tossing aside old clothes and tools. Suddenly, he let out a cry of triumph. "I found it," he exclaimed, holding up a rifle. It was an old lever-action rifle, battered and worn, but it looked functional. He climbed back down the ladder, his eyes gleaming with renewed hope. "This is it, Ben," he said, handing me the rifle. "This is our chance." He grabbed the axe head and positioned himself by the door. "I'll hold them off," he said. "You get ready to shoot." The creatures outside were growing impatient. Their growls were louder now, and we could hear them scratching and clawing at the door. The wood creaked and groaned under the pressure. "Get ready," Caldwell whispered, his voice tense. The door burst open, and a creature lunged inside. Caldwell swung the axe head, striking the creature in the head. It let out a howl of pain and stumbled back. Another creature entered the cabin, its eyes glowing in the darkness. I raised the rifle, my hand shaking. I took aim and squeezed the trigger. The rifle roared, the sound deafening in the confined space. The creature staggered back, its chest blooming with blood. It let out a final, agonizing cry before collapsing to the ground. More creatures were pouring into the cabin now, their eyes glowing with rage. I fired again and again, the rifle bucking in my hands. Caldwell was fighting like a madman, the axe head whistling through the air. But we were outnumbered. The creatures were closing in, their claws reaching for us. I felt a sharp pain in my arm as a claw raked across my flesh. I stumbled back, my vision blurring. Just when I thought all hope was lost, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Caldwell was on the ground, his body pinned beneath a creature. The creature's jaws were open wide, its teeth bared in a snarl. I screamed and raised the rifle, but it was too late. The creature lunged, its jaws closing around Caldwell's throat. The sight of Caldwell being torn apart sent a wave of terror and nausea through me. I stumbled back, my foot catching on a loose floorboard. I fell to the ground, the rifle clattering away from my grasp. The creatures were all over me in an instant, their claws tearing at my clothes, their hot breath reeking of death and decay. I thrashed and kicked, but it was no use. They were too strong, too many. I felt a sharp pain in my leg as a claw ripped through my flesh. I cried out, my vision blurring. I closed my eyes, waiting for the final blow. But it never came. I opened my eyes and saw the creatures backing away, their growls turning into whimpers. They were looking past me, their eyes wide with fear. I turned my head and saw a figure standing in the doorway. It was tall and imposing, its form shrouded in shadow. It raised its hand, and the creatures cowered, their whimpers turning into terrified yelps. The figure stepped into the cabin, and the creatures scattered, fleeing into the darkness. As it approached, I realized it wasn't human. It was the Skinwalker. But it was different. Its eyes no longer glowed with a predatory hunger. Instead, they were filled with a deep sadness, a profound sorrow. It stopped in front of me, its gaze fixed on my face. I felt a strange calmness wash over me, a sense of peace I hadn't felt since this whole nightmare began. The Skinwalker reached out and touched my forehead. I felt a jolt of energy surge through my body, and then everything went black. I woke up in my own bed, the morning sun streaming through my window. I sat up, my heart pounding. It was all just a dream. A terrible, vivid dream. But as I looked down at my leg, I saw a deep, jagged scar where the creature had clawed me. And on my forehead, I felt a faint tingling sensation, a lingering reminder of the Skinwalker's touch. I got out of bed and went to the window. I looked out at the forest, its green canopy shimmering in the sunlight. It looked peaceful, serene. But I knew the truth. Beneath its tranquil surface, something dark and ancient lurked. Something that I had glimpsed, something that would forever haunt my dreams. I never went back to Yosemite. I quit my job as a park ranger and moved to the city, where the noise and the crowds drowned out the whispers of the wilderness. But even now, years later, I still sometimes wake up in the night, my heart pounding, the memory of that terrifying night in the forest still fresh in my mind. And sometimes, when the wind howls and the trees creak, I can almost hear the growls of the creatures, the echo of their fear, and the mournful gaze of the Skinwalker, forever watching, forever waiting. The beam of my flashlight danced across the trail, snatching glimpses of pine needles and dirt from the darkness. It was a cool October night, the kind that made you glad to be bundled up in a thick uniform. Another late patrol in Redwood National Park. Usually, it was pretty uneventful, the occasional lost hiker, maybe a raccoon getting into the trash cans. But tonight, something felt off. A rustle in the undergrowth made me swing the flashlight towards the sound. Just the wind, I told myself. But then it came again, closer this time, followed by a low growl that sent a shiver down my spine. Whatever was out there, it wasn't a squirrel. Hey! Who's there? I called out, my voice echoing through the stillness. No answer. Just that unsettling growl, getting louder now. Gripping my flashlight tighter, I moved cautiously towards the sound. The beam caught something, 2 points of light, reflecting back at me from the darkness. Eyes. Big, luminous eyes, set wide apart. My heart started pounding. Whatever was watching me, it wasn't anything I'd ever seen before. As I crept closer, the creature stepped into the light. And that's when I nearly jumped out of my boots. It was monstrous, twisted and deformed, like a bear that had been put together wrong. Its fur was matted and patchy, its limbs long and gangly, and its face. God, its face. It was all snout and teeth, with these huge, bulging eyes that seemed to burn right through me. I froze, every instinct screaming at me to run. The thing let out a hiss, a sound like air escaping a tire, and took a step towards me. That's when I snapped out of it. I turned and bolted, scrambling back down the trail, my flashlight bouncing wildly. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck, my lungs burning, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. Slumped behind the wheel, I tried to catch my breath. What the hell had I just seen? Was it some kind of bear, maybe sick or injured? But the eyes, those eyes were like nothing I'd ever seen on any animal. I knew I should report it, but what was I supposed to say? Hey, I saw a monster in the woods. They think I was crazy. Hell, maybe I was crazy. But deep down, I knew I hadn't imagined it. There was something out there in the darkness, something that wasn't supposed to exist. And it was watching me. The next few days were a blur. I went through the motions at work, patrolling the trails, checking campsites, pretending everything was normal. But it wasn't. That thing in the woods, it had gotten into my head. I couldn't shake the image of its twisted form, those burning eyes. Sleep was a battlefield. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back on that trail, the creature looming over me, its hot breath on my face. I woke up in a cold sweat, heart pounding, the sheets tangled around my legs. Even during the day, I couldn't relax. Every shadow, every rustle in the leaves sent a jolt of fear through me. I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, my hand hovering near my sidearm. I knew I was being paranoid, but I couldn't help it. And then there were the noises. Every night, after the sun went down, I'd hear them, strange sounds coming from the depths of the forest. Sometimes it was a low growl, like the one I'd heard that first night. Other times it was a series of crashes and thumps, like something large was moving through the underbrush. One night, I even heard a high-pitched screech that made my blood run cold. I tried to convince myself it was just animals, bears, coyotes, maybe even a mountain lion. But deep down, I knew it was something else. Something bigger, something unnatural. Then there was the incident with the broken trees. I was patrolling a section of the park I didn't usually frequent when I came across a swathe of snapped pines. These weren't just fallen over, they were snapped, like twigs. Whatever had done this had to be incredibly strong. And judging by the tracks, huge, clawed prints that I couldn't identify, it was also incredibly big. I took pictures, of course. Evidence. Something to show Sarah, my partner. Maybe she'd be able to make sense of it. Maybe she could tell me I was losing my mind and it was all just a bear. But as I stood there, staring at those broken trees, a cold dread settled over me. I wasn't just imagining things. There was something out there in the woods. Something dangerous. And it was getting closer. Sarah, bless her soul, was the most level-headed person I knew. We'd been partners for 5 years, and she'd seen me through some hairy situations, lost hikers, wildfires, even a grumpy bear that wandered into a campsite. But nothing like this. I found her in the ranger station, going over some reports. "Hey Sarah, got a minute?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She looked up, those sharp blue eyes of hers scanning my face. "You all right, Jim? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Horse," I muttered, pulling up a chair. And then I spilled it all out. The creature, the noises, the broken trees. I even showed her the pictures. She listened patiently, her expression unreadable. When I was finished, she leaned back in her chair, tapping a pen against her lips. "Okay," she said slowly. "That's definitely weird." "Weird?" I practically yelled. "Sarah, I saw a freaking monster." She held up a hand. I know. But let's not jump to conclusions. There could be a rational explanation for all this." "Like what?" I challenged. "I don't know," she admitted. "But we're gonna find out. We'll go back to that area tomorrow, check it out together. Maybe we'll find some more clues." A part of me wanted to tell her she was crazy. Go back there? No way. But another part of me, the part that was tired of being scared, wanted answers. And besides, having Sarah with me, with her calm demeanor and her trusty shotgun, made me feel a little braver. "All right," I agreed. "But we're taking my truck. Yours is too noisy." She smirked. "Scared it'll attract the monster?" I tried to laugh it off, but it came out more like a choked cough. "Just being cautious," I mumbled. The next morning, we set out, armed with flashlights, bear spray, and a healthy dose of apprehension. As we hiked through the woods, the silence was almost deafening. Every creak of a branch, every flutter of a bird's wings made me jump. Sarah, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed. "See anything?" she asked, her voice calm and steady. "Just trees," I replied, my eyes darting around nervously. She chuckled. "Relax, Jim. We'll find this thing. Or whatever it is." Her confidence was contagious. Maybe we would find it. And maybe, just maybe, we'd be able to stop it. "You sure this is the spot?" Sarah asked, scanning the dense woods around us. "Yeah, pretty sure," I said, pointing towards the mangled remains of the pine trees. "This is where I found those tracks, too." We were back at the scene of the incident. The broken trees looked even more eerie in the daylight, their jagged ends reaching up like skeletal fingers. Sarah crouched down, examining the ground. "These prints are huge," she muttered, tracing the outline of a massive claw with her finger. "Definitely not a bear." "Told ya," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. But inside, I was a nervous wreck. Being back here, in the place where I'd first encountered that thing, it made my skin crawl. "We need to get some evidence," Sarah said, standing up. Something concrete to show the higher-ups. What do you suggest? Ask it to pose for a selfie? I said, trying to lighten the mood. Sarah ignored my attempt at humor. I brought a trail camera, she said, pulling a small, camouflage-colored device from her backpack. We'll set it up here, see if we can catch anything on film. We spent the next hour carefully positioning the camera, making sure it had a clear view of the area. Sarah even rigged up a motion sensor, so it would only record when something moved. There, she said, dusting off her hands. Now we wait. Waiting was the hardest part. We spent the rest of the day patrolling the surrounding area, our eyes peeled for any sign of the creature. But it was like it had vanished. No noises, no tracks, nothing. By the time we headed back to the ranger station, the sun was already setting. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the silence broken only by the crunch of our boots on the dry leaves. You think we'll get anything? I asked, breaking the silence. I don't know, Sarah admitted. But I hope so. We need to know what we're dealing with. That night, I barely slept. All I could think about was that camera, up there in the darkness, its lens trained on the unknown. What if it caught something? What if it caught nothing? Either way, I knew I wouldn't rest until I saw that footage. I practically tore the door off the ranger station the next morning. Sarah was already there, a steaming mug of coffee in her hand and a grim look on her face. Don't tell me, I said, my voice tight with anticipation. The camera malfunctioned. Dead battery. Eaten by a squirrel. Sarah shook her head, her expression a mix of apprehension and something else. Fear? Excitement? I couldn't tell. No, the camera worked fine, she said, her voice low. A little too fine, actually. She gestured towards her laptop, where a grainy image flickered on the screen. It was the footage from the trail camera. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched. At first, there was nothing but the usual forest scenery, trees swaying in the breeze, a few birds flitting through the branches. Then, a shadow fell across the clearing. It was huge, blotting out the sun like a dark cloud. My breath caught in my throat as the creature stepped into view. It was even more terrifying than I remembered. Bigger, more menacing. Its fur was matted and dirty, its limbs long and twisted, its face a grotesque mask of teeth and glowing eyes. But the most disturbing thing was the way it moved. It wasn't the lumbering gait of a bear or the slinking movement of a mountain lion. It was fluid, almost graceful. It glided through the undergrowth like a phantom, its movements silent and deliberate. The creature paused in the clearing, its head cocked to one side as if listening. Then, it turned its gaze directly towards the camera. Those glowing eyes seemed to bore into me, even through the grainy footage. I felt a shiver run down my spine. It was like it knew we were watching. What the hell is that thing? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Sarah shook her head. I don't know, she admitted. But it's definitely not from around here. We watched the rest of the footage in silence. The creature lingered in the clearing for a few more minutes, sniffing the air and pawing at the ground. Then, it turned and vanished back into the woods. The footage ended, leaving us staring at the blank screen. I felt a sense of dread wash over me. We weren't just dealing with some wild animal. This was something else entirely. Something dangerous. Something evil. We need to show this to someone, I said, my voice shaking. Someone who can help us. Sarah nodded. I agree. But who? Who's going to believe us? That was the question, wasn't it? Who would believe that a monster was lurking in the woods? The ranger station felt like a tomb that morning. The usual chatter and bustle were replaced by a heavy silence as Sarah and I walked towards Chief Ranger Thompson's office. We called ahead, told him we had something urgent to show him. He didn't sound thrilled, but he agreed to see us. Thompson's office was small and cluttered, with maps and charts covering the walls and stacks of paperwork piled on his desk. He looked up as we entered, his expression a mix of annoyance and curiosity. So, what's so important that it couldn't wait? He asked, leaning back in his chair. We got it, I said, holding up the trail camera. We got that thing on film. Thompson's eyebrows shot up. You're serious? Dead serious, Sarah confirmed, placing her laptop on his desk and opening it. Take a look. We played the footage, the grainy images flickering on the small screen. The creature, even more menacing in the daylight, stalked across the clearing, its eyes burning like embers. Thompson watched intently, his face grim. When the video ended, a heavy silence fell over the room. Thompson leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. Well, that's certainly interesting, he said slowly. Interesting? I blurted out. That thing's a monster. It's dangerous. Thompson sighed. Jim, I understand your concern, but we need to be rational about this. That footage could be faked. It could be some kind of elaborate hoax. A hoax? I sputtered. Who would go to all that trouble just to fake a monster? I don't know, Thompson admitted. But it's not outside the realm of possibility. People do strange things. But what about the broken trees? Sarah pressed. The tracks. You can't explain those away. Thompson rubbed his chin thoughtfully. There could be other explanations. A bear, maybe a particularly large one. Or some kind of natural phenomenon we don't understand. I felt a surge of frustration. He was grasping at straws, trying to find any excuse not to believe us. Chief, with all due respect, Sarah said, her voice firm, we're not making this up. There's something out there, and it's a danger to the park and everyone in it. Thompson hesitated, his gaze flickering between us. I could see the doubt in his eyes, but also a flicker of something else. Fear? Or maybe recognition? All right, he said finally. I'll admit that footage is compelling. But I need more than just a video. I need hard evidence. Something tangible. What do you suggest we do? I asked. Capture it? kill it? Thompson shook his head. No, that's too risky. We need to observe it, study it, figure out what we're dealing with. He leaned forward, his voice low. I'm going to authorize you to continue your investigation. But be careful. And keep this under wraps. We don't need to start a panic. We left Thompson's office with a mix of relief and apprehension. We finally had the go-ahead to investigate, but the weight of responsibility was heavy on our shoulders. We were walking a tightrope, trying to protect the park without alarming the public. And we were doing it with the knowledge that something terrifying was lurking in the shadows, watching our every move. The air hung heavy with the smell of damp earth and something else. Something ancient and vaguely unsettling. Sarah and I stood at the mouth of the abandoned mine shaft, our flashlights cutting weak beams into the impenetrable darkness. Even with the midday sun at our backs, the entrance seemed to swallow the light, leaving only a chilling void. You sure about this? I asked, my voice echoing faintly in the cavernous opening. It wasn't a question of courage, not exactly. More like a healthy dose of self-preservation kicking in. Those old mines were notorious, riddled with collapses and who knows what kind of dangers lurking in the depths. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, just shrugged. Got a better idea? Thompson wants observation, study, and unless the thing's taken up bird watching, I doubt we'll find it sipping tea in the visitor center. She had a point. And besides, the thought of that creature roaming free, maybe even stalking unsuspecting hikers, made my stomach churn. We had a responsibility to do something, even if it meant facing our own fears in the process. All right, I said, taking a deep breath and adjusting the grip on my flashlight. Let's get this over with. With Sarah in the lead, we stepped into the maw of the mine. The temperature dropped instantly, a wave of damp, cold air clinging to us like a shroud. The ground underfoot was uneven, a treacherous mix of loose rock and slick mud. The beam of my flashlight danced nervously across the rough-hewn walls, catching glimpses of rusted rails and crumbling support beams. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the drip, drip, drip of water echoing through the tunnels. Every creak and groan of the old mine seemed amplified, setting my nerves on edge. I kept expecting to hear something, a growl, a screech, the scrape of claws on rock, but there was only the unsettling silence. We pressed on, deeper into the labyrinthine tunnels. The air grew thicker, the smell of decay more pronounced. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something was lurking just beyond the reach of our lights. See anything? I whispered, my voice barely audible above the drip of water. Sarah shook her head, her flashlight beam sweeping across the tunnel walls. Nothing yet. But I have a feeling we're not alone. A shiver ran down my spine. I had a feeling she was right. The deeper we ventured, the more claustrophobic the mine became. The tunnels narrowed, the air grew thick with the stench of damp earth and decay, and the silence pressed in on us like a physical weight. We were walking blind, our flashlights barely piercing the oppressive darkness. Then, we heard it. A low growl, rumbling through the tunnels like distant thunder. It wasn't the sound of any animal I'd ever heard before. It was deeper, more guttural, filled with a primal menace that made my blood run cold. Sarah froze, her flashlight beam fixed on the tunnel ahead. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. "Yeah." "What the hell was that?" The growl came again, closer this time. It was followed by a series of scrapes and thuds, like something heavy was dragging itself along the tunnel floor. "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice tight with fear. But Sarah didn't move. She was staring intently down the tunnel, her eyes white with a mixture of fear and fascination. "No," she whispered. "We need to see it." Before I could protest, she started forward, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. I had no choice but to follow. The tunnel opened into a large cavern, the air thick with dust and the smell of stale water. Our flashlights danced across the walls, revealing a jumble of fallen rocks and rusted machinery. And then we saw it. The creature was crouched in the center of the cavern, its back to us. It was even larger than it appeared in the video, its form hulking and misshapen. Its fur was matted and filthy, its limbs long and twisted, and its head was a grotesque mask of teeth and glowing eyes. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It was a nightmare come to life. The creature turned its head, its glowing eyes fixing on us. A low growl rumbled in its chest, and it took a step towards us. I raised my gun, my finger trembling on the trigger. But Sarah grabbed my arm. "Don't," she whispered. "It hasn't attacked us yet." The creature stopped, its eyes still fixed on us. It seemed to be studying us, assessing us. Then, it did something unexpected. It let out a low whine, a sound that was almost mournful. And then it turned and vanished into the darkness. The silence in the cavern was deafening after the creature disappeared. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribs, flashlight shaking in my hand. Sarah seemed equally stunned, her eyes wide and unfocused. What the hell was that?" I finally managed to stammer, my voice a hoarse whisper. Sarah shook her head, her face pale. I don't know." But it definitely wasn't what I expected. Expected? I scoffed. Who expects to come face to face with a monster in an abandoned mine? She gave me a weak smile. "Good point. But did you see its eyes? It almost looked sad." Sad? This thing that had been haunting my nightmares, snapping trees like twigs, lurking in the shadows, sad? I thought she was losing it. "Sarah, that thing is a predator," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We need to get out of here, now." But just as I said it, the ground shook beneath our feet. Dust rained down from the ceiling, and a deep rumbling echoed through the cavern. Then, with a sickening groan, the tunnel behind us collapsed, sealing off our exit. We were trapped. Panic clawed at my throat. I spun around, frantically searching for another way out, but there was nothing but solid rock. "We're trapped," I yelled, my voice echoing off the cavern walls. Sarah, ever the calm one, was already assessing the situation. "Okay, stay calm." There has to be another way out. But even as she said it, I heard another sound. A low growl echoing from the depths of the cavern. The creature was still there. It emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. It moved with a surprising agility for its size, its long limbs carrying it effortlessly across the uneven ground. "We have to fight," I said, raising my gun. Sarah nodded, her face grim. "I've got your back." The creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut just inches from my face. I fired, the gunshot echoing through the cavern. The creature roared in pain, stumbling back. But it wasn't over. It charged again, its eyes filled with rage. I fired again and again, the gun bucking in my hand. Sarah was firing too, her shots finding their mark. The creature was hit again and again, but it kept coming. It was like something out of a horror movie, a desperate struggle for survival against a creature that seemed unstoppable. The creature roared one last time, a sound of fury and pain, before collapsing to the ground with a sickening thud. Its chest heaved, its glowing eyes flickering, then finally dimming into nothingness. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the ringing in my ears and the ragged sound of our own breathing. I lowered my gun, my hand trembling. Sarah slumped against the cavern wall, her face pale and streaked with sweat. We had done it. We had actually killed the thing. But the victory felt hollow. The cavern was a tomb, the air thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. And Sarah. Sarah? I rushed to her side, my heart seizing in my chest. She was clutching her side, blood soaking through her shirt. I think it got me, she gasped, her voice weak. Panic surged through me. I tore off my belt, using it as a makeshift tourniquet to try and stem the bleeding. But it was no use. The wound was too deep. No, I muttered, my voice cracking. Stay with me, Sarah. Please. She reached out, her hand weakly grasping mine. Jim, it's okay. We stopped it. But you... I choked back a sob. You didn't have to. Someone had to, she whispered, her voice fading. You were right. There's more out there. Her hand went limp in mine. Her eyes, those bright, fearless eyes, stared blankly ahead. I don't know how long I sat there, holding her lifeless body, the weight of her death crushing me. The world seemed to have shrunk to the confines of that dark, blood-soaked cavern. Finally, I forced myself to move. I had to get out of there. I had to tell someone what happened. I had to warn them. I found a narrow crevice in the collapsed tunnel, just big enough to squeeze through. It was a long, agonizing climb, but I made it. I emerged into the sunlight, blinking against the sudden brightness, the fresh air stinging my lungs. I stumbled back to the ranger station, my clothes torn, my body battered, my mind reeling. I told them everything, the creature, the mine, Sarah. They listened, their faces pale with shock and disbelief. They sent a team back to the mine. They found Sarah's body and the creature's. They found the collapsed tunnel and the other tunnels leading deeper into the mountain. They sealed off the mine, declared it a hazard zone. But I knew it was more than just a hazard. It was a gateway. A gateway to something dark and dangerous, something that we didn't understand. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that Sarah was right. There were more out there. And I would spend the rest of my life making sure they didn't get through. The sun was beginning its descent, casting long, eerie shadows across the Redwood National Park. Ranger Michael, a seasoned veteran of the Park Service, was conducting his routine evening patrol. The crisp air carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth, a familiar comfort to Michael. He loved this time of day, the solitude and the serenity of the ancient forest. He had just passed the towering General Sherman, the largest sequoia tree in the world, when a flicker of movement in the distance caught his eye. A flash of unnatural color, like a parrot in a pine forest. He squinted, his years of experience telling him that something wasn't right. Visitors were supposed to be out of the park by sunset, and besides, what could be that bright, that garish, this deep in the woods? Curiosity piqued, Michael veered off the trail, heading towards the disturbance. The colors seemed to dance between the trees, a jarring splash of vibrancy against the muted greens and browns. As he drew closer, a sense of unease settled over him. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Then, he saw it. Standing in a small clearing, bathed in the fading light, was a figure. Tall and impossibly thin, it seemed to sway slightly, like a willow in a gentle breeze. It was a clown. But not just any clown. This one was different. Its face was a grotesque mask of white, stretched into an unnatural grin that seemed to split its head in two. Its eyes were wide and black, like empty sockets staring into his soul. And its mouth, oh God, its mouth. A gaping maw filled with rows of jagged teeth, stained a sickening yellow. Michael froze, his breath catching in his throat. He had seen a lot of strange things in his years as a ranger, but nothing like this. This was something else entirely. Something evil. Michael's instinct screamed at him to run, to turn tail and flee back to the safety of his ranger station. But something held him rooted to the spot. A morbid curiosity, perhaps, or maybe a sense of duty that wouldn't let him ignore this bizarre intrusion into his domain. He was, after all, a park ranger. It was his job to protect this forest and the people who visited it. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Michael reached for the radio clip to his belt. Static crackled in his ear, the signal weak this deep within the redwood's dense canopy. He tried to call in a report, his voice trembling slightly as he described the situation. Possible unauthorized person, south of General Sherman, appears to be dressed as a clown. Requesting backup. The only response was a burst of static. Damn it. He was on his own. He unholstered his flashlight, the beam cutting through the gathering darkness. It illuminated the clown's face, highlighting the grotesque details with terrifying clarity. The painted smile seemed to widen, as if mocking his fear. The clown began to move, taking a slow, deliberate step towards him. Michael's hand instinctively went to the taser on his hip. He had dealt with aggressive hikers and lost tourists before, but this was different. This felt predatory. "Stay back," he shouted, his voice echoing through the silent trees. "I'm a park ranger. Identify yourself." The clown tilted its head, a gesture that would have been comical under normal circumstances. But with that horrifying face and those empty eyes, it was anything but. It made no sound, just continued its slow advance. The flashlight beam trembled in Michael's hand, reflecting off the clown's eyes, which seemed to absorb the light, leaving only a chilling void. The clown stopped a few feet away, its head cocked to one side, as if studying him. Then, it did something that sent a shiver down Michael's spine. It smiled. A slow, deliberate stretching of its already grotesque grin, revealing rows of yellowed, pointed teeth. A low chuckle, like dry leaves rustling in the wind, escaped its painted lips. Michael knew then that he was in serious trouble. The silence that followed was deafening. Michael's ears strained, listening for any sound from the frozen figure. But there was nothing. No breathing, no heartbeat, no sign of life whatsoever. It was as if the clown had become a macabre statue, a grotesque monument to fear. He cautiously approached, his flashlight beam trained on the clown's face. The painted grin seemed to mock him, a chilling reminder of its unnatural resilience. He reached out a trembling hand and touched the clown's arm. It was cold, stiff, like touching a corpse. A wave of nausea swept over him. He stumbled back, his mind reeling. What was this thing? How could it withstand the taser's electrical current? Was it even alive? He glanced around the clearing, his eyes darting from shadow to shadow. He felt exposed, vulnerable. The towering redwoods, once a source of comfort and familiarity, now seemed to loom over him, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching down to snatch him away. He had to get out of there. He had to report this, to warn others. But his legs felt like lead, his body frozen in place by a primal fear he had never experienced before. He forced himself to move, turning and stumbling back towards the trail. He didn't look back, but he could feel the clown's presence behind him, its empty eyes burning into his back. He broke into a run, his boots pounding on the soft earth. The forest blurred around him, a kaleidoscope of greens and browns. He didn't stop running until he reached the safety of his ranger station, his lungs burning, his heart pounding in his chest. He burst through the door, gasping for breath. His colleagues stared at him in surprise, their faces etched with concern. "Michael, what happened?" one of them asked. He tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat. He could only point towards the forest, his eyes wide with terror. The clown. He finally managed to croak. The clown. News of Michael's encounter spread through the ranger station like wildfire. His colleagues, initially skeptical, were now gripped by a mixture of fear and morbid curiosity. They gathered around him, peppering him with questions, their voices hushed and anxious. What did it look like? What did it do? Are you sure it wasn't just a bear? Or some prankster in a costume? Did you get a good look at its face? Michael recounted his experience, his voice trembling as he described the clown's grotesque appearance and unnatural resilience. He told them about the taser, the frozen grin, the chilling silence. His words painted a vivid picture of an encounter with something truly terrifying. The other rangers exchanged uneasy glances. They had all heard the stories, the whispers of strange occurrences in the Redwood National Park. Tales of missing hikers, unexplained noises, and fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures lurking amongst the ancient trees. But they had always dismissed them as folklore, the product of overactive imaginations and long nights spent alone in the wilderness. Now, faced with Michael's first-hand account, they could no longer ignore the possibility that something sinister was lurking in the shadows of their beloved park. A sense of dread settled over the ranger station. The usual banter and camaraderie were replaced by a tense silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the radio and the rustling of maps as they reviewed patrol routes and safety protocols. The park supervisor, a grizzled veteran named John, stepped forward. His face was grim, his eyes filled with a mixture of concern and determination. "We need to take this seriously," he said, his voice firm. "Michael, I want you to stay here and rest. We'll organize a search party and see if we can find this thing." Michael nodded, his body still trembling from the encounter. He knew he wasn't imagining things. He knew the clown was real, and he knew it was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. John, the park supervisor, wasted no time. He assembled a search party, comprised of 4 experienced rangers armed with flashlights, radios, and tranquilizer guns. Michael, despite his shaken state, insisted on joining them. He knew the terrain better than anyone, and he felt a burning need to confront the creature that had terrorized him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor, the search party ventured into the depths of Redwood National Park. The air was thick with tension, the silence broken only by the crunch of their boots on the damp earth and the occasional crackle of static from their radios. They followed the trail Michael had taken earlier, their flashlights cutting through the darkness, searching for any sign of the clown. The towering redwoods loomed over them, their branches intertwined like a vast, skeletal canopy. The forest seemed to hold its breath, a silent observer to their desperate search. As they approached the clearing where Michael had encountered the clown, a sense of unease settled over the group. The air grew heavy, charged with an unseen energy. The rangers exchanged nervous glances, their hands tightening around their weapons. John raised his hand, signaling the group to stop. He pointed towards a figure standing in the shadows at the edge of the clearing. It was tall and thin, its silhouette unmistakable. The clown. It stood motionless, its white face gleaming in the moonlight. It seemed to be waiting for them, its presence a silent challenge. John whispered instructions to the other rangers, his voice low and urgent. They fanned out, surrounding the clearing, their weapons trained on the clown. The tension was palpable. The rangers held their breath, their fingers hovering over the triggers. The clown remained motionless, its grin a grotesque mockery of their fear. Then, with a suddenness that startled them all, the clown moved. It darted into the shadows, disappearing amongst the trees. After it! John shouted, his voice echoing through the forest. The rangers rushed forward, their flashlights cutting through the darkness, their boots pounding on the soft earth. They pursued the clown through the dense undergrowth, their hearts pounding in their chests. The chase was on. The rangers plunged deeper into the redwood forest, their pursuit of the clown relentless. The towering trees, shrouded in darkness, seemed to close in around them, their branches forming a labyrinth of shadows. The forest floor was a treacherous maze of roots and fallen logs, making the chase even more perilous. Michael, fueled by a mixture of fear and adrenaline, pushed himself to the limit. He knew these woods like the back of his hand, but even he felt a sense of disorientation as he navigated the tangled undergrowth. The darkness seemed to play tricks on his eyes, making every shadow seem like a lurking figure, every rustle of leaves like the clown's sinister laughter. The rangers' radios crackled with static, their voices distorted and faint. They struggled to maintain communication, their words lost in the dense foliage. The sense of isolation grew with every step, each ranger feeling like a lone hunter stalking a phantom prey. John, leading the pursuit, held his flashlight high, its beam cutting through the darkness. He scanned the surroundings, searching for any sign of the clown. But the creature seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of its passage. The rangers pressed on, their determination unwavering. They refused to let the clown escape, to leave it free to terrorize others. They were the guardians of this forest, and they would not let it fall prey to the clutches of evil. As they ventured deeper into the redwood labyrinth, a sense of dread settled over them. The forest seemed to be alive, its shadows whispering secrets, its trees watching their every move. The rangers felt a growing sense of vulnerability, as if they were being hunted, not the hunters. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. One of the rangers, a young man named Tom, stumbled out of the darkness, his face contorted in terror. He pointed towards a thicket of ferns, his voice trembling. "There. I saw it. The clown." The rangers rushed towards the thicket, their weapons raised. They parted the ferns, their flashlights illuminating the space beyond. But there was nothing there. The clown had vanished once again, leaving only a lingering sense of dread and the echo of Tom's terrified scream. Panic started to set in. The rangers, their formation broken by the chase and Tom's fright, huddled together, their flashlights creating a frantic dance of light and shadow. John, his face grim, tried to restore order, but the fear was contagious. "Stay calm," he yelled over the rising murmur of anxious voices. "We stick together, back to back. Nobody wanders off alone." They moved forward cautiously, their backs pressed against each other, forming a tight circle of defense. The forest seemed to press in on them, the darkness alive with unseen eyes and rustling whispers. Suddenly, Michael felt a cold breath on the back of his neck. He whirled around, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. But there was nothing there. Just the gnarled trunk of a redwood, its bark twisted into a grotesque mockery of a face. He tried to shake off the feeling of being watched, but it clung to him like a shroud. He scanned the surrounding trees, his heart pounding in his chest. Then he saw it. A flicker of movement in the shadows. A glimpse of white, a flash of that horrifying grin. The clown. It was moving between the trees, circling them, its movement silent and fluid, like a predator stalking its prey. It was toying with them, enjoying their fear. Michael raised his flashlight, trying to keep the clown in its beam. But the creature was too quick, too elusive. It darted from shadow to shadow, its grin a fleeting phantom in the darkness. Then, it struck. With a terrifying speed, it lunged from the shadows, its long arms reaching out like claws. It grabbed one of the rangers, a burly man named Steve, and dragged him screaming into the darkness. The other rangers opened fire, their tranquilizer guns spitting darts into the night. But the clown was gone, vanished into the labyrinth of trees, taking its victim with it. The clearing fell silent, the only sound the echo of Steve's fading screams. The rangers stood frozen, their faces pale with horror. They had lost one of their own. The remaining rangers, their numbers dwindled and their spirits broken, retreated from the clearing. They carried Tom, who was in shock, his eyes wide with terror and his body trembling uncontrollably. The forest seemed to mock their retreat, its shadows whispering with the laughter of the clown. They stumbled back to the ranger station, their flashlights casting long, eerie shadows that danced and distorted in their fear-filled vision. The once familiar path seemed alien and menacing, every tree and rock taking on a sinister aspect. Back at the station, the atmosphere was heavy with grief and despair. John, his face etched with lines of exhaustion and worry, tried to rally his remaining men. But the loss of Steve had shaken them to their core. They had faced danger before, but never anything like this. Michael, haunted by the image of Steve being dragged into the darkness, felt a growing sense of responsibility. He had been the first to encounter the clown, and he felt that it was his duty to stop it, to prevent any further tragedies. He spent the rest of the night poring over maps of the park, searching for any clue, any pattern that might lead him to the clown's lair. He studied the terrain, the vegetation, the animal trails, hoping to find something that would give him an edge. As the hours passed, a grim determination settled over him. He would not rest until he had found the clown and brought it to justice. He would avenge Steve's death and protect the park from this evil presence. But as he delved deeper into his search, a disturbing thought crept into his mind. What if the clown was not just a creature of the forest, but something more sinister? What if it was a manifestation of the darkness within the park itself, a reflection of the fear and despair that had taken root in the hearts of the rangers? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He felt a growing sense of unease, a feeling that he was not just hunting the clown, but being hunted by it, drawn deeper into its web of madness. Driven by a desperate need for answers and fueled by a growing obsession, Michael ventured back into the redwood forest alone. He carried with him not only his ranger gear but also a heavy burden of guilt and fear. He felt responsible for Steve's death, convinced that he had led his fellow rangers into a trap. He trekked deep into the wilderness, following a hunch, an intuition that pulled him towards a secluded area of the park known as the Whispering Pines. This area, shrouded in legend and folklore, was said to be a place of strange occurrences and unsettling energy. As he entered the Whispering Pines, a palpable sense of dread washed over him. The air was thick with an unnatural stillness, the silence broken only by the creaking of the ancient pines and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. He pressed on, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the gnarled trunks and twisted branches of the pines. The forest seemed to watch him, its shadows whispering secrets he couldn't comprehend. Then, he saw it. A clearing bathed in an eerie moonlight, a circle of ancient stones arranged in a macabre pattern. And in the center of the clearing, the clown. It stood motionless, its white face gleaming in the moonlight, its grin a grotesque invitation to madness. It seemed to be waiting for him, its presence a beacon of darkness in the heart of the forest. Michael approached cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. He felt a strange pull towards the clown, a compulsion he couldn't resist. It was as if the creature was drawing him in, beckoning him to join its twisted game. He stepped into the clearing, his boots crunching on the dry leaves. The clown turned its head, its black eyes locking onto his. A low chuckle echoed through the clearing, a sound that chilled him to the bone. Michael raised his gun, his finger trembling on the trigger. He aimed at the clown, his mind a whirlwind of fear and determination. "This ends now," he whispered, his voice hoarse with emotion. The clown's grin widened, its eyes gleaming with malice. It took a step towards him, its arms outstretched, its long fingers twitching like claws. Michael fired. The gunshot echoed through the clearing, shattering the silence. The clown stumbled back, its white face stained with crimson. But it didn't fall. It stood there, its grin unwavering, its eyes burning with an unholy light. It raised its hand, its long fingers reaching out towards Michael. Michael felt a surge of terror, a primal fear that gripped his soul. He turned to flee, but it was too late. The clown's hand closed around his throat, its grip like iron. Michael struggled, gasping for air, but the clown's strength was overwhelming. He felt his consciousness fading, the darkness closing in. The last thing he saw was the clown's grinning face, its eyes filled with triumph. The forest had claimed another victim. The humidity hit me like a wall the second I stepped out of my truck. Sweat instantly beaded on my forehead, and I could already feel my uniform sticking to my back. "Welcome to the Okefenokee," I muttered to myself, swatting away a mosquito the size of a small bird. This was it, my first day as a fully fledged park ranger. After months of training, I was finally assigned to one of the most remote and, let's be honest, creepy places in the entire United States. The Okefenokee Swamp. Just the name sent shivers down most people's spines. But me? I was excited. Sure, I heard all the stories, the swamp which will lure travelers to their deaths, the Rougarou, a werewolf-like creature said to roam the swamps, and the hunters who ventured in and were never seen again. But those were just stories, right? Folklore to scare tourists. I was a man of science, a ranger trained in wilderness survival and wildlife management. I wasn't going to let a few spooky tales get to me. My assignment was simple: patrol the eastern edge of the swamp, monitor wildlife activity, and report any unusual sightings. Easy peasy. Except, maybe not so easy when you're alone in a vast, primordial swamp with nothing but the sounds of buzzing insects and croaking frogs for company. As I loaded up my backpack with supplies, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a pair of glowing eyes staring back at me from the shadows. But there was nothing there. Just the endless expanse of black water, cypress trees draped in Spanish moss, and the oppressive silence that seemed to press in on me from all sides. I set off down the trail, my boots sinking into the soft, muddy ground. The sun beat down mercilessly, and the air was thick with the smell of decaying vegetation. It was beautiful, in a strange, unsettling kind of way. Like stepping back in time to a world before humans. By late afternoon, I found a decent spot to set up camp for the night. It was a small clearing on a slightly elevated patch of ground, surrounded by a thick stand of cypress trees. I pitched my tent, started a small fire, and cooked up a simple meal of freeze-dried chili. As I ate, I couldn't help but think about the stories I heard. The swamp witch, the Rougarou. I tried to laugh them off, but the setting sun cast long, eerie shadows that danced and twisted in the firelight, making it hard to completely dismiss my fears. Just as I was starting to relax, a sound pierced the stillness of the evening. It was a scream. A blood-curdling, terrified scream that echoed through the trees, sending chills down my spine. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. What the hell was that? Adrenaline jolted me into action. I grabbed my flashlight and my ranger-issued sidearm, my hands shaking. That scream, it sounded human. It sounded like someone was in serious trouble. I had to do something. I followed the sound, pushing through the thick undergrowth, my flashlight beam dancing across the gnarled branches and tangled vines. The swamp seemed to close in around me, the darkness pressing down like a suffocating blanket. The sounds of the night, the croaking frogs, the chirping crickets, were all amplified, each rustle and snap making me jump. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled upon a clearing. And that's when I saw it. A campsite, abandoned and in ruins. The tent was ripped to shreds, supplies scattered everywhere, and a half-eaten can of beans lay overturned on the ground. But there was no sign of the campers. My heart sank. This wasn't good. This wasn't good at all. I scanned the area with my flashlight, looking for any clue as to what happened. And then I saw it. A backpack, lying near the edge of the clearing. It was covered in blood. I cautiously approached the backpack, my stomach churning. I didn't want to look inside, but I knew I had to. I unzipped it slowly, and my breath caught in my throat. Inside, nestled amongst the camping gear, was a severed hand. A human hand. I stumbled back, dropping the backpack in horror. Nausea welled up in my throat, and I could feel the blood draining from my face. This was no animal attack. This was something far worse. I forced myself to take a deep breath and try to think rationally. Who were these people? What happened to them? And what the hell was lurking in this swamp? I noticed something carved into the trunk of a nearby cypress tree. It was a strange symbol, a circle with a line through it, and what looked like claws extending from the sides. I'd never seen anything like it before. As I was examining the symbol, I heard a rustling in the undergrowth behind me. Something large was moving through the trees, its branches snapping and leaves crunching under its weight. I spun around, my flashlight beam searching the darkness, but I couldn't see anything. Whatever it was big. And it was close. I backed away from the cypress tree, my eyes glued to the spot where I'd heard the rustling. My heart hammered against my ribs, and my breath came in ragged gasps. I felt completely exposed, vulnerable. The swamp, once beautiful and serene, now felt menacing and predatory. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. "Is anyone there?" Only silence answered me. But I knew I wasn't alone. Something was out there, watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike. I decided to get the hell out of there. I turned to go, and that's when I saw him. An old man, standing at the edge of the clearing, seemingly materialized from thin air. He was tall and gaunt, with a long, scraggly beard and a single, piercing blue eye. The other eye was covered with a ragged patch. He wore faded overalls and a battered straw hat, and he leaned heavily on a gnarled walking stick. "Didn't your mama ever tell you not to wander in the swamp at night?" he rasped, his voice like dry leaves crackling underfoot. I jumped, startled by his sudden appearance. "Who are you?" I asked, my hand instinctively reaching for my sidearm. "Just an old man who knows these woods," he replied, his single eye fixed on me with an unsettling intensity. "And I'm telling you, son, you need to leave. This ain't no place for a city boy like you." "I'm a park ranger," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "I'm here to patrol the area." The old man chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Patrol," he said. "You can't patrol what you can't see. This swamp, she's got secrets. Secrets that'll swallow you whole." He took a step closer, and I could smell the pungent odor of wood smoke and something else, something wild and musky. "That mark you saw on the tree," he said, pointing his walking stick towards the cypress. "That's a warning. A mark of the beast." "The beast?" I repeated, my mind racing. "What beast?" The old man's eye narrowed. "The swamp's hungry, son," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Always hungry. And it don't discriminate between day and night." He turned to go, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as he had appeared. I called after him, wanting to know more, but he was gone. Vanished without a trace. I stood there for a moment, my mind reeling. Who was that old man? What did he know about the swamp? And what the hell was the beast he was talking about? I glanced back at the ravaged campsite, the blood-soaked backpack, and the strange symbol carved into the tree. A shiver ran down my spine. The old man was right. This was no place for a city boy. I needed to get out of there. Now! The old man's words echoed in my head as I stumbled back through the swamp. The swamp's hungry, son. Always hungry. Great, just great. Not only was I potentially dealing with some kind of swamp monster, but it was apparently always on the prowl, day or night. Fantastic. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger. Every rustle of leaves sent my heart racing. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see that thing emerge from the darkness. The sun was sinking lower in the sky, casting long, ominous shadows across the murky water. The swamp was alive with unseen eyes. I could feel it. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, fueled by fear and exhaustion. But the feeling of dread only intensified. I felt like prey, trapped in a haunting ground where I was hopelessly outmatched. I checked my compass, hoping to get my bearings and find my way back to the trail. But the needle was spinning wildly, pointing in every direction at once. I cursed under my breath and pulled out my GPS device. The screen flickered erratically, displaying a jumbled mess of coordinates. Damn it! My compass was useless, and my GPS was fried. I was lost. Panic started to set in. I was alone, lost in the Okefenokee swamp, with night fast approaching and God knows what lurking in the shadows. I forced myself to take a deep breath and try to stay calm. Panicking wouldn't help. I needed to think clearly. I decided to follow the setting sun, hoping it would lead me west, towards the edge of the swamp. I trudged through the thick undergrowth, my boots sinking into the mud with every step. The air grew heavier, the humidity clinging to me like a second skin. I could feel the sweat trickling down my back, mingling with the grime and the fear that clung to me like a shroud. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The light faded quickly, and the swamp was plunged into darkness. I switched on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the gloom like a lifeline. But it only illuminated a small circle of the surrounding darkness, leaving the rest to my imagination. And my imagination was running wild. The darkness was absolute. My flashlight beam, pathetically weak in the face of the overwhelming blackness, only seemed to emphasize the vastness of the swamp around me. I stumbled blindly through the undergrowth, my hands outstretched, feeling for branches, vines, anything to keep me from falling flat on my face in the muck. Thorns tore at my clothes and skin, leaving angry red welts. I could feel the blood trickling down my arms, but I didn't dare stop to examine the damage. I had to keep moving. The feeling of being watched, hunted, was almost unbearable. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the leaves, sent a jolt of fear through me. I pushed my way through a curtain of hanging moss, and suddenly I was in a different world. The trees here were thicker, their branches twisted and gnarled, forming a dense canopy that blocked out what little moonlight there was. The air was thick and heavy, with a cloying sweetness that made it hard to breathe. Vines, thick as my arm, snaked across the ground, their thorns gleaming menacingly in the dim light of my flashlight. I tried to back away, but it was too late. I was trapped. The thicket had closed in around me, a living cage with no escape. Panic clawed at my throat. I thrashed against the vines, trying to break free, but they only tightened their grip. The thorns dug deeper into my flesh, and I cried out in pain and frustration. I was exhausted, terrified, and completely lost. The swamp had me now. There was no escape. And then I saw them. Two glowing red eyes, watching me from the depths of the thicket. They were like burning coals, filled with malice and hunger. I froze, my blood turning to ice in my veins. Whatever was out there, it was close. Too close. The eyes blinked, and a low growl rumbled through the thicket. I could feel the ground vibrate beneath my feet. Something big was moving towards me, its breath hot and fetid on the air. I was going to die here. Alone, in the darkness, devoured by some creature from a nightmare. But then, a flicker of defiance sparked within me. I wasn't going down without a fight. I fumbled for my sidearm, my fingers closing around the cold steel of the grip. I raised the gun, aiming it towards the glowing eyes. "Come and get me, you bastard," I yelled, my voice hoarse with fear and desperation. The growl intensified, and the creature moved closer. I could hear its heavy breathing, its claws scraping against the bark of the trees. It was almost upon me. I squeezed the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the swamp, the sound deafening in the confined space of the thicket. I held my breath, my fingers still on the trigger, waiting for something to happen. But the only sound was the ringing in my ears and the frantic pounding of my heart. Then, slowly, the creature emerged from the shadows. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, a horrifying amalgamation of wolf, man, and alligator. Its fur was matted and tangled, its skin a sickly greenish gray. Its eyes, those glowing red eyes that had haunted my nightmares, were fixed on me with a predatory intensity. Its snout was long and alligator-like, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its claws, long and curved like sickles, scraped against the ground as it moved. The Rougarou, the legendary swamp monster. It was real. It circled me slowly, its massive form a terrifying silhouette against the darkness. It snarled, a deep, guttural sound that vibrated through my bones. I could smell its breath, a foul stench of rotting flesh and swamp water. I raised my gun again, my hand shaking. I knew it was useless. A single bullet wouldn't stop this thing. But I had to try. I had to do something. The creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut just inches from my face. I screamed and stumbled back, tripping over a tangle of vines. I fell to the ground, my gun skittering away into the darkness. I was helpless. Completely and utterly helpless. The creature loomed over me, its shadow engulfing me. I could feel its hot breath on my face, its fetid stench filling my nostrils. Its eyes, those glowing red eyes, bored into mine, filled with a cold, calculating hunger. This was it. This was the end. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. But it didn't come. I opened my eyes slowly, cautiously. The creature was still there, but it hadn't attacked. It was sniffing the air, its head tilted to one side, as if it was confused. Then I realized what was happening. It couldn't see me. Not clearly, anyway. The darkness was too thick, and my scent was masked by the thick vegetation and the mud. I held my breath, praying that it wouldn't sense my presence. But then, I heard a faint clicking sound. The creature's claws were scraping against the ground, searching for me. I had to do something. Anything. But what? My mind raced, desperately trying to come up with a plan. I couldn't stay here, that much was certain. The creature would find me eventually. I had to move, but where? And how? Then I remembered the old man's words, the swamp's hungry, son. He hadn't just been talking about the creature. He'd been talking about the swamp itself. This whole place was a predator, a living entity that consumed everything in its path. And that gave me an idea. A crazy, desperate idea. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain from the thorns that tore at my flesh. I had to get away from this thicket, find somewhere to hide. Somewhere the creature couldn't reach me. I ran, blindly, recklessly, crashing through the undergrowth. Branches whipped at my face, vines snagged at my feet, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. The creature was close behind. I could hear its heavy breathing, its claws scraping against the bark of the trees. I stumbled into a clearing, my lungs burning, my legs screaming for rest. But there was no time to stop. I had to keep moving. I saw a hollowed-out log lying on the ground, its entrance dark and inviting. It was a long shot, but it was my only chance. I dove into the log, squeezing my body into the narrow space. It was a tight fit, but I managed to wriggle my way inside. I lay there, panting, my heart pounding like a drum. I listened intently, straining to hear any sound of the creature. But there was only silence. Had I lost it? Or was it still out there, waiting for me to emerge? I didn't know. But I couldn't stay here forever. Sooner or later, I would have to come out. And then I remembered something else the old man had said. It don't discriminate between day and night. That meant the creature could still see in the dark. Which meant... I fumbled in my pockets, my fingers searching frantically for something, anything, that might help. And then I found it. A small can of bear mace, buried deep in the bottom of my backpack. I'd completely forgotten about it. I pulled the can out, my hand shaking with excitement. This could work. It had to work. I held my breath and sprayed the mace into the darkness of the log. The pungent smell filled the air, burning my eyes and throat. I coughed and sputtered, but I didn't stop spraying. Then I heard it. A roar filled with rage and frustration. The creature was still out there, but it was backing away. The mace was working. I kept spraying until the can was empty. Then I collapsed back into the log, exhausted but triumphant. I had done it. I had survived. For now. The adrenaline that had kept me going finally wore off, leaving me weak and trembling. I lay in the hollow log, my body aching, my mind reeling from the encounter with the Rougarou. I was alive, but for how long? I knew I couldn't stay in the log forever. I had to find my way out of this swamp, get back to civilization. But how? I was lost, injured, and alone. I crawled out of the log, my movements stiff and painful. The swamp was silent now, the only sound the chirping of crickets and the occasional croak of a frog. The darkness was still thick, but the moon had risen, casting an eerie glow over the water. I stumbled through the undergrowth, following the faint trail I had made earlier. I didn't know where I was going, but I had to keep moving. I couldn't stay here, waiting for the creature to return. After what felt like hours, I saw a light in the distance. A campfire. Could it be? Were there other people out here? I hurried towards the light, my heart filled with hope. As I got closer, I could hear voices. Laughter. Music. I emerged from the trees and saw a campsite. A group of young people were sitting around a campfire, drinking beer and singing along to a guitar. They looked carefree, oblivious to the danger lurking in the shadows. I approached them cautiously, my voice hoarse. "Hey," I said. "Can you help me? I'm lost." They looked up at me, their faces a mixture of surprise and amusement. "Lost?" one of them said, a girl with long blonde hair. "How'd you get lost out here?" "I'm a park ranger," I said, trying to explain. "I was on patrol, and I got separated from my group." They laughed. "Separated from your group?" the girl said. "There's no other rangers out here. You're the only one." I felt a surge of panic. They didn't believe me. "You don't understand," I said. "There's something out here. Something dangerous." They exchanged glances, their smiles fading. "What are you talking about?" a guy with a beard asked. "The Rougarou," I said. "It's real. I saw it. It attacked me." They burst into laughter again. "The Rougarou," the girl said. "That's just a story to scare kids." "No, it's not," I insisted. "It's real. You have to believe me." But they didn't. They thought I was crazy. They told me to go away, to leave them alone. I stood there, watching them, my heart sinking. They were doomed. They didn't know what was coming. And then I saw it. A shadow moving in the trees behind them. The creature. It was back. I opened my mouth to warn them, but it was too late. The creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut around the girl's throat. Her screams echoed through the swamp, cut short by a sickening crunch. The others scattered, their laughter turning to screams of terror. But there was nowhere to run. The creature was upon them, its claws tearing, its teeth ripping. I turned away, unable to watch the carnage. I stumbled back into the darkness, the screams of the campers ringing in my ears. I ran. I didn't look back. The screams of the campers echoed in my ears, a horrifying soundtrack to my desperate flight. I stumbled through the swamp, my feet slipping on the muddy ground, my lungs burning. The moon was hidden behind a thick layer of clouds, plunging the swamp into darkness. I could barely see where I was going, but I didn't care. I just had to get away. Away from the creature, away from the carnage, away from the swamp itself. But the swamp had other plans. I tripped over a root, falling headlong into the murky water. I gasped as the cold water enveloped me, the stench of decay filling my nostrils. I struggled to my feet, my clothes heavy and waterlogged. I looked around, my heart sinking. I was surrounded by water. There was no escape. I waded through the water, the darkness pressing in on me from all sides. I could hear the creature moving through the trees, its heavy breathing getting closer. I was trapped. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. I sank to my knees in the water, my strength finally giving out. I was exhausted, injured, and defeated. The swamp had won. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But it didn't come. I opened my eyes slowly, cautiously. The creature was standing on the bank, its eyes glowing red in the darkness. It was watching me, its jaws open in a silent snarl. But it didn't attack. It just stood there, watching me. I realized then that there was no escape. The swamp had me now. It was just toying with me, letting me suffer before it delivered the final blow. I closed my eyes again, tears streaming down my face. I thought of my family, my friends, my life outside this swamp. I thought of all the things I would never get to do, all the dreams I would never get to fulfill. And then I heard a sound. A low, guttural growl. But it wasn't coming from the creature. I opened my eyes and saw another pair of glowing eyes in the darkness. These eyes were yellow, not red. And they were filled with a different kind of hunger. A larger shadow emerged from the trees. Another creature. Bigger, more powerful than the Rougarou. The two creatures faced each other, their growls echoing through the swamp. They circled each other, their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. Then they attacked. The swamp erupted in a cacophony of snarls, roars, and the sickening sounds of flesh tearing. I watched in horror as the two creatures fought, their massive forms thrashing through the undergrowth. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew one thing: I had to get out of there. I scrambled to my feet and ran, my legs pumping, my lungs burning. I didn't look back. I didn't care where I was going. I just had to get away. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, collapsing on the muddy bank of the swamp. I lay there, gasping for breath, my body trembling. I had survived. But at what cost? The swamp was still out there, a dark and dangerous place. And I knew that I would never be the same. Dawn broke over the swamp, painting the sky in hues of gray and purple. I lay on the muddy bank, my body shivering, my mind numb. The events of the night played over and over in my head like a macabre film reel. The ravaged campsite, the blood-soaked backpack, the terrifying encounter with the Rougarou, the screams of the campers, the battle between the two monsters. I couldn't believe any of it was real. It felt like a nightmare, a twisted hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion. But the deep ache in my bones, the cuts and bruises on my skin, the lingering stench of blood and decay in the air, all of it was a stark reminder that the horrors of the night were all too real. I slowly got to my feet, my legs shaky and weak. I looked around at the swamp, its beauty now tainted with a sinister edge. The Spanish moss hanging from the trees looked like ghostly shrouds, the still black water like a pool of secrets. I knew I had to get out of there. I had to find my way back to civilization, to the world of humans, where the sun shone brightly and the nights were safe. But as I took a step forward, I felt a sharp pain in my ankle. I looked down and saw that my boot was caught in a tangle of vines. I tried to pull it free, but the vines held fast. I bent down to untangle the vines, and that's when I saw it. A footprint in the mud. A huge, clawed footprint, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. My blood ran cold. The creature was still out there. It had been following me. I frantically tried to free my boot, but the vines were too strong. I was trapped. I looked up and saw the creature emerging from the trees. It was even bigger and more terrifying than I remembered, its eyes glowing red in the dim light. It approached me slowly, its jaws open in a silent snarl. I knew there was no escape. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But it didn't come. I opened my eyes slowly, cautiously. The creature was still there, but it wasn't attacking. It was just watching me, its eyes filled with a strange, almost mournful expression. Then, it turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the swamp. I was left alone, trembling, my heart pounding in my chest. I had survived. But the swamp had left its mark on me, a deep and lasting scar. I finally managed to free my boot and limped away from the swamp, my mind filled with the horrors I had witnessed. I knew I would never be the same. The Okefenokee doesn't wait for night. It's a place of darkness and danger, where the line between reality and nightmare blurs. And I had learned that lesson the hard way. I've always been a bit of a loner, so when I decided to hike the Appalachian Trail, I was actually kind of stoked to be by myself. No annoying friends, no girlfriend nagging me about checking in, just me, the trail, and the wilderness. The first few days were awesome. The scenery was breathtaking, with the leaves just starting to turn those crazy fall colors. I saw some deer, a couple of squirrels that were way too friendly, and even a black bear off in the distance. It was exactly what I needed, a total escape from the everyday grind. But then things started to get weird. It began with a feeling like something was watching me. I'd turn around, expecting to see another hiker, but there was nothing there. Just trees and the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling persisted. One afternoon, I stopped for a break near a stream. I was squatting down, filtering some water, when I noticed something really freaking gross. There was a pile of, well, I don't even know how to describe it. It looked like a mix of animal guts and something that I could only hope wasn't human. The stench was unbelievable, like rotting meat mixed with something sickly sweet. I almost puked right there. I got out of there as fast as I could, my heart pounding in my chest. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see whatever had left that mess following me. But there was nothing. Just the sound of my own footsteps and the eerie silence of the woods. That night, as I lay in my tent, trying to ignore the growling in my stomach, I hadn't been able to eat anything since finding that thing. I heard a sound that chilled me to the bone. It was an owl, but not like any wolf or coyote I'd ever heard before. It was deeper, more guttural, and it seemed to echo through the entire valley. I lay there, frozen with fear, listening to that terrifying sound. I knew then that something was out there in the darkness, something evil. and it was watching me. I managed to get a few hours of sleep, but I woke up feeling more exhausted than before. The image of that disgusting pile of whatever it was kept replaying in my mind. I tried to force myself to eat some breakfast, but my stomach was still churning. I packed up my gear and decided to push on, hoping that putting some distance between myself and that horrifying discovery would help calm my nerves. The trail was pretty deserted that day, which only added to my unease. It was like everyone else knew something I didn't, like they'd all gotten the memo to stay the hell away from these woods. By late afternoon, I found a decent spot to set up camp for the night. It was a small clearing, surrounded by tall trees, with a fire pit that looked like it had been used recently. I figured that was a good sign, meant someone else had survived a night here, right? As I gathered some firewood, I noticed something strange. There were these huge, dog-like paw prints in the dirt, way bigger than any dog I'd ever seen. I tried to convince myself it was just a bear, but the shape of the prints was all wrong. They were too elongated, too canine. Later, as I sat by the campfire, trying to warm up my dinner of lukewarm beans, I remembered something I'd read online while researching the Appalachian Trail. It was about a local legend, a creature called the Dogman. People described it as a bipedal canine, like a werewolf, but more real. They said it roamed these woods, preying on hikers and campers. I'd scoffed at the stories at the time, dismissing them as just spooky campfire tales. But now, sitting here in the deepening twilight, with those massive paw prints fresh in my mind, I wasn't so sure. The wind picked up, whistling through the trees, and I swear I heard a twig snap just beyond the edge of the firelight. I grabbed my knife, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew I wasn't alone. Something was out there, watching me from the shadows. And it wasn't human. I didn't sleep a wink that night. Every little creak of the trees, every rustle of leaves, sent my heart racing. I kept imagining those glowing eyes watching me from the darkness, those massive paws scraping against the tent fabric. Around midnight, I heard it again, that guttural howl, closer this time, echoing through the valley. It was like the creature was taunting me, letting me know it was out there, waiting. I gripped my knife so tightly my knuckles turned white. Suddenly, there was a crash just outside my tent. I practically jumped out of my skin, scrambling for my flashlight. I shone it around the campsite, but I couldn't see anything. Just the trees swaying in the wind and the fire dying down to embers. I tried to tell myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon knocking over a pot or something. But deep down, I knew it was something else. Something bigger, something more sinister. Then, I heard it, a low growl, right outside my tent. It was so close I could feel the vibrations in the ground. I held my breath, listening, every nerve in my body on high alert. The growling stopped. Silence. It was the worst kind of silence, the kind that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. I knew the creature was still out there, just beyond the thin nylon of my tent, waiting for me to make a move. I lay there, paralyzed with fear, for what felt like an eternity. Finally, just as the first rays of dawn began to peek through the trees, I heard the sound of heavy footsteps retreating into the woods. I didn't relax until the sun was fully up and the forest was bathed in light. I crawled out of the tent, feeling shaky and exhausted. I checked the campsite for signs of the creature, but there was nothing. No tracks, no droppings, no sign that anything had been there at all. But I knew that whatever was out there was still watching me, waiting for its next opportunity to strike. And this time, I wasn't sure I would be so lucky. The next day, I hiked like a man possessed. I needed to put as much distance between myself and that campsite as possible. But no matter how fast I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, I expected to see that hulking figure stalking me through the trees. The woods seemed different now, more menacing. The sunlight filtering through the leaves felt cold and oppressive, and the cheerful chirping of birds had been replaced by an unsettling silence. Even the familiar sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the snapping of twigs, seemed to hold a hidden threat. I stopped for lunch by a small creek, forcing myself to eat a protein bar. My appetite was still messed up from the sight of that thing back at the first campsite. As I ate, I scanned the area, looking for any sign of the creature. And that's when I saw it. There, on the muddy bank of the creek, was another pile of offal. It was even bigger and more disgusting than the first one, a grotesque mound of intestines, bones, and fur. The stench was overpowering, and I could see flies buzzing around it, feasting on the rotting flesh. I gagged, bile rising in my throat. This wasn't just some random animal kill. This was a message. The creature was letting me know that it was still following me, that it was toying with me. I stumbled back from the creek, my legs shaking. I needed to get out of there, now. I packed up my gear and started running, not caring which direction I was going, just needing to get away from that horrifying sight. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, until my lungs were burning and my legs felt like jelly. Finally, I collapsed on the forest floor, gasping for breath. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. I had no idea where I was, how far I'd run, or if I was even still on the trail. But one thing was certain, I was lost, alone, and completely at the mercy of whatever was hunting me. I spent the rest of the day wandering through the woods, completely lost and disoriented. The sun was starting to set, and panic was creeping in. I knew I needed to find shelter before nightfall, but I was afraid to stop moving. It felt like the moment I stopped, the creature would be on me. As darkness fell, the forest became a symphony of unsettling sounds. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounded like the creature approaching. I kept imagining those glowing eyes watching me from the shadows, those massive paws padding silently behind me. Then, I heard something new. It was a faint sound, like whispering, coming from the trees. I stopped, holding my breath, trying to pinpoint the source. The whispering grew louder, closer, and I realized it wasn't just random sounds, it was voices. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but the tone was chilling. It was a low, guttural murmuring, filled with malice and hunger. It sounded like the creature was talking to itself, or maybe to others of its kind. The voices seemed to be coming from all around me, closing in. I felt trapped, surrounded by unseen eyes. I started to run again, blindly, desperately, crashing through the undergrowth, my clothes snagging on branches. I tripped and fell, landing hard on the forest floor. I lay there for a moment, winded, my heart pounding in my chest. As I struggled to get up, I noticed something in the dirt. It was a pile of something. I couldn't bring myself to look closely, but the stench was unmistakable. It was another offering, another sick message from the creature. This time, it was right next to my backpack. The creature had been right there, beside me, while I was running, while I was panicking. It had been toying with me, herding me like a sheep, letting me know that I couldn't escape. The whispering started again, closer now, almost in my ear. I scrambled to my feet and ran, not stopping, not looking back. I ran until I stumbled into a small clearing, collapsing on the ground, exhausted and terrified. I looked up at the sky, searching for the moon, for any sign of light. But the clouds had rolled in, blanketing the forest in an impenetrable darkness. I was alone, lost, and surrounded by the whispers of the creature that was hunting me. I huddled under a large oak tree, shivering not just from the cold but from pure terror. The whispers continued to swirl around me, taunting me, promising a gruesome end. I clutched my knife, the cold steel offering little comfort. Suddenly, the whispering stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying. It felt like the calm before the storm, the moment of stillness before the predator strikes. Then, I heard it. A low growl, deep and guttural, coming from the darkness just beyond the clearing. My blood ran cold. I knew that sound. It was the creature, and it was close. I slowly raised my head, peering into the darkness. At first, I couldn't see anything. Then, 2 points of light appeared, glowing like embers in the blackness. They were eyes, huge and yellow, filled with a chilling intelligence. The creature stepped into the clearing. It was even more terrifying than I had imagined. It stood on its hind legs, towering over me, its muscular body covered in coarse, dark fur. Its head was a grotesque mixture of canine and human features, with a long snout filled with razor-sharp teeth and ears that twitched with every sound. Its forelimbs were long and powerful, ending in claws that could easily tear me to shreds. The stench that emanated from it was overwhelming, a sickening combination of rotting flesh and something else, something primal and foul. I gagged, trying not to vomit. The creature lowered its head, sniffing the air. Its eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a wave of pure, animalistic terror wash over me. I knew in that moment that I was no match for this thing. It was a predator, and I was its prey. It lunged. I screamed and rolled out of the way just as the creature's claws raked the ground where I had been sitting. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding in my chest. I had to get away, but where could I go? The creature snarled and lunged again. I dodged, narrowly avoiding its jaws. I ran, blindly, desperately, the creature hot on my heels. I could hear its heavy breathing behind me, its claws scraping against the ground. I stumbled and fell, my ankle twisting beneath me. Pain shot through my leg, and I cried out. The creature was upon me in an instant, its jaws snapping shut just inches from my face. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But it never came. I opened my eyes to see the creature frozen, its head cocked to one side, as if listening to something. Then, with a final snarl, it turned and disappeared into the darkness. I lay there, gasping for breath, my body trembling with fear and adrenaline. I had survived, but for how long? I knew the creature would be back. It wouldn't give up so easily. My ankle throbbed with pain, but I knew I couldn't stay there. The creature had given me a reprieve, but it was only temporary. I had to find a way to escape, to get off this mountain before it came back for me. I limped through the darkness, using my knife to help me navigate the treacherous terrain. The whispers had started again, fainter now, but still present, like a constant reminder of the danger lurking nearby. I stumbled upon a narrow stream and followed it, hoping it would lead me to civilization. The sound of the rushing water was strangely comforting, a natural sound in a world that had become utterly terrifying. As I walked, I scanned the trees for any sign of the creature. I was hyper-alert, every sense on high alert. I imagined the creature stalking me through the undergrowth, its eyes glowing in the darkness, its foul breath hot on my neck. I came across a small, abandoned cabin, its windows boarded up and its roof partially collapsed. It wasn't much, but it offered some shelter from the elements and, hopefully, from the creature. I forced the door open and stumbled inside. The cabin was dark and dusty, filled with cobwebs and the musty smell of decay. I found a flashlight in my backpack and switched it on, illuminating the interior. There was a fireplace, a rickety table and chairs, and a bed in the corner covered in a thick layer of dust. It looked like no one had been here in years. I searched the cabin for anything that might be useful, a weapon, a first aid kit, a map. But I found nothing. Just more dust, cobwebs, and the lingering sense of abandonment. I decided to try and make a fire. I gathered some dry leaves and twigs from outside and used my lighter to ignite them. The flames flickered to life, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The warmth of the fire was both comforting and unsettling. It made me feel safer, but it also made me a beacon in the darkness, a target for the creature. I sat by the fire, nursing my injured ankle and trying to come up with a plan. I had no idea where I was, how to get back to the trail, or if I would ever escape this nightmare. But I knew one thing, I couldn't give up. I had to keep fighting, keep searching for a way out. Because if I didn't, the creature would win. And I refused to let that happen. The fire in the cabin provided a small measure of comfort, but I knew it wouldn't last. The wood was damp, and I didn't have much left. As the flames dwindled, the shadows in the cabin seemed to grow longer, more menacing. I tried to barricade the door with a broken chair and a rotting plank of wood, but it was a flimsy defense at best. I knew it wouldn't hold against the creature if it decided to come back. I huddled in the corner, my back against the damp wall, clutching my knife. My ankle was throbbing, and I was exhausted, but I couldn't allow myself to fall asleep. I had to stay vigilant. Suddenly, I heard a sound outside. It was a low growl, followed by the unmistakable sound of heavy paws padding through the undergrowth. The creature was back. Panic surged through me. I scrambled to my feet, my injured ankle protesting with every movement. I had to get out of there, find somewhere to hide. I limped towards the back of the cabin, hoping there might be another way out. But there was nothing, just a solid wall of logs. I was trapped. The growling outside grew louder, closer. I could hear the creature sniffing around the cabin, its foul breath seeping through the cracks in the walls. It was searching for me. Then, with a deafening crash, the front door burst open. The creature stood in the doorway, its eyes glowing like burning coals in the darkness. It snarled, its lips curling back to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. I screamed and lunged at it with my knife, but it was too fast. It swatted my hand aside, sending the knife skittering across the floor. I fell back against the wall, my breath catching in my throat. The creature advanced, its massive form filling the doorway. I cowered in fear, my mind racing, searching for a way out. But there was none. I was cornered. With a roar, the creature lunged. I closed my eyes, bracing for the impact. But instead of the sharp pain of claws and teeth, I felt a rush of cold air. I opened my eyes to see the creature had vanished. I was alone in the cabin, the only sound the crackling of the dying fire and the pounding of my own heart. I didn't understand. Where had it gone? Why had it left? Then I heard it. A sound that chilled me to the bone. It was a high-pitched scream, filled with terror and pain, coming from somewhere deep in the woods. It was a human scream. The scream cut through the silence like a knife, sending a fresh wave of terror through me. It was a woman's scream, filled with agony and fear. I knew I had to help her, but my legs felt like lead. I was injured, exhausted, and terrified, but I couldn't just leave her to die. I grabbed my knife and limped out of the cabin, following the sound of the screams. They led me deeper into the woods, away from the stream and the faint hope of civilization. The screams grew louder, closer. I pushed through the undergrowth, my heart pounding in my chest. I imagined the creature tearing into her flesh, the sickening crunch of bones, the stench of blood and viscera. I burst into a small clearing and froze. The scene before me was like something out of a nightmare. The woman was pinned to the ground by the creature, its massive jaws clamped around her leg. She was screaming and thrashing, her blood staining the leaves beneath her. The creature was growling, its eyes gleaming with a savage hunger. I knew I had to do something, but I was frozen with fear. I had never seen anything so horrific, so brutal. My stomach churned, and I felt bile rising in my throat. But then I saw her face. She was young, maybe in her early 20s, with long blonde hair and terrified blue eyes. She looked at me, pleading for help, and something inside me snapped. I charged at the creature, screaming at the top of my lungs. I raised my knife and plunged it into the creature's back. The creature roared in pain and turned its head towards me, its eyes burning with rage. I pulled the knife out and stabbed it again, this time in the neck. The creature staggered back, its grip on the woman loosening. She scrambled away, her leg mangled and bleeding. I knew I had only bought us a few seconds. The creature was wounded, but it was far from defeated. It turned its attention back to me, its eyes filled with a murderous fury. I braced myself for the attack, but it never came. The creature suddenly froze, its head cocked to one side, as if listening to something. Then, with a final snarl, it turned and disappeared into the darkness. I stood there, panting, my knife dripping with the creature's blood. The woman was sobbing, clutching her injured leg. We were both covered in blood, both shaking with fear and adrenaline. We had survived, but for how long? The creature was still out there, somewhere in the darkness. And I knew it would be back. The woman, whose name I learned was Emily, and I stumbled through the woods, our bodies battered and bruised, our minds reeling from the horrors we had witnessed. We were both injured, exhausted, and terrified, but we knew we couldn't stop moving. The creature was still out there, and it wouldn't rest until it had finished what it started. We followed the stream, hoping it would lead us to civilization. The sound of the rushing water was a constant reminder of the life that existed beyond this nightmare, a life we desperately wanted to return to. As we walked, I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see the creature emerge from the shadows. But it didn't appear. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, and the soft murmur of the stream. We came to a clearing and saw something that made our hearts leap with hope. It was a dirt road, a sign that we were nearing civilization. We stumbled towards it, our pace quickening with every step. But as we reached the road, we froze. There, in the middle of the road, was another pile of offal. It was the largest one yet, a grotesque mound of flesh and bone that stretched for several feet. The stench was overpowering, and I could see flies buzzing around it, feasting on the rotting remains. We stared at the gruesome display, our stomachs churning. This wasn't just a random kill. This was a message. The creature was letting us know that it was still following us, that it was toying with us. Then, we heard it. A low growl, deep and guttural, coming from the woods behind us. We turned to see the creature emerge from the trees. It was even larger than we remembered, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. It snarled, its lips curling back to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. It was ready to finish what it had started. We were trapped, with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The creature advanced, its massive form casting a long shadow over us. We closed our eyes, bracing for the end. But then, something unexpected happened. A deafening roar echoed through the forest, shaking the ground beneath our feet. We opened our eyes to see a figure emerge from the trees. It was another creature, even larger than the first, its fur a deep black, its eyes burning with an intense red light. The two creatures faced each other, their growls echoing through the forest. They circled each other, their muscles tense, their teeth bared. We watched in stunned silence, unsure of what was happening. Were they allies? Rivals? Or something else entirely? The black creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut around the first creature's neck. The first creature roared in pain and tried to fight back, but the black creature was too strong. It dragged the first creature to the ground, its teeth still clamped around its neck. We watched in horror as the black creature tore into the first creature's flesh, its growls turning into snarls of rage. The first creature's screams echoed through the forest, filling the night with terror. Then, as quickly as it had begun, it was over. The black creature stood over the first creature's lifeless body, its fur matted with blood. It looked at us, its eyes burning with a chilling intensity. Then, it turned and disappeared into the darkness, leaving us alone with the gruesome remains of its kill. We stood there, trembling, our minds reeling from what we had just witnessed. We had survived, but at what cost? What was the black creature? And why had it saved us? We didn't know the answers to these questions. But one thing was certain, we would never forget the horrors we had witnessed in those woods. The Appalachian Trail would forever be etched in our memories as a place of terror and death. Okay, so last night was weird. And by weird, I mean the kind of weird that makes you question if you're losing your damn mind. See, I'm a park ranger at Yellowstone. Been here about 5 years, seen some crazy shit, tourists trying to pet bison, that kind of thing. But nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what went down last night. It was pitch black, one of those new moon nights where you can't even see your own hand in front of your face. I was out on patrol, supposed to be doing the usual rounds, checking campsites and making sure no one's trying to sneak in a late night skinny dip in the hot springs. But, get this, I saw a light. Way off the trail, flickering between the trees like something out of a horror movie. Now, curiosity killed the cat, right? But I'm a park ranger, damn it, gotta investigate. So I grab my flashlight, radioing that I'm going off trail, and head towards the light. The closer I got, the creepier it got. This light was coming from some dinky little cabin, tucked deep in the woods. Never seen it before, not on any of the park maps. And trust me, I know these woods like the back of my hand. My gut was screaming at me to turn back, but something pulled me forward. I get up to the cabin, and it's dead silent. No lights inside now, just this eerie stillness. I try the door, half expecting it to be locked, but nope, swings open like it's inviting me in. I swear, the second I stepped inside, this wave of nausea hit me. The smell, man, I can't even describe it. Like rotten eggs and something dead, all mixed together. I fumble for my flashlight, heart pounding like a drum solo. The beam flickered on, and what I saw... Jesus Christ. Blood. Everywhere. Walls, floor, even splattered on the freaking ceiling. And body parts. Just scattered around like someone had a party and the main course was human. I don't even remember running out of there. 1 minute I'm standing in that bloodbath, the next I'm hauling us back to my truck, keys jangling, tripping over roots and rocks. I didn't stop until I hit the ranger station, burst in like a madman, babbling about the cabin and the blood and, you know. My supervisor, bless his soul, looked at me like I'd sprouted a second head. But I must have looked pretty damn convincing because he sent a whole team back out there with me. We get to the spot where the cabin was, and there's nothing. Zilch. Nada. Like it vanished into thin air. Now, I know what I saw. I ain't crazy. But, what the hell was it? Some kind of sick prank? A hallucination? I don't know. All I know is I haven't slept a wink since, and I'm starting to think this job ain't worth the nightmares. It's been a few days since the cabin incident. And let me tell you, sleep is a luxury I can't afford anymore. Every time I close my eyes, bam, there's that goddamn blood-soaked room, those scattered body parts flashing behind my eyelids like a gruesome slideshow. I'm a freaking mess. Jump at shadows, can't concentrate on anything. Hell, I almost maced a squirrel the other day because I thought I was reaching for a weapon. My supervisor's noticed, keeps giving me these concerned looks and asking if I need some time off. Time off? What good's time off gonna do? This, whatever it is, it's burrowed its way into my brain. I tried talking to some of the other rangers, casually. Just fishing for any weird encounters, anything out of the ordinary. A few guys mentioned some strange lights in the woods, weird noises, that kind of thing. But nothing concrete, nothing like what I saw. So I started digging. Park records, old newspaper clippings, even those cheesy local legends websites. Turns out, there's been a bunch of disappearances in Yellowstone over the years. Hikers, campers, even a few rangers. Vanish without a trace. And guess what? A lot of them were last seen in the area where I found that cabin. The more I dig, the more I realize I might be in over my head. This ain't just some random freak show. There's something dark going on in these woods, something that's been around a long time. And I think, maybe, just maybe, I've stumbled onto something I shouldn't have. Now, I'm not the type to just sit around and wait for the boogeyman to get me. I'm a park ranger, damn it. I've got bear spray, a taser, and a service weapon. But this feels different. Like none of that's gonna do a damn bit of good. I gotta figure this out. I gotta know what's going on, what I saw, what's out there. But right now, all I feel is this cold dread creeping up my spine, and the feeling that I'm being watched. Constantly watched. Okay, so I might have gone a little overboard with the research. Like, full-on obsessed. Sleep deprivation does weird things to a man, But hey, at least I'm not staring at the ceiling replaying that bloodbath on repeat. Turns out, that cabin has been there for ages. Built back in the late 1800s by some dude named Jedediah something. Jedediah the Hermit, they called him. Apparently, he was this creepy recluse who lived off the land, never went into town, and scared the crap out of anyone who crossed his path. There were all sorts of rumors about old Jedediah. Some folks said he was a trapper gone mad, others whispered about him being some kind of cult leader. And then there were the really juicy stories, the ones about him being a straight-up murderer. They say folks would go missing in those woods, and Jedediah would just shrug it off like it was no big deal. Now, I ain't usually one for those campfire tales, but after what I saw, let's just say I'm starting to think there might be some truth to those old stories. And get this, there's no record of what happened to Jedediah. One day he was there, creeping people out, and the next he was gone. Vanished without a trace, just like all those other poor souls who wandered into these woods. I even found a dusty old box of park ranger logs from way back when. And guess what? Disappearances have been happening in Yellowstone for decades. Hikers, campers, even a few rangers just like me. Poof. Gone. And a lot of the missing folks were last seen near, you guessed it, the same area where that damn cabin was. This is starting to feel like one giant, messed up puzzle, and I'm stuck with all the creepy pieces. I gotta find out what happened to Jedediah, what's going on in those woods, and how the hell the cabin appeared and disappeared like a ghost. But there's this nagging feeling in the back of my mind, like I'm being watched. Like something's out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for me to make a wrong move. I'm starting to think I've stepped into something way bigger than I can handle. I'm not sure what's worse, being awake or being asleep these days. Because when I'm awake, I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something. A shadow moving in the woods, a glimpse of that damn cabin in the distance. But when I finally crash, exhausted from the fear and paranoia, the nightmares hit. And these aren't your run-of-the-mill bad dreams. These are vivid, hyper-real nightmares that leave me drenched in sweat and gasping for air. It's always the same. I'm back in that cabin, the stench of blood thick in the air. But this time, it's worse. The body parts, they're moving. Twitching, reaching for me, their lifeless eyes staring right through me. Sometimes I hear voices whispering my name, beckoning me deeper into the darkness. And then there's the figure. Tall, gaunt, shrouded in shadows. I can never see its face, but I feel its presence, malevolent and cold. I wake up with my heart pounding, the sheets twisted around me like a straitjacket. I lie there in the darkness, every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside my window sending shivers down my spine. Sleep is a battlefield now, and I'm losing the war. This whole thing is messing with my head. I'm jumpy, irritable, and I haven't had a decent meal in days. My reflection in the mirror is a stranger, gaunt, haunted eyes staring back at me. I feel like I'm unraveling, like I'm teetering on the edge of a precipice. I need answers. I need to know what's happening to me, what I saw, what's out there. But the more I dig, the deeper the rabbit hole goes. And I'm starting to fear that there's no way out. Screw it. I can't take this anymore. I'm done playing the victim. I'm done letting this fear control me. I'm going back to that cabin. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. This guy's officially lost it. But hear me out. I can't live like this anymore. The nightmares, the paranoia, the constant feeling of being watched, it's eating me alive. I need answers, and the only place I'm gonna find them is back at that goddamn cabin. So tonight, that's where I'm headed. I'm grabbing my flashlight, my service weapon, and a whole lot of courage, or maybe it's just plain desperation. I'm gonna face whatever's out there. Maybe I'll find some clues, some explanation for what I saw. Or maybe I'll find out I'm completely wrong, that it was all in my head. Either way, I need to do this. For my sanity, for my peace of mind. I need to know what's real and what's not. I'm driving back to that spot in the woods, the same path I took that night. Every shadow, every rustle of leaves makes me jump. But I keep going. I have to. The closer I get, the heavier my heart feels. The air is thick with dread, and the silence is almost deafening. I parked the truck a little way off, just like last time. I can see the faint outline of the cabin through the trees. It's like a dark stain on the landscape, a beacon of fear. I take a deep breath, check my gun, and step out of the truck. The night is still and cold, the only sound my own footsteps crunching on the leaves. I feel a chill run down my spine, but I push forward. I'm not turning back. I reach the clearing, and there it is. The cabin. Just as I remember it. Small, dark, and menacing. The door is slightly ajar, like it's waiting for me. I hesitate for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest. But then I remember why I'm here. I'm here to face my fears, to find answers. I take a step towards the cabin. I push the door open, the rusty hinges groaning like a tortured soul. The smell hits me first, that same sickly sweet stench of decay and something unnatural. It's fainter this time, but still enough to make my stomach churn. My flashlight beam cuts through the darkness, illuminating the dust-covered interior. It looks normal. No blood, no body parts, no signs of the carnage I've witnessed before. Just cobwebs, rotting floorboards, and a few pieces of broken furniture. I step inside cautiously, my boots crunching on the debris. The silence is heavy, broken only by the pounding of my own heart. I sweep the beam across the room, checking every corner, every shadow. Nothing. Disappointment washes over me. Was I wrong? Was it all in my head? A hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep. I'm about to turn and leave when I notice something. A faint scratching sound coming from the back of the cabin. I freeze, holding my breath, straining to hear. There it is again, a soft scraping, like claws on wood. My heart hammers in my chest. I grip my flashlight tighter, my finger hovering over the trigger of my gun. Slowly, I move towards the sound, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. The scratching gets louder, more insistent. I reach a closed door, the wood warped and cracked with age. I raise my flashlight, aiming it at the door handle. My hand trembles as I reach out and slowly turn the knob. The door creaks open, revealing a small, dark room. The scratching stops. I hold my breath, listening. Silence. I take a step into the room, my flashlight beam dancing across the walls. Empty. Just more cobwebs and dust. Then I see it. A small, wooden chest tucked in the corner. It's old, the wood blackened with age, and bound with rusty iron bands. I approach the chest cautiously, my senses on high alert. I kneel down and run my hand over the rough surface. It's cold, strangely cold. I reach for the latch, and as my fingers brush against the metal, I hear a whisper. A low, guttural voice, seeming to come from inside the chest. Don't. I freeze, my blood turning to ice. The voice, it was like nothing I'd ever heard before. Ancient, filled with malice, and chillingly close. I snatch my hand back as if burned. The whisper fades, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. I stare at the chest, my mind reeling. What the hell was that? What's inside that box? I stare at the chest, my mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. That voice, it felt ancient, evil, like something out of a nightmare. But was it real? Or was I finally cracking under the pressure? My hand hovers over the latch, drawn to it despite the warning whisper. Curiosity, that damn curiosity, is battling with the primal fear gripping my gut. What's inside? Is it some relic of Jedediah's, some clue to the mysteries of this place? Or is it something more sinister, something that I should leave well enough alone? I glance back at the door, the way out. I could just walk away, pretend I never saw this chest, never heard that voice. Go back to my life, try to forget this whole damn thing ever happened. But I know I can't. The questions would haunt me, the nightmares would return with a vengeance. I've come too far, faced too much, to turn back now. I need answers, even if they terrify me. With a deep breath, I reach for the latch again. My fingers tremble as I lift it, the metal cold and heavy against my skin. I hold my breath, bracing myself for I don't know what. Another whisper? A sudden gust of icy wind? A glimpse of something unspeakable? Slowly, I lift the lid of the chest. The hinges creak, the sound amplified in the oppressive silence. I shine my flashlight into the chest, my heart pounding like a drum. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lies a book. A book. That's it. All this fear, all this suspense, for a book. I reach in and carefully lift it out. It's old, bound in leather that's cracked and worn with age. There's no title, no markings of any kind. Just a smooth, worn leather and the faint scent of something ancient, something musty. I open the book cautiously, turning the brittle pages. They're filled with strange symbols and diagrams, a language I don't recognize. Some of the pages are blank, others filled with faded ink that seems to writhe and shift before my eyes. As I turn a page, a small object falls out and clatters to the floor. I pick it up. It's a key. A small, tarnished silver key with intricate carvings on the handle. I stare at the key, then back at the book. What is this? What does it all mean? And how does it connect to the cabin, the blood, the disappearances? Suddenly, I hear a noise behind me. A slow, deliberate footstep. I whirl around, my heart leaping into my throat. Standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the moonlight, is a figure. My blood runs cold. Fear, raw and primal, floods through me, paralyzing me in place. The figure steps into the room, and the moonlight catches its face. It's humanoid, but with features that are stretched and distorted, almost grotesque. Its eyes glow with an unnatural light, burning into me like hot coals. I raise my gun, my finger trembling on the trigger. Who are you? I croak, my voice barely a whisper. The figure doesn't answer. It just stares at me, its eyes filled with malice. It takes another step closer, and I instinctively step back, my heel bumping against the chest. The book inside falls open, and a gust of wind seems to rise from its pages, swirling around the room. The air grows colder, and the smell of decay intensifies. The figure raises its hand, and I flinch, expecting an attack. But instead, it points at the book. The key, it rasps, its voice like dry leaves scraping across pavement. The key opens the way. I glance down at the key in my hand, then back at the figure. The way? What way? The figure smiles, a chilling, predatory grin that reveals rows of sharp, yellow teeth. The way out, it whispers. The way to escape this place. Escape? What the hell is it talking about? And why is it telling me this? The figure takes another step closer, its eyes boring into mine. You are the chosen one, it says, its voice growing stronger, more insistent. You have been brought here for a purpose. You will unlock the door, and you will lead us all to freedom. Us? Who the hell is us? The figure reaches out and touches my arm. Its touch is like ice, sending shivers down my spine. Join us, it whispers, its voice seductive, hypnotic. Embrace your destiny. Unlock the door. I stare at the figure, my mind reeling. Is it telling the truth? Is there some way out of this place, some escape from this nightmare? Or is this just another trick, another layer of the madness that's consuming me? I look down at the key in my hand, then back at the figure. My heart pounds in my chest, and my breath comes in ragged gasps. I have a choice to make. A choice that could lead to freedom, or to something far worse. I stare at the figure, its words echoing in my mind. Unlock the door, lead us to freedom. My hand tightens around the key, the intricate carvings digging into my palm. A strange calmness washes over me, a sense of acceptance. Maybe this is my destiny, my purpose in stumbling upon this cursed cabin. Maybe I am meant to unlock whatever door this key leads to face whatever lies beyond. Or maybe this is the madness finally taking hold, the culmination of sleepless nights and terrifying encounters. Maybe I'm about to make the biggest mistake of my life. But what choice do I have? Stay here and face this creature alone? Or take a chance, a leap of faith into the unknown? With a trembling hand, I raise the key. The figure smiles, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. I turn towards the chest, searching for a lock, a keyhole, anything that might fit this strange key. And then I see it. On the side of the chest, hidden beneath a layer of grime and rust, is a small, almost invisible keyhole. It's the same shape as the key in my hand. I insert the key, the metal sliding smoothly into the lock. I turn it, and a click echoes through the room. The chest shudders, and a low groan emanates from within. The figure steps closer, its breath hot on my neck. Open it, it whispers, its voice a guttural growl. I hesitate, a flicker of doubt creeping in. But it's too late to turn back now. I've come too far, seen too much. I have to know what's inside. With a deep breath, I throw open the lid of the chest. A blinding light erupts from within, filling the room with an otherworldly glow. I shield my eyes, gasping in shock. The figure lets out a triumphant cry, its voice echoing through the cabin. And then, silence. I lower my hand, blinking away the spots dancing before my eyes. The light has faded, and the chest stands open before me. But it's empty. I stare at the empty chest, my mind reeling. Where did the light go? What was inside? And then I realize. The figure is gone. I spin around, searching the room. But there's no sign of it. It's vanished, disappeared into thin air. I'm alone. I stumble back, my legs weak with relief and exhaustion. I collapse onto the floor, my body trembling. I've survived. I've escaped the cabin, the creature, the madness. But as I sit there, catching my breath, a chilling thought creeps into my mind. The figure said the key would open the way. The way out. But out of what? The cabin? Or this world? I glance back at the chest, the open-lidded gaping maw in the darkness. And I realize with a growing sense of dread that I may have just unlocked something far worse than I could have ever imagined. I swear, the silence out here is the kind that gets under your skin. Not peaceful quiet, like a library or something. This is different. This is the kind of quiet that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Like something's listening, just out of sight. I'm a park ranger, been doing this gig for about 5 years now, mostly in Yellowstone. But they transferred me to this place a few months back, Redwood National Park, up in Northern California. Don't get me wrong, the trees are incredible. Massive things that make you feel like an ant. But it's different. My days are pretty routine. Patrol the trails, make sure nobody's doing anything stupid, check the campsites. Most folks are cool, just regular families and hikers. But every now and then, you get the weirdos. The ones who think the rules don't apply to them, try to wander off the trails, or worse, try to poach. Those are the ones that keep you on edge. But lately, it's been more than just the occasional jerk ruining the peace. It started with the animals. Found a dead deer a couple of weeks back, completely drained of blood. No tracks around it, no signs of a struggle. Just empty. Then it was a rabbit, then a couple of squirrels. The guys back at the station joked about a chupacabra, but I wasn't laughing. Something felt off. Then there were the noises. At night, out in the middle of nowhere, you hear things. Twigs snapping, rustling in the undergrowth. Usually, it's just the wind or some nocturnal animal, but these sounds, they were different. Heavier, somehow. More deliberate. I tried talking to Mike, my partner, about it. He's been a ranger for like 20 years, seen it all, supposedly. But he just shrugged it off, said I was letting the isolation get to me. Maybe he's right. Maybe it's just me being a city boy, not used to the quiet. But I can't shake this feeling. Like something's watching me. Like something's waiting. And that's the worst kind of quiet of all. The thing about the quiet is, it makes you notice everything. Every little snap, every rustle in the leaves. And trust me, there were a lot of rustles. More than usual, even for a forest this dense. I kept catching glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, shadows flitting between the trees. But whenever I turned to look, there was nothing there. The animal carcasses kept turning up too. A fox this time, mangled and half-eaten, like something had been tearing at it in a frenzy. The smell was, well, let's just say it wasn't pleasant. I radioed it in, and a couple of guys from the Fish and Wildlife Service came out to take a look. They were just as baffled as I was. No predator they knew of would leave a kill like that. Sleep didn't come easy those nights. Every creak of the cabin, every hoot of an owl, had me jolting awake, heart pounding. I started keeping my ranger knife under my pillow, just in case. I know, it sounds paranoid, but the feeling of being watched just wouldn't go away. One morning, I was patrolling the eastern section of the park, near the old logging trails. It's a pretty desolate area. Not many visitors venture out that way. As I was hiking, I noticed a weird distortion in the air, like heat rising off the pavement on a hot day. Only it wasn't hot, it was actually kind of chilly. And this distortion, it was localized, like a shimmering curtain hanging between the trees. Curiosity got the better of me, so I headed towards it. The closer I got, the colder it felt, and the more uneasy I became. My gut was screaming at me to turn back, but something was pulling me forward. Then I saw it. A clearing, maybe 100 yards across, dead center of the distortion. The trees around it were withered and blackened, like they'd been struck by lightning. And in the middle of the clearing, there was nothing. Just bare earth, cracked and dry, like it hadn't seen rain in decades. I stood there for a while, just staring. The silence in that clearing was absolute. No birdsong, no wind, no insects. It was like the whole forest was holding its breath. I felt a prickle of fear crawl up my spine, and I knew, with absolute certainty, that I wasn't alone. Something was in those woods with me. Something ancient and evil. And it was watching. I didn't tell anyone about the clearing. What was I supposed to say? Hey, I found this spooky spot in the woods where the air gets all wobbly and the trees look dead. They'd have thought I was losing it, maybe even put me on desk duty. No thanks. But I couldn't just ignore it either. It was like a splinter in my brain, that clearing. I had to know what it was, what was causing it. So, I did what any self-respecting ranger with a healthy dose of morbid curiosity would do. I went back. This time, I brought some gear with me. A compass, a GPS tracker, a flashlight, and my trusty ranger knife. Hey, you never know. I also packed an extra battery for my radio, just in case I needed to call for backup. Yeah, I know. I was basically asking for trouble. The hike back to the clearing felt longer this time, like the forest itself was trying to discourage me. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence even more oppressive. But I pressed on, driven by that nagging feeling that I was on the verge of uncovering something important. When I reached the clearing, the distortion was still there, shimmering like a heat haze. But something was different. There was a presence in the air. Like something was watching me, waiting for me. I took a deep breath and stepped into the clearing. The first thing I noticed was the smell. It was faint, but definitely there. A musky, earthy odor, like something that had been buried for a long time. I scanned the ground, looking for the source of the smell. That's when I saw them. Footprints. Not human footprints. These were different. Larger, with longer toes and what looked like claws. They were deeply imprinted in the dry earth, as if whatever had made them was incredibly heavy. I followed the footprints, my heart pounding in my chest. They led me to the far side of the clearing, where the trees were thickest. And there, nestled among the trees, I saw it. A campsite. Or at least, what was left of one. A tattered tent lay collapsed on the ground, its fabric ripped and shredded. A campfire pit was filled with ashes, cold and dead. And scattered around the campsite were things. Bones, mostly. Animal bones, gnawed clean and scattered like discarded toys. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the symbols. They were carved into the trunks of the surrounding trees, crude and jagged, like they'd been made with a rusty knife. I didn't recognize the symbols, but they looked ancient and evil. I felt a cold dread wash over me. This wasn't just some lost hiker or a road camper. This was something else. Something dark and dangerous. And I had a feeling I'd stumbled onto something I wasn't meant to see. Getting back to the station felt like running a marathon. Every shadow, every sound had me jumping out of my skin. I kept expecting to feel something breathing down my neck, those clawed feet crunching on the leaves behind me. But when I looked back, there was nothing there. Just the endless, silent trees. I didn't get much sleep that night. The images of the campsite, the bones, the symbols, kept flashing through my mind. I tried to convince myself it was just some crazy survivalist or a cult or something, but deep down I knew it was more than that. This was different. The next morning, I went straight to Mike. I told him everything, the clearing, the campsite, the weird footprints, the symbols. He listened patiently, nodding occasionally, but I could see the skepticism in his eyes. When I was finished, he sighed and gave me a pat on the shoulder. "Look, rookie," he said, "I know this place can get to you. It's isolated, it's quiet, and your imagination can run wild. But you gotta trust me on this. There's nothing out there. It's probably just an old campsite, some kids messing around. Happens all the time." I wanted to believe him. I really did. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was wrong. There was something about that campsite, something about those symbols, that just felt wrong. But the footprints, I insisted, they weren't human. And the bones, there were so many. Mike shook his head. Animal tracks, probably. Bears, maybe. As for the bones, well, this forest is old. Things die out here. It's the circle of life. I knew he was just trying to reassure me, but it wasn't working. What about the symbols? I asked. Have you ever seen anything like that before? Mike hesitated. Look, he said, I've been a ranger for a long time. I've seen things you wouldn't believe. But I've never seen anything that couldn't be explained by natural causes or by human stupidity. This is no different. He clapped me on the shoulder again. Just forget about it, rookie. Go get some rest. You'll feel better in the morning. I tried to smile, but it came out weak. Yeah, you're probably right, I said. But I wasn't convinced. Not even close. And I knew, deep down, that I wasn't going to get any rest until I found out what was really going on in those woods. Mike's words kept echoing in my head, just an old campsite, rookie. But they rang hollow. I couldn't shake this feeling, this certainty, that something was seriously wrong. So, against my better judgment, and definitely against park regulations, I decided to go back to the clearing. Alone. This time, I was prepared. I had my usual gear, plus a heavy-duty flashlight, a first aid kit, and my dad's old hunting knife. I also brought a camera, figuring if I was going to risk my neck, I might as well get some proof of whatever was going on. The Ike back was even creepier than before. The forest felt alive, like it was watching my every move. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see those clawed footprints following me. But there was nothing there. Just the wind whispering through the trees, and the occasional rustle of leaves. When I reached the clearing, the distortion was still there, but it seemed stronger. The air felt thick and heavy, like it was pressing down on me. I took a deep breath and stepped into the clearing, my heart pounding in my chest. The campsite was just as I remembered it. The tattered tent, the cold ashes, the scattered bones. But this time, I noticed something new. A trail. It wasn't much, just a faint disturbance in the undergrowth, but it was definitely there. And it led away from the campsite, deeper into the woods. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to turn back, to report what I'd found and let someone else deal with it. But another part of me, the part that was driven by curiosity and maybe a little bit of fear, urged me forward. I had to know what was at the end of that trail. I followed the trail, my senses on high alert. The forest grew darker and denser, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. The trail led me to a rocky outcrop, where it seemed to disappear. I scanned the area, looking for any sign of where it continued. That's when I saw it. A cave. It was hidden behind a curtain of vines, its entrance dark and forbidding. I approached cautiously, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. The air inside the cave was cold and damp, with a faint, musty odor. I hesitated again. This was it. The point of no return. I could turn back now, pretend I hadn't seen anything. But something was drawing me forward, some unseen force urging me to explore the darkness. I took a deep breath and stepped into the cave. The air inside the cave was thick and still, heavy with the smell of damp earth and something else. Something ancient and vaguely metallic, like old blood. My flashlight beam danced across the rough walls, revealing glistening moisture and strange, glistening formations that looked like melted wax. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of my own breathing and the occasional drip of water. I moved deeper into the cave, my footsteps echoing off the damp walls. The passage narrowed, forcing me to stoop, and the air grew colder. I felt a prickle of unease crawl up my spine, a primal fear of the unknown. But I pressed on, driven by that same insatiable curiosity that had brought me this far. The passage opened into a larger chamber, the ceiling disappearing into darkness above. My flashlight struggled to penetrate the gloom, revealing only hints of what lay within. The walls were covered in strange markings, similar to the ones I'd seen on the trees outside, but more intricate, more deliberate. They seemed to writhe and twist in the flickering light, like shadows come to life. As I ventured further into the chamber, I noticed something on the floor. Bones, scattered everywhere. Animal bones, mostly, but also human. Skulls with empty sockets stared up at me from the dust, their silent screams echoing in the oppressive silence. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, but I forced it down. I had to keep going. Then I saw them. The paintings. They covered the far wall of the chamber, a chaotic jumble of figures and symbols. They were crudely drawn, but undeniably powerful. Humanoid figures with elongated limbs and sharp teeth danced across the wall, their eyes burning with a malevolent light. They were hunting, feasting, sacrificing. I stared at the paintings, my mind reeling. What were these creatures? Who were these people? And what had happened here? A sudden noise from the depths of the cave snapped me out of my trance. It was a low, guttural sound, like something heavy dragging across the floor. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound came again, closer this time. Something was in the cave with me. Something ancient and evil. And it was coming closer. The sound was getting closer. It was a scraping, slithering sound, like something heavy being dragged across the rough cave floor. My heart hammered against my ribs, and I could feel the blood draining from my face. I had to get out of there. Now! I turned to run, but my foot caught on something, sending me sprawling to the ground. My flashlight clattered away, plunging me into near darkness. I scrambled for it, my fingers brushing against something cold and smooth. A bone! I recoiled, my stomach churning. I finally found the flashlight and flicked it on. The beam danced across the walls, revealing the narrow passage I had come through. But something was blocking the way. A shape. Tall and gaunt, silhouetted against the faint light from the chamber behind it. It was the creature from the paintings. I scrambled back, my mind screaming in terror. It was tall and skeletal, with long, spidery limbs and a head that was too big for its body. Its skin was pale and stretched taut over its bones, and its eyes glowed with an eerie red light. It had no mouth, just a gaping hole filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth. The creature let out a low, guttural growl, and I felt a wave of pure, primal fear wash over me. I scrambled to my feet, my back pressed against the cold cave wall. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The creature took a step towards me, its long claws scraping against the cave floor. I raised my knife, my hand trembling. I knew it was futile, but I had to do something. The creature lunged, its claws reaching for me. I screamed and closed my eyes, bracing for the impact. But it never came. I opened my eyes, my heart still pounding. The creature was gone. I looked around frantically, but there was no sign of it. Had I imagined it? Was I going crazy? Then I heard a noise behind me. A soft, whimpering sound. I turned slowly, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Mike. He was huddled against the wall, his face pale and contorted in fear. His clothes were torn, and his arm was twisted at an unnatural angle. He was whimpering, his eyes wide with terror. Mike? I whispered, my voice trembling. What happened? He looked up at me, his eyes filled with a desperate plea. It got me, he whimpered. It got me. He reached out to me, his hand shaking. I took a step towards him, but then I hesitated. There was something wrong. Something different. His eyes were glowing red. I stumbled back, my foot catching on a loose rock. I fell hard, the back of my head hitting the cave floor. The world spun, and for a moment, everything went black. When I came to, my head was throbbing, and the taste of blood filled my mouth. I struggled to sit up, my vision blurry. Mike was gone. The only sound was the drip, drip, drip of water echoing through the cave. I got to my feet, my legs shaky. I had to get out of there. I stumbled towards the passage, my hand trailing along the wall for support. But as I reached the opening, I froze. The chamber beyond was no longer empty. In the center of the chamber, there was a pool. It wasn't water. It was something black and viscous, like tar or oil. It bubbled and churned, emitting a faint, sulphurous odor. And from its depths, a faint light pulsed, casting an eerie glow on the surrounding walls. I approached cautiously, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. As I got closer, I realized the light wasn't coming from the pool itself. It was coming from something within it. Something was moving in the black liquid. I took another step, my heart pounding in my chest. The shape in the pool shifted, rising slowly to the surface. It was humanoid. Long and slender, with pale, almost translucent skin. Its limbs were elongated and thin, ending in long, bony fingers. And its head was a grotesque parody of a human face, with large, black eyes and a gaping maw filled with needle-sharp teeth. The creature emerged from the pool, its body dripping with the black liquid. It stood there for a moment, its eyes fixed on me. Then it let out a shriek, a high-pitched, ear-splitting sound that echoed through the cave. I screamed and turned to run, but it was too late. The creature lunged, its long claws reaching for me. I felt a searing pain in my shoulder as its claws tore through my flesh. I fell to the ground, my vision blurring. The creature loomed over me, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But it never came. Instead, I heard another shriek, this one filled with pain and terror. I opened my eyes to see Mike standing over the creature, his hands wrapped around its throat. He was screaming, his face contorted in rage. The creature thrashed and struggled, its claws raking at Mike's arms. But Mike held on, his grip tightening. The creature's shrieks grew weaker, its movements slowing. Finally, with a final, desperate gasp, the creature went limp. Mike let go, its body collapsing to the ground with a sickening thud. He stood there for a moment, his chest heaving, his eyes still glowing red. Then he turned to me, a twisted smile spreading across his face. "It's okay," he said, his voice raspy and distorted. "We're safe now." But I knew we weren't. We were far from safe. The red glow in Mike's eyes intensified, and a twisted grin spread across his face. He looked wrong. Like something had taken over his body, something ancient and evil. The same something that had created those paintings, that had left those bones scattered across the cave floor. "We have to go," he said, his voice a raspy whisper. "They're coming." I didn't need to ask who they were. I could feel them, a presence lurking just beyond the edges of the light, watching us with hungry eyes. I scrambled to my feet, my shoulder throbbing. Mike grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "This way," he said, pulling me towards the passage. We stumbled through the narrow tunnel, the darkness pressing in around us. The air was thick with the stench of the black liquid and the creature's rotting flesh. I could hear the sounds of pursuit behind us, the scraping of claws and the heavy thud of footsteps. We emerged from the cave into the cool night air. The forest was dark and silent, the only light coming from the moon filtering through the trees. We ran, our breath coming in ragged gasps. Mike led me through the undergrowth, his movements surprisingly agile for someone with a broken arm. He seemed to know the forest intimately, weaving through the trees with an almost supernatural grace. We ran for what felt like hours, the sounds of pursuit growing fainter behind us. Finally, we stumbled into a clearing, collapsing onto the soft earth, our lungs burning. I looked up at Mike, my heart pounding. "What was that thing?" I gasped. He looked down at me, his eyes still glowing red. "It was one of them," he said. "One of the guardians." "Guardians?" I repeated, confused. "Guardians of what?" He smiled, a chilling, predatory smile. "Guardians of the old ones," he said. "The ones who sleep beneath the earth." He leaned closer, his breath hot against my ear. "They're waking up," he whispered. "And they're hungry." I shuddered, a cold dread washing over me. We weren't just dealing with some creature in the woods. We were dealing with something ancient and powerful, something that had been slumbering for centuries. And now it was awake. Mike stood up, his eyes fixed on the forest. "We have to go," he said. "They'll be coming for us soon." He held out his hand to me. I hesitated, unsure whether to trust him. But I had no choice. I was alone, injured, and lost in the middle of the night. I needed his help. I took his hand, and we plunged back into the darkness. We didn't stop running until the first rays of dawn began to filter through the trees. We collapsed on the bank of a stream, our bodies exhausted, our minds reeling. I looked at Mike, his face pale and drawn in the morning light. The red glow in his eyes had faded, but the twisted grin remained. "It's over," I said, my voice hoarse. "We're safe now." He shook his head, his smile widening. "It's never over," he whispered. "They'll always be out there, waiting." He stood up, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "I have to go," he said. "They need me." Before I could ask what he meant, he turned and disappeared into the trees, leaving me alone in the cold morning light. I never saw him again. I stumbled back to the ranger station, my body aching, my mind numb. I told them everything that had happened, about the cave, the creatures, the pool, Mike. They listened patiently, but I could see the disbelief in their eyes. They sent a search party to the cave, but they found nothing. No creatures, no pool, no Mike. Just an empty cave, filled with shadows and silence. They wrote it off as a hallucination, a product of stress and isolation. They offered me counseling, medication, early retirement. I took it all. I left Redwood National Park and never went back. I tried to forget what I had seen, what I had done. But the memories haunted me, the images of the creatures, the pool, Mike's twisted grin. I started seeing them everywhere, in the shadows, in the crowds, in my dreams. I couldn't escape them. They were always there, watching me, waiting for me. I knew I was going crazy. I could feel my grip on reality slipping away. But I couldn't stop it. The old ones had their hooks in me, and they weren't letting go. I'm writing this now as a warning. If you ever find yourself in Redwood National Park, stay away from the eastern section. Stay away from the clearing. Stay away from the cave. And if you see a man with red eyes, run. Run as fast as you can. Because they're coming. And they're hungry. This is Ranger David Miller, signing off. Okay, so I've always been a bit of a hiking nut. There's something about being out in the wilderness, surrounded by nature, that just gets me going. I'd been itching for a solo trip for a while, and the Appalachian Trail had been calling my name. I'd heard stories, sure, about weird stuff happening in those mountains, but I figured most of it was just campfire tales. Besides, a little mystery just adds to the adventure, right? So, I packed my gear, checked the maps 100 times, and hit the road. The drive to the trailhead was pretty uneventful, mostly just boring highway miles. But as I got closer, the scenery started to change. The trees got thicker, the air got cooler, and I could feel that sense of anticipation building up inside me. When I finally pulled into the parking lot, it was practically deserted. Just a couple of other cars, probably belonging to some day hikers. I checked the trailhead sign, and yeah, there it was, the usual warnings about bears, snakes, and sudden changes in weather. But there was something else too, a smaller sign that said something about staying on the marked trails and not wandering off. I didn't think much of it at the time, just figured it was standard park stuff. I hoisted my pack onto my shoulders, took a deep breath of that fresh mountain air, and started down the trail. The sun was shining, the birds were chirping, and I felt like I was on top of the world. Little did I know what was waiting for me just around the bend. The first couple of miles were pretty standard hiking stuff. The trail was well maintained, winding its way through dense forest. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of leaves, dappling the path with light and shadow. I was really getting into the groove, you know? The fresh air, the exercise, the feeling of being totally alone out there, it was exactly what I needed. But after a while, I started to notice something strange. It was the quiet. I mean, yeah, forests are usually pretty quiet, but this was different. There were no birds singing, no squirrels chattering, no insects buzzing. It was like the whole place was holding its breath. At first, I thought maybe I was just tired and imagining things. But the silence just kept getting deeper, more oppressive. It was like the woods themselves were watching me, listening to every step I took. I started to feel this prickle of unease on the back of my neck, like someone was staring at me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone lurking behind the trees, but there was never anything there. The silence was starting to get to me, making me feel really isolated. I tried to make some noise myself, whistling a tune or kicking a rock down the trail, just to break the tension. But it didn't help much. The silence just seemed to swallow up every sound I made, leaving me feeling even more alone. I started to question my decision to come out here alone. Maybe I should have brought a friend, or at least told someone where I was going. But it was too late now. I was committed to this hike, and I had to see it through. I pressed on, my pace quickening despite the growing sense of dread. The silence continued to weigh on me, a heavy blanket of unease that seemed to smother every other sound. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something was watching me from the shadows. I was starting to seriously freak out. The feeling of being watched was so intense now, it was like I could practically feel someone's breath on the back of my neck. I was almost running at this point, stumbling over roots and rocks, just desperate to get out of there. And that's when I saw it, a cabin. It was tucked away off the trail, almost hidden by the thick trees. It looked old, real old, like something out of a horror movie. The windows were boarded up, the paint was peeling, and the whole place was practically falling apart. Now, I know what you're thinking. Don't go in there, dummy. But curiosity got the better of me. I mean, what was a cabin doing way out here in the middle of nowhere? Was it some kind of abandoned ranger station? Or maybe a hideout for some backwoods weirdo? I had to know. I cautiously approached the cabin, my heart pounding in my chest. The door was hanging open, creaking in the wind like a ghost was inviting me in. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The interior was dark and dusty, filled with cobwebs and the smell of decay. There was a fireplace that looked like it hadn't been used in decades, a rickety table and chairs, and a couple of old bunk beds with rotting mattresses. It looked like whoever lived here had left in a hurry. I was poking around, trying to find some clue about who this place belonged to, when I spotted something on the table. It was a journal, a thick, leather-bound book with yellowed pages. I picked it up, my fingers brushing against the worn cover. I opened the journal and started to read. The entries were written in a shaky hand, the ink faded and smudged in places. The author described strange occurrences in the woods, encounters with shadowy figures, and a growing sense of dread. The entries got progressively more frantic, more paranoid. The author wrote about feeling watched, followed, hunted. He described seeing things moving in the shadows, hearing whispers on the wind. He was convinced that something evil was lurking in the mountains, something that was after him. I felt a chill run down my spine as I read those words. It was like the author's fear was seeping out of the pages and into me. I suddenly felt very vulnerable, very exposed in that old cabin. I flipped to the last entry, and my blood ran cold. It was a desperate plea, a warning to anyone who found the journal. Leave the mountains, it said. Don't look back. Something evil is here. It's watching. It's waiting. I slammed the journal shut, my hands shaking. The author's words echoed in my mind. Something evil is here. It's watching. It's waiting. I glanced around the cabin, suddenly seeing it in a new light. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence more menacing. I felt like I was intruding on something forbidden, something dangerous. I had to get out of there. Now! I practically threw the journal back on the table and stumbled out of the cabin. The sunlight seemed blindingly bright after the darkness inside, and the fresh air felt like a slap in the face. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. But the feeling of unease wouldn't go away. The author's warning kept ringing in my ears. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was following me. I decided to heed the warning in the journal. I wasn't going to continue my hike. I wasn't going to explore any further. I was going to turn around and get the hell out of those mountains. I started back down the trail, my pace quickening with every step. I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. But there was nothing there. Just the endless rows of trees, silent and watchful. The silence was even more oppressive now, filled with a sense of foreboding. I felt like I was being hunted, like something was stalking me through the woods. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears, a drumbeat of fear that echoed through the silence. I had to get out of there. I had to reach the trailhead, get back to my car, and drive away from this cursed place. I just had to keep moving, keep pushing forward, until I was safe. But as I hurried down the trail, a new fear crept into my mind. What if it was too late? What if I was already being followed? What if the evil that lurked in the mountains had already found me? I scrambled back, my injured ankle throbbing, fear pumping adrenaline through my veins. The creature moved towards me, its long limbs carrying it over the uneven ground with an eerie grace. Its eyes, those glowing orbs, seemed to bore into me, filled with a hunger that chilled me to the bone. Panic fueled a desperate surge of energy. I ignored the pain in my ankle, pushing myself up, scrambling backwards, putting as much distance between myself and the creature as I could. It followed, unhurried, as if it knew there was nowhere for me to go. I lurched through the trees, branches whipping in my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. The creature was faster, more agile. It moved like a predator, silent and deadly, closing the distance between us with every stride. I stumbled, falling to my knees, the rough bark digging into my palms. I looked back, my breath catching in my throat. The creature was right there, looming over me, its clawed hand reaching out. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that echoed through the silent forest. I twisted away from its grasp, scrambling to my feet, my ankle screaming in protest. I ran, blindly, desperately, fueled by pure terror. The creature pursued me, its footsteps silent, its presence a suffocating weight on my back. I could hear its ragged breathing, feel its hot breath on my neck. It was toying with me, enjoying the chase, savoring my fear. I dodged between trees, leaping over fallen logs, my lungs burning, my legs aching. But I couldn't outrun it. It was always there, just behind me, its presence a constant reminder of my impending doom. I was losing hope. I was exhausted, injured, and terrified. There was no escape, no sanctuary. The creature would catch me, and then... I didn't want to think about what would happen then. But I couldn't give up. I had to keep fighting, keep running, keep hoping for a miracle. Even if there was the slightest chance of survival, I had to take it. The forest floor seemed to tilt beneath my feet, the trees blurring into a dizzying kaleidoscope of green and brown. My lungs screamed for air, my legs burned with exhaustion, but I couldn't stop. The creature was right behind me. I could hear its ragged breathing, feel its hot, fetid breath on my neck. I burst out of the trees, stumbling onto a rocky outcrop. And then I saw it, the edge. A sheer cliff face dropped away into a dizzying abyss, the ground disappearing into a swirling mist that obscured the depths below. I was trapped. There was nowhere left to run. I turned to face the creature, my back pressed against the cold, unforgiving rock. It stood at the edge of the trees, its silhouette stark against the fading light. Its eyes, those glowing orbs, burned with a malevolent intensity, savoring my fear, my despair. It advanced, slow and deliberate, its clawed hands reaching for me. I cowered back, my breath catching in my throat, my mind reeling. This was it. This was the end. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. I could feel the creature's hot breath on my face, its fetid stench filling my nostrils. I could hear its claws scraping against the rock, getting closer, closer. And then, silence. I opened my eyes, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature was gone. Vanished. I looked around, frantically, searching the trees, the shadows, the mist-shrouded depths below. But there was nothing there. Just the wind whistling through the trees, and the echo of my own ragged breathing. Had it gone? Had it simply disappeared? Or was it waiting, lurking in the shadows, watching me, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? I didn't know. I didn't care. All I knew was that I had to get out of there. I had to get away from that cliff, away from that creature, away from those cursed mountains. I turned and stumbled away from the edge, my legs shaking, my mind reeling. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I stumbled through the forest, my injured ankle sending jolts of pain with every step. The darkness was closing in, the trees looming like skeletal figures against the twilight sky. I could hear the wind whispering through the branches, carrying with it the echoes of my fear, my desperation. I didn't know where I was going, didn't care. All I knew was that I had to get away from that cliff, away from the creature, away from the oppressive silence of the mountains. I scrambled down a steep slope, loose rocks tumbling beneath my feet. I slipped, sliding down the incline, branches tearing at my clothes, thorns raking my skin. I landed with a thud, my breath knocked out of me. I lay there for a moment, gasping for air, my body aching, my mind reeling. I had to get up, had to keep moving. But the fear was paralyzing, holding me captive in its icy grip. I forced myself to my feet, my ankle throbbing, my vision blurred. I stumbled on, driven by a primal instinct to survive. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, an endless maze of shadows and whispers. I could hear the creature behind me, its footsteps soft but relentless. It was toying with me, letting me think I had a chance, only to snatch it away at the last moment. I cried out, a desperate plea for help that was swallowed by the vast emptiness of the mountains. There was no one to hear me, no one to save me. I was alone, utterly alone, in the heart of darkness. I stumbled on, my strength fading, my hope dwindling. The creature was closing in. I could feel its presence, its hot breath on my neck. I was going to die here, in this God-forsaken wilderness, another victim of the creature that lurked in the shadows. And then, through the trees, I saw it, a light. A faint, flickering glow in the distance. A beacon of hope in the sea of darkness. I surged forward, my heart pounding with renewed hope. The light grew brighter, closer. It was a cabin, a small, wooden structure nestled amongst the trees. I stumbled towards it, my legs shaking, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The cabin door was ajar, a sliver of warm light spilling out into the darkness. I reached the door, my hand trembling as I pushed it open. I stepped inside, collapsing onto the rough wooden floor, my body racked with sobs. I was safe. For now. I huddled in the corner of the cabin, my back pressed against the rough-hewn logs, my eyes darting around the dimly lit interior. The fire in the hearth had long burned out, leaving only embers glowing faintly in the darkness. The silence was heavy, broken only by the creaking of the old wooden structure and the pounding of my own heart. I didn't know how long I had been there, minutes, hours, maybe even days. Time seemed to have lost all meaning in this isolated haven, a refuge from the horrors that lurked outside. I had found some supplies in the cabin, a tattered blanket, some dried food, a rusty hunting knife. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep me alive, for now. But I couldn't stay there forever. I knew that. The creature was still out there, somewhere in the darkness, waiting, watching. It wouldn't give up easily. It would find me, eventually. I had to escape. But how? I peered out the window, into the inky blackness that shrouded the forest. The trees swayed in the wind, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out to snatch me back into the darkness. I shuddered, pulling back from the window. I couldn't face it. I couldn't go back out there, into the clutches of the creature. But I had no choice. I couldn't stay in the cabin forever. I had to make a decision, had to take a chance. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the inevitable confrontation. I gripped the hunting knife tightly in my hand, my knuckles white. I opened the cabin door, stepping out into the cold night air. The forest was silent, still, watching. I took a step, then another, and another. I was walking, moving away from the cabin, away from the safety it offered. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The darkness swallowed me whole, the silence closing in around me like a shroud. I was alone, once again, in the heart of the wilderness, at the mercy of the creature that lurked in the shadows. And then, I heard it. A twig snapping. A rustle in the undergrowth. The sound of footsteps, soft but deliberate, coming closer, closer. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I could feel its presence, its hot breath on my neck. It was here. I turned, slowly, my hand gripping the hunting knife tightly. But there was nothing there. Just the darkness. And the silence. And the feeling that I was being watched. Okay, so I'm not exactly Bear Grylls, but I've always loved the outdoors. Hiking, camping, you name it, I'm there. So when my buddy bailed on our Appalachian Trail trip last minute, I thought, screw it, I'll do it solo. Maybe not my brightest idea in retrospect, but hey, hindsight is 20/20, right? I started at the southern end, Springer Mountain in Georgia. It was all sunshine and butterflies at first, literally. The trail was packed, tons of other hikers, families, even a couple of guys who looked like they'd stepped right out of a granola commercial. I wasn't looking for company, though. I wanted some peace and quiet, a chance to disconnect. After a couple of days, the crowds thinned out. I found myself alone a lot, which was fine by me. I got into a rhythm, wake up, hike, eat, hike, camp, sleep, repeat. The scenery was incredible, dense forests, towering trees, the kind of place that makes you feel small and insignificant. One afternoon, I realized I'd taken a wrong turn somewhere. The trail markers were gone, and the path was barely visible. I checked my map, but it was useless. I had no idea where I was. The sun was already starting to set, and a creepy feeling started to crawl up my spine. I decided to set up camp right there, hoping to find my way back in the morning. As darkness fell, the forest came alive with sounds, rustling leaves, snapping twigs, the distant hoot of an owl. I started to feel uneasy, like I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but I couldn't see anything in the shadows. I tried to tell myself it was just nerves, but the feeling wouldn't go away. Then, I heard it. A low growl, deep and guttural, coming from the darkness just beyond my campfire. I froze, every muscle in my body tense. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could feel the blood draining from my face. Whatever was out there, it wasn't a bear. It was something else. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it in the direction of the growl, but I couldn't see anything. The beam was swallowed by the thick darkness. The growling stopped, leaving me in a tense silence that was somehow worse. I felt exposed, vulnerable. I knew I had to do something, but fear had me paralyzed. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to grab my backpack and pull out my pocket knife. It was a cheap, flimsy thing, but it was all I had. I held it tightly, my knuckles white. I slowly started to back away from the campfire, keeping my eyes glued to the darkness. Then, I heard it again. This time, it was closer, right behind me. I whirled around, shining the flashlight, but there was still nothing there. I felt a cold dread wash over me. Whatever was stalking me, it was toying with me, enjoying my fear. I decided to make a run for it. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stay there any longer. I scrambled to my feet and sprinted into the darkness, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly. I tripped over roots and rocks, the undergrowth tearing at my clothes. I could hear the creature behind me, its heavy footsteps pounding the earth. I stumbled into a clearing, gasping for breath. I shone the flashlight around, but I was surrounded by trees. There was nowhere to go. I was trapped. Then I saw it. A pair of eyes, glowing yellow in the darkness, watching me from the edge of the clearing. They were unlike any eyes I'd ever seen, filled with a cold, predatory intelligence. The creature stepped into the light. It was huge, easily 7 feet tall, with a thick, muscular body covered in matted fur. Its limbs were long and powerful, ending in sharp claws that scraped the ground. Its head was a grotesque parody of a human face, with a wide, lipless mouth filled with jagged teeth. I stared at it in horror, unable to move, unable to scream. The creature let out a low growl, and I knew that I was about to die. It was like something out of a nightmare, but way worse because this was real. This thing, this monster, was standing right there in front of me. Its breath came out in ragged gasps, and I could smell the rank stench of rotting meat. It was huge, easily 7 feet tall, with arms that hung down almost to its knees. Its skin was a patchwork of dark fur and raw, exposed flesh. But it was the face that really got me. It was vaguely human-shaped, but twisted and deformed, with a wide, lipless mouth full of jagged teeth. Its eyes, though, those were the worst part. They were yellow and glowing, like a predator's, and they were fixed on me with a hunger that made my blood run cold. I knew I had to do something, but my mind was blank. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I was completely paralyzed by fear. The creature took a step towards me, and I flinched back. It let out a low growl, a sound that seemed to vibrate through my entire body. Then it lunged. I threw myself to the side, narrowly avoiding its claws. I scrambled to my feet and ran, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear the creature crashing through the undergrowth behind me, its growls echoing through the trees. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to get away from that thing. I ran blindly, branches whipping at my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. I stumbled and fell, scraping my hands and knees, but I quickly got back up and kept running. I could hear the creature getting closer. It was faster than me, stronger than me. I knew I couldn't outrun it forever. I had to find somewhere to hide, somewhere to make a stand. But there was nowhere to go. The forest was a maze of trees and undergrowth, and I was lost and alone. I was going to die here, in this dark, forgotten corner of the woods. And then I saw it. A small cave hidden behind a curtain of vines. It wasn't much, but it was my only hope. I scrambled towards it, praying that the creature hadn't seen me. I dove into the cave, scrambling over loose rocks and dirt. It was narrow and cramped, but it was shelter. I pressed myself against the back wall, trying to control my breathing. I could hear the creature outside, sniffing the air, its growls echoing through the cave. I held my breath, praying that it wouldn't find me. But then, I heard a sound that chilled me to the bone. A scraping sound, like claws on stone. The creature was trying to dig its way in. Panic surged through me. I had to get out of there. I crawled further into the cave, hoping there might be another way out. But the passage narrowed, and soon I was squeezing through a tight tunnel. I pushed forward, the darkness pressing in on me. I could feel the cold, damp earth against my skin. The air was thick and stale, and I could barely breathe. Then, the tunnel opened up into a small chamber. I shone my flashlight around, but I couldn't see any other way out. I was trapped. I sank to the ground, despair washing over me. I was going to die in this dark, forgotten hole. I closed my eyes, waiting for the creature to find me. But then, I heard something else. A faint sound, like dripping water. I opened my eyes and saw a small pool of water in the center of the chamber. And something else. Something that made my blood run cold. Floating in the water were several small, pale objects. I shone my flashlight on them, and my stomach lurched. They were fingers. Human fingers. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. This wasn't just a creature. It was something far worse. Something that hunted and killed humans. And I was next. The scraping sound started again, closer this time. The creature was breaking through. I had to do something, anything. But there was nowhere to go. I was trapped, with no escape. The scraping sound stopped. Silence. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Then, a low growl, right outside the entrance to the chamber. It was in. I scrambled to my feet, my back pressed against the cold, damp wall. The creature stepped into the chamber, its eyes glowing in the darkness. It was even more terrifying up close. The stench of decay was overwhelming. It let out a guttural roar, and I knew I had no choice but to fight. I lunged forward, my pocket knife raised. The creature swiped at me with its claws, but I ducked and slashed at its arm. It roared in pain, and I felt a surge of adrenaline. Maybe I could actually do this. Maybe I could survive. But the creature was quick. It lunged again, and this time its claws raked across my chest. I cried out in pain, stumbling back. Blood welled up from the deep gashes. I knew I couldn't win in a straight fight. I had to be smart. I looked around the chamber, desperately searching for something, anything, that could help me. My eyes fell on the pool of water in the center of the chamber. An idea formed in my mind, a desperate, crazy idea. I ran towards the pool, the creature close behind. I jumped, splashing into the cold water. The creature hesitated at the edge, its eyes fixed on me. I knew it wouldn't follow me into the water. Whatever this thing was, it seemed to be afraid of the water. I waded to the far side of the pool, my heart pounding. The creature paced back and forth, growling, but it didn't enter the water. I had bought myself some time, but I was still trapped. I had to find a way out of this cave, and fast. The water was freezing, and I could feel my body starting to shiver. I had to get out of there, but I didn't dare go back the way I came. The creature was still pacing at the entrance to the chamber, its growls echoing through the cave. I looked around the pool, searching for another way out. The walls were smooth and slick, with no handholds. There was no way I could climb out. Then, I noticed something. A faint light, coming from under the water. I swam towards it, my heart pounding with a mixture of hope and fear. As I got closer, I saw that the light was coming from a narrow opening at the bottom of the pool. It looked like a tunnel, leading down into the darkness. I took a deep breath and dove down. The water was murky, and I could barely see anything. I swam through the opening, my lungs burning. The tunnel sloped downwards, and I followed it, hoping it would lead me to another chamber, or even better, an exit. The water was getting colder, and I could feel my muscles cramping. Then, the tunnel opened up into a larger chamber. I surfaced, gasping for air. I shone my flashlight around, but I couldn't see any way out. But there was something else in the chamber. Something that made my blood run cold. In the center of the chamber was a large, fleshy mound. It pulsated slowly, and I could see veins and arteries running across its surface. It looked like a heart. A giant, beating heart. And then I realized what it was. It was the creature's heart. I was inside its body. I heard a sound behind me, and I turned to see the creature entering the chamber. It had followed me. It had found me. I was trapped inside the belly of the beast. I was trapped. The giant, pulsing heartbeat rhythmically, bathing the chamber in an eerie red light. The air was thick and hot, and I could smell the coppery tang of blood. I felt nauseous, lightheaded. I was going to pass out. Then, the creature entered the chamber. It moved slowly, its massive body filling the space. It looked down at me, its glowing yellow eyes filled with a predatory hunger. I cowered against the wall, my body trembling. The creature lowered its head and sniffed the air. It let out a low growl, and I knew it could sense my fear. It took a step towards me, its claws scraping against the floor. I closed my eyes, bracing for the end. But then, something unexpected happened. The creature stopped. It tilted its head, as if listening to something. Then, it turned and walked away. I opened my eyes, my heart pounding. I couldn't believe it. The creature had left. But why? I cautiously approached the entrance to the chamber. I peered out, but I couldn't see the creature anywhere. It was gone. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the chamber. I was free. I followed the tunnel back to the pool of water. I swam through the opening and emerged into the cave. I crawled out, gasping for fresh air. I was alive. I stumbled through the forest, my body aching, my clothes torn and bloody. I didn't know where I was going, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get as far away from that cave as possible. As I walked, I noticed something strange. The forest floor was littered with bones. Human bones. I knelt down and examined them. They were old, bleached white by the sun. Some of them were broken, others gnawed clean. I realized with a sickening certainty that I wasn't the first person to be hunted by this creature. And I wouldn't be the last. I stumbled out of the woods, blinking in the sudden sunlight. I had no idea how long I'd been in that cave, but it felt like an eternity. I was exhausted, starving, and my body was screaming in pain from the cuts and bruises. But I was alive. I found myself on a dirt road, thankfully. A beat-up pickup truck rumbled towards me, and I practically threw myself in front of it, waving my arms like a madman. The truck screeched to a halt, and a grizzled old farmer leaned out the window, looking at me like I was crazy. "What in the hell?" he started, taking in my ripped and bloody clothes, my wild eyes. I didn't even try to explain. "Please," I gasped, "just help me." He must have seen the genuine terror in my face because he didn't ask any more questions. He helped me into the truck and took me back to his farmhouse. His wife, a kind, plump woman, patched me up as best she could, while I choked down some food and tried to make sense of what had happened. I didn't tell them the whole story, of course. Just that I'd gotten lost hiking and had a run-in with a bear. They seemed to buy it, or at least they pretended to. They let me stay the night, and the next morning, the farmer drove me into town. I called my brother to come get me. He was pissed, naturally. "You went hiking alone? Are you insane?" he yelled into the phone. I couldn't blame him. The drive back home was a blur. I kept replaying the events of the past few days in my mind, trying to understand what I had seen. That creature, that cave, it was like something out of a nightmare. But the worst part was the bones. The human bones. I couldn't shake the image of them, scattered across the forest floor. I knew that what I had encountered was not just some wild animal. It was something evil. Something that preyed on humans. And I had a terrible feeling that it wasn't finished with me yet. I tried to put the whole thing behind me. I went back to work, tried to reconnect with friends, even started dating again. But it was no use. The memories of that cave, of the creature, of the bones, they haunted me. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those glowing yellow eyes, heard those guttural growls. I started having nightmares, vivid, terrifying nightmares where the creature was chasing me, its claws reaching for me. I couldn't eat. The smell of food made me nauseous. I lost weight, my skin became pale and drawn. I looked like a ghost. I couldn't focus at work. I was constantly distracted, jumpy, on edge. My boss noticed, of course. He called me into his office, gave me a concerned look. "You all right, son?" he asked. I tried to laugh it off. "Just a little stressed," I said. "I'll be fine." But I wasn't fine. I was falling apart. I started seeing things. Shadows moving in the corner of my eye. Faces in the darkness. I heard whispers when I was alone, voices calling my name. I knew I was losing it. I was going crazy. One night, I woke up in a cold sweat. I had been having another nightmare, the worst one yet. In the dream, the creature had found me. It had cornered me in my apartment, its claws tearing at my flesh. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. I looked around the room, my eyes darting from shadow to shadow. I could feel it. It was here. I got out of bed and crept towards the window. I peered out into the darkness, but I couldn't see anything. Then, I heard it. A low growl, right outside my window. I froze, my blood turning to ice. It had found me. It had come for me. I backed away from the window, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear the creature moving around outside, its claws scraping against the brick wall. It was trying to get in. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, my fingers trembling. The operator answered, her voice calm and reassuring. 911, what's your emergency? There's something outside my window, I whispered, my voice shaking. It's trying to get in. Can you describe it, sir? It's a monster, I stammered. It's big and hairy, and it has claws. The operator paused. Sir, are you sure you're not mistaken? Perhaps it's just a bear or a raccoon. No, it's not a bear, I insisted. It's something else. Something evil. I could hear the creature growling outside, its claws scraping against the window pane. It was getting closer. Sir, I'm going to send someone out to your location, the operator said. Just stay calm and stay on the line. But I couldn't stay calm. I was terrified. I could feel the creature's presence outside, its eyes burning into me. Suddenly, the window shattered. Glass shards flew across the room, and the creature lunged through the opening. I screamed and dropped the phone, scrambling back. The creature landed on the floor, its eyes glowing in the darkness. It let out a guttural roar, and I knew it was the end. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But then, I heard a new sound. A loud bang, followed by a series of rapid pops. I opened my eyes and saw the creature staggering back, its body riddled with bullet holes. A figure emerged from the shadows, a police officer with his gun drawn. Get back, the officer shouted. I scrambled away from the creature, my heart pounding. The creature let out a final roar and collapsed on the floor, its body twitching. The officer approached cautiously, his gun still trained on the creature. He kicked it, and it lay still. It was over. I was safe. But as I looked at the creature's lifeless body, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. I knew that this wasn't the end. There were others out there, lurking in the shadows, and they were waiting for their next victim. I've been a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service in the Appalachian Mountains for about 5 years now. It's a tough job, but I love it. I get to spend my days hiking through some of the most beautiful scenery in the country, and I get to help people who are in trouble. But there's also a dark side to this job. I've seen things that would make your hair stand on end. I've seen people die in some of the most horrific ways imaginable. And I've heard stories that would make you want to sleep with the lights on for the rest of your life. My grandpa, a retired park ranger, knows these mountains like the back of his hand. He's got a million stories about his time in the service, and most of them aren't exactly bedtime stories. He's seen things, man. Things that would make you question your sanity. One story he told me always stuck with me. It was about a hiker who disappeared on the Appalachian Trail a few years back. This guy, let's call him Mark, was an experienced hiker, in great shape, knew the trail well. He set off on a solo trek one morning and was never seen again. They found his campsite abandoned, his tent zipped up, all his gear inside, like he just vanished into thin air. The weirdest part? There was a half-eaten sandwich on his camp table, and a cup of coffee still steaming. It was like he'd stepped away for a minute and never came back. Search parties combed the area for weeks, but no trace of Mark was ever found. No body, no signs of a struggle, nothing. It was like he'd been swallowed up by the mountains themselves. My grandpa always said there was something strange about that case. He said the woods whispered secrets that day, secrets about things that weren't meant to be seen. He said there was a presence in the air, something ancient and malevolent. He told me that Mark wasn't just lost, he was taken. Taken by something that lurked in the shadows of the ancient forest, something that watched from the swirling mists, something that waited. The way my grandpa described it, the fog that day was unlike any he'd ever seen. It was thick, heavy, and it seemed to cling to everything. He said it felt alive, like it was searching for something. And then, he paused, his eyes wide with a chilling memory. That's when they heard it, he whispered, leaning closer to me. A scream. Not a human scream, mind you. Something else. He never finished that story. He just clammed up, his face pale, and refused to talk about it anymore. But that unfinished tale, the image of the fog, the unseen presence, and that ungodly scream, it's haunted me ever since. The story of Mark's disappearance spread like wildfire through the hiking community. It was a chilling reminder that even the most experienced outdoorsman could fall victim to the unforgiving wilderness. Search and rescue teams, volunteers, even the National Guard were called in to scour the area where he vanished. I remember following the news closely, every update fueling the unease that had settled in my gut after hearing Grandpa's story. They found Mark's backpack leaning against a tree, a few miles off the trail. It was odd, almost staged, like someone had carefully placed it there. Inside, his belongings were untouched: wallet, phone, extra layers, even a compass. No signs of a struggle, no ripped fabric, no dropped items, just a backpack, sitting there eerily in the quiet woods. Days turned into weeks, and the search parties started scaling back their efforts. Hope dwindled with each passing day. The official conclusion was that Mark had gotten lost, succumbed to the elements, and his remains were likely hidden somewhere in the vast, dense forest. But Grandpa wasn't convinced. He kept muttering about the fog, the unnatural silence he described, and that chilling scream. He insisted that something else was at play, something the authorities wouldn't understand. One evening, while we were having dinner, he pulled out a faded newspaper clipping. It was an article about another hiker who had vanished in the same area, decades ago. The details were eerily similar: experienced hiker, vanished without a trace, belongings found abandoned. "See," Grandpa said, his voice low and grave, "it happens. People go missing in these mountains, and they're never found. Something's out there, something old and hungry." He pointed to a detail in the article I hadn't noticed before. A strange symbol, crudely carved into a tree near where the hiker's belongings were found. It looked like a series of interlocking circles, with a line cutting through them. "They found this near Mark's backpack too," Grandpa said, his eyes filled with a dark knowledge. "They just didn't tell the public. They don't want to cause panic." He leaned closer, his voice barely a whisper. "That symbol, it's a warning. A marker. It means that place, it's claimed." A shiver ran down my spine. The symbol, the fog, the scream, it all painted a picture far more sinister than a simple hiking accident. Something was wrong in those woods, something ancient and evil. And I had a feeling I was going to find out what it was. Grandpa's words echoed in my mind long after that night. The symbol, the disappearances, the unsettling feeling that something was amiss in those mountains, it all weighed heavily on me. I started noticing things I hadn't before: the way the wind seemed to whisper through the trees, the shadows that danced in the periphery of my vision, the feeling of being watched when I was alone in the woods. One afternoon, I decided to visit Grandpa. I needed answers, or at least some reassurance that I wasn't going crazy. He was sitting on his porch, rocking in his old chair, a mug of coffee steaming in his hands. He looked up as I approached, a knowing glint in his eyes. "You're here about the woods, aren't you?" he said, his voice raspy with age. I nodded, taking a seat beside him. "Grandpa, what's going on? What is that symbol? What happened to those hikers?" He sighed, taking a sip of his coffee. "I've seen things in those mountains, boy. Things I can't explain. Things I wish I could forget." He told me about a time, years ago, when he was still a young ranger. He was patrolling a remote section of the forest when he stumbled upon a clearing. The air was thick with an unnatural silence, and a sense of dread washed over him. "I felt like I was being watched," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "Like something was lurking just beyond the trees, observing me." He described a feeling of intense fear, a primal instinct to flee. He turned to leave, but as he did, he saw it. A figure, standing at the edge of the clearing, shrouded in shadow. He couldn't make out its features, but he could sense its presence, its power. It was tall and imposing, with an unnatural gait, and its eyes, he said its eyes glowed with an eerie yellow light. Grandpa froze, paralyzed by fear. He wanted to scream, to run, but he couldn't move a muscle. The figure stood there for a moment, its eyes fixed on him, and then it turned and vanished into the trees. He never saw the figure again, but he never forgot the feeling of dread, the sense of being hunted. He knew he had encountered something ancient and malevolent, something that didn't belong in this world. "That symbol," he said, his voice shaking, "it's a warning. It marks the territory of that thing. If you see it, you need to turn back. Don't follow it, don't engage it, just run." He looked at me, his eyes filled with a deep sadness. "I've seen what it can do. I've seen what it does to people who wander too far into its domain." He reached out and gripped my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Promise me you'll be careful. Promise me you won't ignore the warnings." I looked into his eyes, seeing the fear and the pain he carried. "I promise, Grandpa," I said, my voice firm. But deep down, I knew that curiosity and a sense of duty would inevitably lead me back into those woods, back to the shadows where the unknown lurked. A few weeks after my conversation with Grandpa, I got a call that made my blood run cold. A solo hiker had gone missing in the same area where Mark had disappeared. Same trail, same circumstances, vanished without a trace. This time, it was a young woman named Emily, an experienced hiker and nature photographer. The dispatcher's voice was tense as he relayed the details. Her last known location was near Whispering Pines, about 5 miles north of where they found Mark's backpack. "We've got teams assembling, but the weather's turning. They're expecting heavy fog and rain by nightfall." Whispering Pines. The name sent a shiver down my spine. It was a secluded area known for its dense pine forest and eerie silence. Locals told stories about strange occurrences there, unexplained lights, and unsettling sounds. Grandpa had warned me about that place, too, saying it was a place where the veil between worlds was thin. I grabbed my gear and headed out, a knot of apprehension tightening in my stomach. The drive to the trailhead was tense. The sky was overcast, a heavy gray blanket smothering the mountains. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it a sense of foreboding. As I started up the trail, the forest seemed to close in around me. The air was thick and humid, and the only sound was the crunch of my boots on the damp leaves. I kept scanning the surroundings, my senses on high alert. After a couple of hours, I came across the search party's base camp. They had already found Emily's car parked at the trailhead, but there was no sign of her. I joined a small team heading towards Whispering Pines, our flashlights cutting through the growing darkness. The deeper we ventured into the woods, the more unsettling the atmosphere became. The trees were thicker here, their branches intertwined, blocking out most of the light. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant caw of a crow. We found a few of Emily's belongings scattered along the trail: a water bottle, a lens cap, a torn piece of her jacket. Each discovery fueled my anxiety. It was like she was leaving a trail of breadcrumbs, leading us deeper into the heart of the forest. Then, we stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. A small clearing, shrouded in an unnatural mist. In the center of the clearing lay a deer carcass, its eyes wide open and lifeless. But it wasn't the deer that terrified me. It was the symbol carved into a nearby tree, the same symbol Grandpa had shown me, the interlocking circles with a line cutting through them. My heart pounded in my chest. This was it. This was the place Grandpa had warned me about. The place where people vanished. The place where something else resided. As the fog rolled in, thicker and heavier than I'd ever seen it, I knew we were in danger. We were not alone in these woods. The sight of that symbol, that damn symbol, sent a wave of panic through me. I felt a chill creep down my spine, despite the humidity of the forest. My instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run as fast as I could, but I couldn't leave Emily to whatever fate had befallen the others. We need to be careful here, I told the other searchers, my voice hushed. Stick together and keep your eyes peeled. They nodded, their faces grim. We moved forward cautiously, our flashlights cutting through the swirling mist. The fog was getting thicker, making it hard to see more than a few feet ahead. The air grew heavy, charged with an oppressive silence that seemed to swallow all sound. We followed the trail of Emily's belongings, each item we found increasing the sense of dread that hung over us. A glove, a granola bar wrapper, a crumpled map. It was like she was leading us deeper and deeper into the woods, towards something sinister. Then, through the dense fog, I saw it. A faint outline of a structure, barely visible in the swirling mist. As we approached, the shape became clearer. It was a small cabin, built from rough-hewn logs, its roof sagging under the weight of the encroaching forest. The cabin looked abandoned, its windows boarded up, its door hanging by a single rusty hinge. An unnatural stillness clung to it, as if it had been frozen in time. Should we check it out? One of the searchers asked, his voice hesitant. I hesitated. Something about the cabin felt wrong, like a trap waiting to be sprung. But we couldn't ignore the possibility that Emily might be inside. Stay close, I said, my hand instinctively reaching for the knife on my belt. And be ready for anything. We approached the cabin cautiously, our flashlights illuminating the decaying wood and overgrown vegetation. The door creaked open with a groan, revealing a dark and dusty interior. The air inside was thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. Cobwebs hummed from the rafters, and the floor was covered in a thick layer of dust and debris. It was clear that no one had set foot in this place for a long time. We moved through the cabin slowly, our flashlights searching every corner. The main room was sparsely furnished, with a rickety table and chairs, a rusted stove, and a bed framed with a rotting mattress. In the corner, I noticed a pile of old blankets and clothes, as if someone had been sleeping there recently. My heart pounded in my chest. Could this be Emily's doing? As I moved closer, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Scratched into the wall, next to the bed, was that symbol, the interlocking circles with the line cutting through them. It was crudely drawn, as if etched in a frenzy, but there was no mistaking it. This cabin was connected to the disappearances. This was where they were taken. A sudden gust of wind slammed the door shut, plunging us into darkness. I spun around, my flashlight beam dancing across the walls, searching for the source of the noise. But there was nothing there. Only the silence and the growing feeling that we were not alone. The sudden darkness and the slamming door sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My heart hammered in my chest as I swept my flashlight beam across the room, searching for the source of the noise. The other searchers were frozen in place, their faces pale with fear. "What was that?" one of them whispered, his voice trembling. "Just the wind," I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. "Probably just the wind catching the door." But even as I said it, I knew it was more than just the wind. There was an unnatural stillness in the air, a heaviness that pressed down on us. It felt like we were being watched, observed by unseen eyes. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. We needed to get out of this cabin, and fast. But first, we needed to make sure Emily wasn't here. We continued our search, moving cautiously through the small rooms. The cabin was a mess, with broken furniture, scattered debris, and cobwebs hanging everywhere. It looked like it had been abandoned for years, yet there were signs of recent activity. In one of the rooms, we found a pile of firewood stacked neatly by the fireplace. In another, we found a half-eaten can of beans and a dirty spoon on the table. It was as if someone had been living here, or at least using the cabin as a temporary shelter. Then, in the last room, we found it. A small, leather-bound journal tucked under a loose floorboard. I picked it up, my fingers brushing against the worn leather. The journal felt old, its pages brittle and yellowed with age. I opened it carefully, my heart pounding with anticipation. The first few pages were blank, but as I flipped through them, I found entries written in a faded ink. The handwriting was messy and hurried, but I could make out the words. The journal belonged to Emily. The entries were dated, starting from a few days before she disappeared. They described her journey through the woods, her excitement at exploring the remote areas of the trail. But as the days went on, the tone of the entries changed. She wrote about feeling watched, about strange noises in the night, about seeing shadows moving in the periphery of her vision. She described a growing sense of dread, a feeling that something was wrong, something was hunting her. Then, the entries became more frantic, more desperate. She wrote about being chased, about hiding in the woods, about seeing the symbol carved into the trees. She wrote about the cabin, about finding shelter there, about feeling safe for a moment. But the last entry was the most chilling. It was short, just a few words scrawled in a shaky hand. "It found me. It's here. I can hear it breathing." I closed the journal, my blood running cold. Emily was gone, taken by whatever lurked in these woods. And now, it was here with us. A sudden scratching sound from the roof made me jump. I looked up, my flashlight beam searching the rafters. There was nothing there. But the scratching continued, slow and deliberate, like claws scraping against the wood. Then, a voice, a low, guttural growl, echoed through the cabin. It was a sound that sent shivers down my spine, a sound that spoke of ancient evil and unimaginable horrors. We were not alone. The growl ripped through the silence of the cabin, raw and guttural, like something primal unleashed. It echoed through the small space, bouncing off the wooden walls, sending shivers down my spine. I gripped my flashlight tighter, my knuckles white, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. The scratching on the roof intensified, followed by a loud thud, as if something heavy had landed on it. The flimsy structure groaned under the weight, dust raining down from the rafters. "What the hell was that?" one of the searchers gasped, his voice barely a whisper. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Fear had choked my throat, making it impossible to speak. I scanned the room with my flashlight, my beam dancing across the shadows, searching for the source of the sounds. Then I saw it. A shape, hunched in the corner of the room, shrouded in darkness. It was tall and gaunt, its limbs long and twisted, its silhouette barely discernible in the dim light. But its eyes, those eyes glowed with an eerie yellow light, piercing the darkness like burning embers. It was the creature from Grandpa's stories. The thing that lurked in the shadows of the mountains, the thing that had taken Mark and Emily. The creature let out another growl, low and menacing, and took a step towards us. Its movements were jerky and unnatural, like a puppet with its strings cut. The floorboards creaked under its weight, the sound amplified in the oppressive silence. Panic surged through me. I fumbled for my knife, my hand shaking uncontrollably. The other searchers were frozen in place, their eyes wide with terror. "We need to get out of here," I yelled, my voice cracking. But it was too late. The creature lunged, its long limbs propelling it across the room with astonishing speed. It crashed into one of the searchers, its claws raking across his face, sending him sprawling to the floor with a scream. Chaos erupted. The other searcher scrambled back, tripping over a chair in his panic. I lunged forward, my knife raised, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The creature turned its attention to me, its eyes burning into mine. I saw a flash of teeth, long and sharp, and a gaping maw that seemed to stretch impossibly wide. I remembered Grandpa's words, "Don't engage it, just run." But there was nowhere to run. The cabin was a trap, and we were cornered. I lunged again, my knife slashing at the creature's arm. It let out a hiss of pain, its claws retracting. I saw my chance and ducked under its outstretched arm, scrambling towards the door. The creature roared in frustration, its long limbs flailing wildly. I stumbled back, narrowly avoiding its grasp, and crashed through the rotting door, tumbling out into the mist. I scrambled to my feet, my lungs burning, my heart pounding. I didn't look back. I just ran, blindly, through the fog, the creature's roars echoing behind me. I had escaped, for now. But I knew it wasn't over. The creature was out there, somewhere in the mist, and it wouldn't stop hunting me until I was dead. I burst out of the cabin and into the swirling mist, my lungs burning, my legs pumping. I didn't look back, didn't dare to. The creature's roars echoed through the woods, getting closer, fueling my desperation. The fog was thick, making it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. I stumbled through the undergrowth, branches whipping in my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. My flashlight bounced erratically, its beam swallowed by the dense mist. I could hear the creature crashing through the woods behind me, its heavy footfalls pounding the earth. It was gaining on me, its roars growing louder, closer. Panic clawed at my throat. I had to get away, had to find somewhere to hide. But where? The woods were a labyrinth, the fog a blinding curtain. I remembered the terrain, the maps I had studied before the search. There was a stream nearby, a narrow gorge with steep cliffs. If I could reach it, maybe I could lose the creature in the difficult terrain. I changed direction, heading towards the sound of rushing water. The ground sloped downwards, the undergrowth becoming thicker, the air heavy with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. I slipped and slid on the muddy path, my boots losing their grip. I could hear the creature closing in, its roars now mingled with the crashing of branches and the clatter of rocks. I reached the edge of the gorge, the ground falling away sharply in front of me. The stream roared below, its water churning white against the rocks. I had no choice. I had to jump. I took a deep breath, braced myself, and leaped across the chasm. My hands grasped at the opposite bank, my fingers digging into the loose soil. I pulled myself up, scrambling onto the narrow ledge, my heart pounding in my chest. I looked back. The creature stood at the edge of the gorge, its eyes burning with an eerie yellow light. It let out a frustrated roar, its long limbs reaching towards me, but it couldn't reach across the gap. I was safe, for now. But I knew it wouldn't give up. It would find another way, another path. It would hunt me until it caught me. I had to get out of these woods. I had to warn the others. But first, I had to survive the night. The night was the longest of my life. Huddled under a rocky overhang, the chilling wind whipping in my back and the roar of the stream below a constant reminder of my precarious position, I tried to make sense of what had happened. The creature, the cabin, Emily's journal, it all swirled in my mind, a terrifying and confusing mess. Exhaustion battled with fear, making it impossible to sleep. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent my heart racing. I imagined the creature lurking in the shadows, its glowing eyes searching for me, its claws reaching out from the darkness. As dawn approached, a faint light filtered through the dense fog, casting an eerie glow over the gorge. I cautiously peered over the edge, searching for any sign of the creature. But there was nothing. Only the swirling mist and the rushing water below. I knew I couldn't stay there. I had to find a way out of the woods, had to warn the others. But I was injured, exhausted, and terrified. Then, I remembered something from Emily's journal. A passage where she described finding a hidden path, an old logging trail that led out of the valley. It was a long shot, but it was my only hope. With renewed determination, I set off, following the contours of the gorge, searching for any sign of the trail. The terrain was treacherous, the path overgrown and barely visible in the dim light. But I pressed on, driven by a desperate need to escape. After what felt like hours, I stumbled upon it. A narrow, overgrown path, barely wide enough for a single person. It was the logging trail Emily had mentioned. Relief washed over me. This was my way out. But as I stepped onto the path, a sense of unease crept over me. The air grew heavy, the silence oppressive. I felt a presence, a watchful gaze following my every move. Then, I heard it. A low growl echoing through the trees. The creature had found me. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest. There it was, emerging from the mist, its eyes glowing with an eerie yellow light. It was closer than ever, its long limbs reaching towards me, its claws outstretched. I had no weapon, no way to defend myself. I was trapped. But then, I noticed something. The creature was limping, its movements sluggish. One of its legs was bent at an unnatural angle, the bone clearly broken. It was injured. The memory of my struggle in the cabin flashed through my mind. My knife. I had wounded it. A surge of adrenaline coursed through me. This was my chance. I dodged the creature's clumsy attack, and as it stumbled past, I lunged forward, grabbing a thick branch from the forest floor. I swung it with all my might, striking the creature's injured leg. It let out a roar of pain, its leg buckling under its weight. It crashed to the ground, its claws raking the earth in frustration. I didn't hesitate. I raised the branch again and brought it down on the creature's head. It let out a final, agonizing cry, and then lay still. I stood there, panting, my body trembling, the branch still clutched in my hand. The creature was dead. Or at least, it seemed to be. I didn't want to take any chances. I turned and ran, following the logging trail, my heart pounding in my chest. I had survived. But the memory of the creature, its glowing eyes, its twisted limbs, would haunt me forever. I stumbled out of the woods, battered, bruised, and more exhausted than I'd ever been in my life. The search party found me near the trailhead, delirious and mumbling about creatures and shadows. They took me to the hospital, where I was treated for my injuries and questioned about what had happened. I told them everything. About the cabin, the creature, Emily's journal, the chase, the fight. They listened patiently, their faces etched with concern. But I could see the doubt in their eyes. They didn't believe me. No one did. Except Grandpa. He visited me in the hospital, his eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and understanding. He didn't need me to tell him what had happened. He knew. He had seen it in my eyes, in the trembling of my hands, in the scars that crisscrossed my body. "You did good, boy," he said, his voice raspy but firm. "You survived. That's all that matters." I spent weeks recovering, both physically and mentally. The nightmares were relentless, the creature's glowing eyes haunting my sleep. The whispers followed me everywhere, taunting me with their secrets. I returned to work, but the woods were never the same. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger, every rustle of leaves a whispered threat. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, hunted. The search for Emily was called off. They never found her body. Just like Mark, she had vanished without a trace. Another victim claimed by the mountains. I tried to move on, to forget the horrors I had witnessed. But the scars remained, a constant reminder of the creature's existence. And the whispers persisted, growing louder, more insistent. They told me things. Secrets about the woods, about the creature, about its origins. They spoke of ancient rituals, of forgotten gods, of a darkness that had slumbered for centuries, awakened by human intrusion. They warned me that the creature wasn't gone. It was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. And they told me something else. Something that chilled me to the bone. They said I was chosen. That I was now connected to the creature, a part of its dark legacy. That I would never be free. I don't know if it's true. I don't know what to believe anymore. But one thing I know for sure, the woods will never be the same. And neither will I. Okay, so I've always been a bit of a lone wolf. I like my own company, and I love the feeling of being completely isolated from the world. That's why I decided to take this solo camping trip. No friends, no family, no distractions. Just me, the woods, and the open sky. I spent weeks planning this trip, meticulously researching the best gear, the safest routes, and the most secluded campsites. I wanted to be completely prepared for anything. I packed my backpack with everything I could possibly need: a tent, a sleeping bag, a first aid kit, a compass, a map, a flashlight, and enough food and water to last me a week. The drive to the campsite was long and winding, but I didn't mind. I was enjoying the scenery, the fresh air, and the anticipation of finally being alone in the wilderness. As I got deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and denser, and the sunlight struggled to penetrate the canopy. The air grew cooler and damper, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirping of birds. I finally arrived at the campsite late in the afternoon. It was a small clearing in the woods, surrounded by towering trees and thick undergrowth. There was a fire pit in the center of the clearing, and a picnic table nearby. I parked my car, grabbed my backpack, and set up my tent. As the sun began to set, I gathered some firewood and started a fire. The flames crackled and danced, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. I cooked a simple meal of beans and rice over the fire, and then settled down to enjoy the peace and quiet. The night was clear and starry, and the moon cast a silvery glow over the forest. I sat by the fire, listening to the sounds of the night, and feeling a sense of contentment that I hadn't felt in a long time. But as the hours passed, a strange feeling began to creep over me. I felt like I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but I couldn't see anything. I tried to dismiss my fears as paranoia, but the feeling persisted. I decided to go to bed early, hoping that a good night's sleep would help me shake off the feeling of unease. I crawled into my tent, zipped it up tight, and lay down in my sleeping bag. But I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises outside my tent, rustling leaves, snapping twigs, and the occasional guttural growl. I tried to tell myself that it was just animals, but the noises sounded too close, too deliberate. I lay there in the darkness, my heart pounding in my chest, my mind racing with fear. I felt like something was out there, something that was watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. And then I heard it. A whisper, close to my ear, so soft that I almost didn't hear it. I see you. I froze, my blood turning to ice. I held my breath, listening intently, but there was no other sound. I lay there for what felt like hours, too terrified to move, too terrified to even breathe. Finally, exhaustion overcame me, and I drifted off to sleep. But even in my dreams, I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being watched, that something was out there, waiting for me. I woke up to the sound of birds chirping. Sunlight was filtering through the tent, and for a moment, the fear of the night before seemed like a distant bad dream. I unzipped the tent and stepped out into the crisp morning air, taking a deep breath. Maybe I was just letting my imagination run wild. After all, I was alone in the woods. It was bound to get a little creepy. I decided to make some coffee and try to shake off the lingering anxiety. As I was boiling water over the campfire, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the soft earth around my tent. They weren't mine. They were large, far larger than any humans, and they had an unusual shape, almost like a paw print, but with too many toes. A shiver ran down my spine. I scanned the surrounding woods, but I couldn't see anyone or anything. Probably just a bear, I muttered to myself, trying to convince myself. But deep down, I knew that no bear I'd ever seen had footprints like that. I tried to focus on the routine of making breakfast, but the footprints kept nagging at me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. The feeling of being watched had returned, stronger than before. After breakfast, I decided to explore the area around the campsite. I figured a little hike would help clear my head and maybe I'd find some evidence to explain the footprints. I grabbed my compass and map, just in case I wandered too far, and set off into the woods. The forest was eerily quiet. The birdsong had stopped, and the only sound was the crunching of leaves beneath my feet. The air was thick and humid, and the sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy of leaves. As I walked, I noticed that the trees were marked with strange symbols. They were crudely carved into the bark, a series of lines and circles that seemed to form some kind of pattern. I had no idea what they meant, but they definitely weren't natural. I felt a growing sense of unease. This place was starting to feel less like a peaceful retreat and more like a nightmare. I decided to turn back and head to the campsite. But as I retraced my steps, I realized that something was wrong. The landmarks I had passed earlier were gone. The trees all looked the same, and I couldn't find the path I had taken. I checked my compass, but it was spinning wildly, the needle jerking back and forth as if it were possessed. I was lost. Panic was starting to set in. I was lost, alone, and surrounded by unsettling signs that something was terribly wrong. I forced myself to take deep breaths, trying to calm down. "Don't freak out," I muttered to myself. There's got to be a logical explanation for all of this. But logic was starting to feel like a thin thread in a world that was rapidly unraveling. I checked my phone, hoping for a signal, but there was nothing. Of course, there was no signal. Why would there be? I was miles from civilization, in a place where the laws of nature seemed to be bending and breaking. I decided to keep moving, hoping that I would stumble upon a trail or some sign of civilization. But the forest seemed to stretch on endlessly, a labyrinth of trees and shadows. The sun was starting to sink lower in the sky, casting long, eerie shadows that danced and distorted around me. As I walked, I started to notice things that I hadn't seen before. Small things at first: a twig snapped in an unnatural way, a fleeting movement in the undergrowth, a whisper of wind that seemed to carry a voice. Then, the hallucinations began. I saw faces in the bark of the trees, grotesque and distorted, their eyes following me as I moved. I heard footsteps behind me, heavy and deliberate, even though I was alone. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck, even though there was no wind. I knew I was losing it. The isolation, the fear, the strange symbols, the footprints, the whispers, it was all taking its toll on my sanity. I was starting to question everything I saw and heard, unsure of what was real and what was a figment of my imagination. But even in my growing madness, one thing was clear: I was not alone in these woods. Something was out there, something ancient and malevolent, and it was closing in on me. And as the darkness deepened, I knew that the night was going to be far worse than the last. I stumbled through the woods, my senses overloaded, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and confusion. The sun had finally dipped below the horizon, and the forest was plunged into an oppressive darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hand shaking so badly that I could barely switch it on. The weak beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the twisted branches and gnarled roots that seemed to reach out like grasping claws. I tripped and fell, scraping my hands on the rough ground. I scrambled back to my feet, my heart pounding in my chest. I had to find shelter. I couldn't stay out in the open, exposed and vulnerable. I remembered seeing a small cave earlier in the day, a dark opening in the side of a rocky outcrop. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I stumbled towards the cave, my flashlight beam dancing erratically in front of me. As I got closer, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There were signs of a struggle: broken branches, trampled leaves, and drag marks in the dirt. I shone my flashlight into the cave, my heart pounding in my ears. The cave was shallow, barely more than an overhang, but it was deep enough to provide some cover. And then I saw it. In the far corner of the cave, huddled against the rock face, was a backpack. It was ripped and torn, its contents scattered across the floor. I recognized the backpack instantly. It was mine. But how? How could my backpack be here, in this cave, miles from where I had set up camp? Had I been here before? Had I wandered in circles, lost in my own delirious state? Or was there something else going on, something far more sinister than I could possibly imagine? I cautiously approached the backpack, my flashlight beam illuminating the scattered contents. There was my sleeping bag, ripped and stained with something dark that looked like blood. There was my first aid kit, its contents spilled out onto the ground. And there was my map, torn into shreds. But something was missing. My food was gone. My water was gone. And my knife was gone. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. Whoever had been here, whoever had taken my things, they were still out there. And they were armed. I backed away from the cave, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. I had to get out of there, find somewhere safe, somewhere to hide. But where? The forest was a maze, and I was lost, disoriented, and terrified. I stumbled back through the woods, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the twisted branches and gnarled roots that seemed to reach out like grasping claws. I kept expecting to see something lurking in the shadows, something watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. I thought about my car. Maybe I could get back to it somehow. Maybe I could find a road, a trail, anything that would lead me out of this nightmare. But the forest seemed to stretch on endlessly, a labyrinth of trees and shadows. I was starting to lose hope. I was exhausted, hungry, and thirsty. My clothes were torn, my body was covered in scratches and bruises, and my mind was on the verge of collapse. And then, through the trees, I saw it. A light. A faint, flickering light, like a campfire. Hope surged through me. Someone else was out there. Someone who could help me, someone who could lead me out of this darkness. I stumbled towards the light, my heart pounding with renewed hope. As I got closer, I could hear voices. They were muffled and indistinct, but they were definitely human voices. I emerged from the trees into a small clearing. There was a campfire burning brightly, casting a warm glow on the surrounding trees. And there, gathered around the fire, were 3 figures. They were sitting on logs, their backs to me, their faces hidden in the shadows. I couldn't make out their features, but I could see that they were wearing dark clothes, and their bodies were hunched and misshapen. I hesitated, unsure of how to approach them. I was still terrified, but I was also desperate for help. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. The figures didn't move. They didn't even turn around. "Hello?" I called out again, louder this time. "Can you hear me? I need help." Slowly, one of the figures turned its head. Its face was pale and gaunt, its eyes sunken and hollow. Its mouth was open in a silent scream, revealing a set of jagged, yellow teeth. I gasped in horror. The other 2 figures turned around, their faces just as grotesque and terrifying as the first. They were not human. I stumbled back from the clearing, my mind reeling. Those things, those weren't human. Their faces, their bodies, the way they moved, it was all wrong. They were like something out of a nightmare, something that shouldn't exist. I ran blindly through the woods, my flashlight beam bouncing erratically, illuminating the twisted branches and gnarled roots that seemed to reach out like grasping claws. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps heavy and deliberate, their breathing ragged and guttural. I had to get away. I had to find somewhere to hide, somewhere they couldn't reach me. But where? The forest was a maze, and I was lost, disoriented, and terrified. I tripped and fell, my flashlight flying from my grasp. I scrambled to retrieve it, my hands frantically searching the ground. I found it, but the lens was cracked, the beam weak and flickering. I got to my feet and kept running, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I could hear them getting closer, their voices echoing through the trees. And then I saw it. A small cabin nestled amongst the trees. It was old and dilapidated, but it offered shelter, a potential hiding place. I stumbled towards the cabin, my heart pounding with renewed hope. I reached the door and fumbled with the latch. It was unlocked. I burst inside, slamming the door behind me. I leaned against the rough wood, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest. The cabin was dark and dusty, the air thick with the smell of decay. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hand shaking so badly that I could barely switch it on. The weak beam of light illuminated the interior of the cabin. It was a single room, with a dirt floor and a rickety wooden table in the center. There was a fireplace in one corner, and a bed in the other. I cautiously approached the bed, my flashlight beam illuminating the stained mattress and the threadbare blankets. There was something on the bed. I shone my flashlight on it, my breath catching in my throat. It was a body. It was a man, his body twisted and contorted, his face frozen in a mask of terror. His clothes were ripped and blood-stained, and his flesh was covered in deep, jagged wounds. I recoiled in horror, my stomach churning. The man's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. His mouth was agape, revealing a set of broken, yellow teeth. I stumbled back, my hand flying to my mouth to stifle a scream. I had to get out of there. This place was a death trap. But as I turned to flee, I heard a sound from behind me. A slow, deliberate creak. I turned back, my heart pounding in my ears. The door was opening. My breath hitched in my throat. The door creaked open slowly, revealing the darkness beyond. I raised my flashlight, the weak beam illuminating the swirling dust motes in the air. But there was nothing there. No figure, no shadow, no sign of movement. Just the oppressive silence and the growing sense of dread. I took a step back, my hand brushing against the rough wooden wall. My fingers found a loose plank, and I instinctively grabbed it, ripping it free. It was a crude weapon, but it was better than nothing. I held the plank in front of me, my knuckles white, my heart pounding in my chest. I waited, every nerve on high alert, listening for the slightest sound. A twig snapped outside. Then another. Footsteps approached the cabin, slow and deliberate. They stopped just outside the door. I held my breath, my eyes fixed on the opening. A shadow fell across the threshold, long and distorted. Then, a figure stepped into the cabin. It was one of them. The same pale, gaunt face, the same sunken eyes, the same gaping mouth filled with jagged teeth. It moved with an unnatural grace, its limbs contorted at unnatural angles. I let out a guttural cry, a mixture of fear and rage. I charged forward, swinging the plank with all my might. It connected with the creature's head with a sickening thud. The creature stumbled back, its head snapping back. It let out a high-pitched shriek, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. It raised its hand, its claws extended, and swiped at me. I ducked just in time, the claws raking the air above my head. I swung the plank again, this time hitting the creature in the chest. It staggered back, its breath coming in ragged gasps. I pressed my attack, swinging the plank again and again, driving the creature back towards the door. It tried to fight back, its claws slashing at me, but I managed to dodge its attacks. Finally, with a desperate lunge, I slammed the plank into the creature's face. It let out a final shriek and collapsed to the floor, its body twitching and convulsing. I stood over it, panting, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature lay still, its eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. I had done it. I had killed one of them. But I knew it was only a matter of time before the others came. I didn't waste a second. I knew those things were relentless, and more would be coming. I had to barricade the cabin, fortify it as best I could. I grabbed the table, flipping it over to block the door. Then I frantically searched the room for anything else I could use. There wasn't much. A few broken chairs, a rusty axe head without a handle, some empty shelves covered in cobwebs. I piled the chairs against the table, hoping it would hold. I grabbed the axe head, feeling the cold metal in my hand. It wasn't much, but it was something. I crouched behind the overturned table, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my eyes darting around the room. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the pounding of my own heart. Then I heard it. A scratching sound at the window. I turned, my flashlight beam illuminating the grimy glass. A face was pressed against it, pale and gaunt, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. I recoiled in horror, stumbling back. The creature slammed its fist against the glass, the pane cracking under the force of the blow. I knew it wouldn't hold for long. I looked around frantically for another way out. There was a small window at the back of the cabin, but it was boarded up. I grabbed the axe head and swung it at the boards, the metal clanging against the wood. The boards splintered, but they held. I swung again and again, the wood groaning under the assault. Finally, with a desperate heave, I broke through the last board. I scrambled through the opening, tumbling onto the soft earth outside. I got to my feet and ran, the axe head still clutched in my hand. I didn't look back. I didn't stop running until I was far away from the cabin, far away from the clearing, far away from the creatures that haunted my nightmares. But I knew they were still out there, somewhere in the darkness, waiting for me, waiting for their next victim. I didn't know how long I ran, or where I was going. The forest was a blur of trees and shadows, the darkness pressing in on me from all sides. I could hear the creatures behind me, their cries echoing through the night, their footsteps pounding the earth. I stumbled and fell, my hands scraping against the rough ground. I scrambled back to my feet, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I couldn't keep running forever. I had to find somewhere to hide, somewhere to make a stand. But there was nowhere to hide. The forest was an endless expanse of trees and undergrowth, offering no sanctuary. I was trapped, hunted, with no escape in sight. And then I saw it. A cliff face, rising sheer and imposing in front of me. At the base of the cliff, there was a narrow opening, a dark fissure in the rock. It was a long shot, but it was my only hope. I scrambled towards the fissure, my heart pounding in my chest. I squeezed through the narrow opening, the rock scraping against my skin. I emerged into a small cavern, the darkness closing in around me. I fumbled for my flashlight, the weak beam illuminating the damp walls of the cavern. It was a small space, barely large enough to stand in. But it was shelter, a temporary respite from the horrors outside. I crouched in the darkness, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my ears straining for any sound. The silence was deafening, broken only by the drip of water from the cavern ceiling. Then I heard it. A scratching sound at the entrance to the cavern. I turned, my flashlight beam illuminating the narrow opening. A face was pressed against it, pale and gaunt, its eyes burning with a malevolent light. I recoiled in horror, stumbling back. The creature reached through the opening, its claws scraping against the rock. I knew it was only a matter of time before it found a way in. I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything to defend myself with. There was nothing. I was trapped, cornered, with no escape. The creature squeezed through the opening, its body contorting to fit through the narrow space. It stepped into the cavern, its eyes fixed on me, its claws extended. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But the attack never came. I opened my eyes, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature was frozen, its body rigid, its eyes white with fear. It was staring at something behind me, something in the depths of the cavern. I turned slowly, my flashlight beam illuminating the darkness. And then I saw it. A pair of eyes, glowing red in the darkness. They were huge, reptilian eyes, filled with an ancient, primal hunger. The creature in front of me let out a high-pitched shriek and turned to flee. But it was too late. A huge, shadowy form emerged from the depths of the cavern, its jaws snapping shut around the creature's neck. I watched in horror as the creature was dragged into the darkness, its screams echoing through the cavern. Then, silence. I was alone. Alone with whatever lurked in the depths of the cavern. I was paralyzed with fear, my body trembling, my mind reeling. The red eyes had vanished back into the darkness, leaving me alone in the oppressive silence of the cavern. I could still hear the echoes of the creature's screams, the sickening crunch of bones, the guttural growls of whatever had devoured it. I had to get out of there. I had to escape the cavern, escape the forest, escape the nightmare that had become my reality. But I was trapped, surrounded by darkness, with no way out. I stumbled to my feet, my legs shaking, my flashlight beam dancing erratically in front of me. I took a step forward, and then another, my heart pounding in my chest. I had to find a way out, even if it meant facing whatever lurked in the darkness. I moved deeper into the cavern, the air growing colder, the darkness more oppressive. The ground beneath my feet was uneven, and I stumbled and fell, my hands scraping against the rough rock. I got to my feet, my flashlight beam illuminating the damp walls of the cavern. There was a narrow passage leading deeper into the darkness. I hesitated, my instinct screaming at me to turn back. But I had no choice. I had to keep moving. I entered the passage, the walls closing in around me, the darkness pressing down on me like a physical weight. I could hear the sound of my own breathing, ragged and shallow, echoing through the narrow space. And then I saw it. A light. A faint, flickering light at the end of the passage. Hope surged through me. Maybe it was a way out. Maybe it was a sign of civilization. I stumbled towards the light, my heart pounding with renewed hope. As I got closer, the light grew brighter, revealing a large chamber at the end of the passage. I stepped into the chamber, my flashlight beam illuminating the vast space. And then I saw them. The creatures. Dozens of them, their pale faces illuminated by the flickering light, their eyes burning with a malevolent hunger. They were gathered around a large fire, their bodies hunched and misshapen, their limbs contorted at unnatural angles. I recoiled in horror, my stomach churning. I had stumbled into their lair, their nest, their sanctuary. I was surrounded, trapped, with no escape. The creatures turned towards me, their eyes locking onto mine. They let out a collective shriek, a sound that echoed through the chamber, sending shivers down my spine. I turned to flee, but it was too late. They were upon me, their claws tearing in my flesh, their teeth sinking into my skin. I screamed in pain and terror, my voice echoing through the chamber. And then, darkness. I woke up with a gasp, my body covered in sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. I was lying in my tent, the sunlight filtering through the canvas. It was morning. I sat up, my mind still reeling from the nightmare. It had felt so real, so vivid, so terrifying. I could still feel the creature's claws tearing in my flesh, their teeth sinking into my skin. I stumbled out of the tent, my legs shaking, my head spinning. I needed to get out of there, get back to civilization, back to safety. I packed up my things, my hands trembling, my mind racing. I threw everything into my car and drove away, not stopping until I reached the highway. I never went camping again. The nightmare still haunts me, the memory of the creatures, the red eyes, the darkness. I know they're still out there, somewhere in the depths of the forest, waiting for their next victim. And I know that I will never be truly safe. They told us it was a routine recon mission, I muttered, the taste of stale coffee clinging to my tongue like a bad memory. Just a quick in and out to check on some missing hikers. Yeah, right. The fluorescent lights of the briefing room seemed to hum in disapproval as Colonel Davis droned on about unusual activity and unidentified disturbances in the Appalachian Mountains. Bullshit. We all knew what this was really about. Something was out there, something the government didn't want the public to know about. And we, the expendable grunts of Delta Squad, were being sent in to find out what it was. Davis, with his neatly pressed uniform and his air of practiced authority, made it sound like a walk in the park. Minimal risk, he'd said, highly classified. But the look in his eyes, the tight line of his mouth, told a different story. He knew. We all knew. This wasn't some lost hiker situation. This was something else. The air in the room was thick with a nervous tension you could practically choke on. Johnson, our resident tough guy, was trying to mask his apprehension with a forced bravado, cracking jokes that fell flat. Even Ramirez, our medic, usually the calmest one among us, was fidgeting with his med kit, his face pale. As for me, my stomach churned with a dread I couldn't shake off. The Appalachians, those ancient, Mist-shrouded mountains held secrets older than time itself. Secrets that whispered of forgotten things, of things that lurked in the shadows, things that preyed on the unwary. We were walking into the maw of something unknown, something hungry. And I had a feeling that not all of us would be coming back. The chopper dropped us off at the edge of the forest, the wind from its blades whipping through the trees like a warning. As it lifted back into the gray sky, a silence descended, heavy and absolute. It was the kind of silence that pressed down on you, suffocating, like being buried alive in cotton. The Appalachians swallowed us whole. Towering trees, ancient and gnarled, clawed at the sky, their branches forming a dense canopy that choked out the sunlight. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves, a cloying sweetness that clung to the back of your throat. We moved in a tight formation, our boots sinking into the soft, spongy ground. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My senses were on high alert, my eyes constantly scanning the shadows, my ears straining for any sound that might betray the presence of something. Johnson, ever the tough guy, tried to break the tension with a gruff joke, but it died on his lips. Even he couldn't ignore the oppressive atmosphere that hung over us like a shroud. Ramirez, his face drawn and pale, kept glancing nervously over his shoulder, his hand hovering near the tranquilizer gun strapped to his thigh. We trekked for hours, the silence broken only by the crunch of our boots and our ragged breathing. The deeper we ventured, the more unsettling the forest became. Twisted vines snaked across the forest floor like grasping tentacles. Strange, luminous fungi clung to the rotting trunks of fallen trees, casting an eerie glow in the deepening twilight. And then there were the sounds. A low, guttural growl that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the forest. A high-pitched whine that set my teeth on edge. The rustle of unseen things moving just beyond our line of sight. We were being watched. I knew it with a certainty that chilled me to the bone. Something was out there, lurking in the shadows, observing our every move. Something ancient and malevolent. As darkness closed in, we stumbled upon a clearing. In the center, a dilapidated cabin stood silhouetted against the dying light. Its windows were boarded up, its door hanging by a single rusty hinge. A sense of foreboding washed over me, a primal instinct screaming at me to turn back, to run. But there was no turning back. We were in too deep. The cabin was even worse on the inside. The air was thick with the stench of mildew and something else. Something faintly metallic, like old blood. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light that filtered through the cracks in the boarded-up windows. We fanned out, guns drawn, adrenaline pumping. Johnson kicked in a rotting door, revealing a room filled with cobwebs and shadows. Ramirez checked the pulse of a long-dead raccoon, its tiny corpse half buried in the dirt floor. I swear I saw something move in the corner of my eye, a flicker of movement just beyond the reach of the flashlight beam, but when I swung the light around, there was nothing there. Jesus, this place gives me the creeps, Johnson muttered, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. I had to agree. There was something deeply unsettling about the cabin, a sense of wrongness that seeped into your bones. It was like the place itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. Then we found it. Scrawled across the wall in what looked like dried blood was a symbol. It was a crude, twisted thing, like a child's drawing of a spider, all spindly legs and a bloated body. Underneath, in shaky letters, was a single word: leave. What the hell? Ramirez whispered, his face ashen. Local superstition, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Probably some kids messing around. But even as I said it, I knew it was a lie. There was something about that symbol, something primal and terrifying, that made my blood run cold. It felt ancient, evil. As we were leaving the cabin, the wind picked up, howling through the trees like a banshee. The sky darkened, the clouds gathering overhead like vultures circling a dying animal. And then it hit me, the smell. It was stronger now, that metallic stench, mixed with something else, something sickly sweet, like rotting fruit. We pressed on, the forest growing darker and more oppressive with every step. The feeling of being watched intensified, prickling at the back of my neck like 1,000 tiny spiders. I kept expecting to see something lurking in the shadows, something with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth. And then it happened. Johnson, who had been walking point, suddenly cried out. We spun around, our hearts in our throats, to see him staring in horror at something behind us. What is it? I shouted, my voice cracking. He didn't answer. He just stood there, frozen, his eyes white with terror. And then, with a sickening lurch, he vanished. 1 minute he was there, the next he was gone, swallowed by the shadows as if he had never existed. We stood there, stunned, our flashlights frantically searching the darkness. But there was nothing. No sign of Johnson, no sound, no trace. Just the wind whispering through the trees, carrying with it the faint, lingering scent of blood. Panic. Pure, unadulterated panic. It ripped through us like a wildfire, fueled by the primal fear of the unknown. We screamed Johnson's name, our voices raw and ragged, but the only answer was the mocking echo of the wind. Ramirez, his face contorted in a mask of terror, fumbled for his tranquilizer gun, his hands shaking so violently he could barely hold it. We have to find him, he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. We have to. But we both knew it was futile. Johnson was gone. Vanished without a trace. Swallowed by the same darkness that was now closing in on us. We pressed on, our fear a living thing that stalked us through the trees. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden menace, every rustle of leaves a whispered threat. The forest had become a labyrinth of terror, and we were lost within its depths. As the hours passed, our hope dwindled, replaced by a gnawing despair. We were alone, cut off from the world, hunted by something we couldn't see, couldn't understand. The weight of our isolation pressed down on us, suffocating us, driving us slowly mad. I started seeing things. Fleeting shadows that darted just beyond my peripheral vision. Twisted faces leering at me from the gnarled branches of the trees. I heard whispers on the wind, voices calling my name, beckoning me deeper into the darkness. Ramirez wasn't faring any better. He was mumbling to himself, his eyes wide and unfocused, his grip on his medkit so tight his knuckles were white. He kept talking about the symbol, the one we found in the cabin. He said it was a warning, a sign of something ancient and evil. "It's watching us," he'd whisper, his voice trembling. "It's always watching." I tried to reassure him, to tell him it was just the stress, the fear playing tricks on our minds. But deep down, I knew he was right. Something was watching us. Something that had taken Johnson, something that was now toying with us, savoring our fear. As night fell, we found a small cave, a shallow indentation in the rock face. We huddled inside, shivering with cold and terror, our flashlights casting long, dancing shadows on the cave walls. We were exhausted, both physically and mentally, our nerves stretched to the breaking point. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the horrors of the day, but sleep wouldn't come. The image of Johnson's terrified face, the moment before he vanished, kept replaying in my mind. The whispers on the wind grew louder, more insistent, weaving their way into my dreams. I woke with a start, my heart pounding in my chest. Ramirez was gone. His medkit lay open on the ground, its contents scattered around it. A cold dread gripped me, a certainty that I was now truly alone. I stumbled out of the cave, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The forest was silent, eerily still. The only sound was the pounding of my own heart. And then I saw it. In the distance, a faint light flickered between the trees. A beacon in the darkness. Hope surged through me, a desperate lifeline in a sea of despair. I ran towards the light, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. But as I drew closer, the light began to change, to morph. It wasn't a beacon of hope, but a lure, a trap. The light resolved itself into a pair of eyes, glowing with an unnatural intensity. Eyes that watched me, followed me, filled with a cold, predatory hunger. I stopped dead in my tracks, my blood turning to ice. The eyes were getting closer, floating towards me through the darkness. And then I saw the rest of it. A creature of nightmares, tall and gaunt, its skin stretched taut over its bones, its limbs elongated and twisted. Its mouth was a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, and its eyes, those eyes burned with an ancient evil that chilled me to the core. I turned and ran, the creature's guttural growl echoing through the trees. But I knew it was too late. I was trapped, hunted, doomed. The forest had claimed another victim. I didn't run. My legs were frozen, rooted to the spot like a tree trunk. The creature, this thing, was unlike anything I'd ever seen, ever imagined. It was a grotesque parody of a human, all sharp angles and elongated limbs. Its skin, pale and translucent, stretched taut over its skeletal frame, revealing the pulsing veins beneath. Its eyes, those terrifying eyes, burned with an unholy light, piercing the darkness like twin lasers. It moved with an unnatural grace, gliding towards me, its long, bony fingers twitching. A low growl rumbled from its throat, a sound that vibrated through my very core. I could smell it now, a sickeningly sweet odor, like rotting meat mixed with something else. Something ancient and foul. My mind, already teetering on the brink of madness, finally snapped. I screamed, a primal, wordless cry of terror that echoed through the silent forest. I stumbled back, my foot catching on a gnarled root, and I fell, landing hard on the damp earth. The creature loomed over me, its shadow engulfing me like a shroud. I could feel its hot, fetid breath on my face, smell the decay emanating from its gaping maw. Its eyes, those terrifying eyes, bored into mine, filled with a cold, predatory hunger. And then it spoke. Its voice was a rasping whisper, a sound that seemed to slither into my ears, burrowing deep into my brain. It spoke in a language I didn't understand, a series of guttural clicks and hisses that sent shivers down my spine. But even though I couldn't comprehend the words, I understood the meaning. It was ancient. It was powerful. And it was hungry. It reached for me, its long, bony fingers closing around my arm. I thrashed, kicking and screaming, but its grip was like iron. I could feel its claws digging into my flesh, drawing blood. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished. 1 minute it was there, looming over me, the next it was gone, swallowed by the darkness. I lay there, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest. My arm throbbed where the creature had grabbed me, the skin broken and bleeding. But it was more than just physical pain I felt. It was a deeper, more profound sense of violation, as if the creature had not only touched my body but my very soul. I stumbled to my feet, my legs shaking, my mind reeling. I had to get out of there. I had to escape the forest, escape the creature, escape the madness that was consuming me. But as I turned to run, I saw it again. The symbol. The twisted spider-like thing we had found in the cabin. It was carved into the trunk of a nearby tree, its lines glowing with an eerie luminescence. And then I understood. The creature, the forest, the symbol, it was all connected. This wasn't just some random encounter with a monster. This was something ancient, something primal, something that had been here long before humans walked the earth. And I was caught in its web. Adrenaline surged through me, a raw, primal energy that propelled me forward. I didn't look back, didn't dare to. The image of that creature, its skeletal frame, its glowing eyes, was burned into my mind. The rasping whisper of its voice echoed in my ears, urging me onward. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping in my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. My lungs burned, my legs screamed for respite, but I couldn't stop. The fear of what lurked behind me was a far greater motivator than any physical pain. The forest seemed to conspire against me, the trees closing in, the shadows deepening. The ground was uneven, treacherous, littered with hidden roots and fallen branches. I stumbled and fell, the impact jarring my already battered body. But I scrambled back to my feet, driven by the relentless terror that nipped at my heels. I had no idea where I was going, no sense of direction. The forest had become a maze, a twisted labyrinth designed to trap and confuse. Every path I took seemed to lead me deeper into its clutches. And then I heard it. A sound that chilled me to the bone. A low, guttural growl, closer now, gaining on me. The creature was still hunting me, still toying with its prey. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the pain, the exhaustion, the despair that threatened to engulf me. I had to escape. I had to survive. For Johnson. For Ramirez. For myself. The growl grew louder, closer. I could almost feel its hot, fetid breath on my neck. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw it, a fleeting glimpse of its skeletal form gliding through the trees, its eyes burning like embers in the darkness. It was gaining on me. I veered off the path, plunging into the thick undergrowth. Thorns tore at my skin, branches lashed at my face, but I didn't care. I had to break its line of sight, to lose it in the dense foliage. I scrambled through the bushes, my heart pounding like a drum. I could hear the creature crashing through the undergrowth behind me, its growls echoing through the trees. It was close. Too close. I spotted a narrow opening in the thicket and squeezed through, emerging into a small clearing. In the center stood a towering oak tree, its branches reaching towards the sky like skeletal fingers. And there, at the base of the tree, was a dark, gaping hole in the ground. A cave. It was a desperate gamble, but I had no other choice. I plunged into the darkness, the damp earth cool against my skin. I crawled deeper, the air growing thick and heavy, the silence absolute. I didn't know if the creature could follow me, if it could see in the darkness. But I had to take the chance. I had to find somewhere to hide, somewhere to catch my breath, somewhere to regroup. I crawled until I could crawl no further, until the tunnel opened into a small chamber. I collapsed on the cold, damp floor, my body trembling with exhaustion and fear. I was trapped. Alone. Hunted. But I was still alive. The silence in the cave was absolute. A suffocating, heavy silence that pressed down on me, amplifying the frantic beating of my own heart. I huddled in the darkness, my back pressed against the cold, damp wall, every nerve ending screaming for me to flee, to escape. But there was nowhere to go. I was trapped, cornered like a rat in a maze. My flashlight beam danced across the uneven walls, revealing nothing but shadows and the glint of moisture. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something musky and foul, like the breath of a decaying animal. The stench of the creature. It was out there, I knew it. Lurking just beyond the mouth of the cave, its senses heightened, its hunger insatiable. Waiting for me to make a move, to betray my position. I held my breath, trying to silence the rasping sound of my own breathing. My hand gripped the haunting knife, the cold steel a meager comfort against the overwhelming terror that threatened to consume me. A low growl echoed from the entrance of the cave, sending a shiver down my spine. It was close. Too close. Then, a pair of glowing eyes materialized in the darkness, piercing the gloom like twin beacons. The creature. It had found me. It stepped into the cave, its skeletal form casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. Its movements were slow, deliberate, savoring the hunt, reveling in my fear. I lunged, the haunting knife flashing in the dim light. The creature recoiled, its long, bony fingers deflecting the blow. A guttural hiss escaped its lips, a sound filled with rage and frustration. We grappled in the darkness, a desperate struggle for survival. The creature was stronger than I anticipated, its grip like iron. Its claws raked across my flesh, tearing through my clothes, drawing blood. I managed to land a kick, connecting with its bony shin. The creature howled in pain, its grip momentarily loosening. I seized the opportunity, wriggling free, scrambling back against the wall. It lunged again, its jaws snapping shut inches from my face. I ducked, the creature's momentum carrying it past me. I scrambled to my feet, my back pressed against the wall, the hunting knife held out in front of me. The creature turned, its eyes burning with a malevolent intensity. It lunged again, and this time, I was ready. I plunged the knife deep into its chest, the blade sinking into its flesh with a sickening thud. The creature shrieked, a high-pitched wail that echoed through the cave. It staggered back, its hands clutching at the wound. I didn't hesitate. I lunged again, driving the knife deeper, twisting it in the wound. The creature's shrieks grew weaker, its movements sluggish. It stumbled, its knees buckling, and then it collapsed, its body hitting the cave floor with a heavy thud. I stood over it, my chest heaving, my body trembling. The creature lay still, its eyes glazed over, its lifeblood pooling on the damp earth. I had won. I had survived. But at what cost? The silence in the cave was deafening now, broken only by the drip, drip, drip of water echoing through the cavern. I stared at the creature's lifeless form, its once menacing eyes now dull and vacant. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I stumbled back, sinking to my knees. My body ached, every muscle screaming in protest. My clothes were torn, my skin crisscrossed with deep scratches and bite marks. But it was the mental exhaustion that weighed heaviest, a crushing fatigue that threatened to pull me under. I had survived. I had actually survived. But at what cost? Johnson, Ramirez, they were gone, swallowed by the darkness, their lives extinguished by this thing. And for what? A hollow victory, that's what it felt like. A Pyrrhic triumph that left me broken and alone. I crawled out of the cave, the sunlight blinding after the oppressive darkness. The forest seemed different now, somehow, subdued. The oppressive weight that had hung over me for days had lifted, replaced by a numb emptiness. I stumbled through the trees, my movements mechanical, my mind a blank slate. I didn't know how long I walked, how far I wandered. Time had lost all meaning. Eventually, I stumbled upon a dirt road, a faint ribbon of civilization cutting through the wilderness. A pickup truck rumbled past, its driver staring at me with a mixture of curiosity and alarm. I must have looked like hell, a wild man, a creature of the forest. He stopped a short distance away, his eyes wary. I approached him slowly, my hands raised in a gesture of peace. He rolled down the window, his face etched with suspicion. "You all right, son?" he asked, his voice gruff. I tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. My throat was dry, my voice hoarse from disuse. I just nodded, my eyes pleading for understanding. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "Get in," he said, opening the passenger door. I climbed in, sinking into the worn leather seat. The truck smelled of dust and pine needles, a familiar scent that grounded me, reminding me of the world I had left behind. The driver, a grizzled old man with kind eyes, didn't ask any questions. He just drove, the silence in the cab a welcome respite from the horrors of the forest. As we drove, I looked back at the receding tree line, the dark silhouette of the mountains against the setting sun. A shiver ran down my spine, a primal fear that I knew would never truly leave me. The forest had taken its toll, leaving scars that would never fully heal. But I had survived. I had escaped the darkness. Or so I thought. The sterile white walls of the hospital room closed in on me, the smell of antiseptic a stark contrast to the earthy scent of the forest. I lay in the bed, my body bandaged and bruised, my mind a jumble of fragmented memories and nightmares. A man in a crisp suit sat beside my bed, a notepad and pen in hand. He introduced himself as Agent Parker, a government official investigating the incident in the Appalachians. His eyes were sharp, his expression unreadable. "Can you tell me what happened?" he asked, his voice calm and measured. I hesitated, unsure where to begin. How could I possibly explain the horrors I had witnessed, the things I had seen? "We were sent in to investigate some disappearances," I began, my voice hoarse and hesitant. "Hikers, mostly. But there was something else there. Something evil." Agent Parker's expression remained unchanged. "Can you describe it?" I closed my eyes, the image of the creature flashing in my mind. Its skeletal form, its glowing eyes, its rasping voice. "It was a monster," I whispered, my voice trembling. "A thing of nightmares." Agent Parker scribbled something on his notepad. "Did you see what happened to your team?" The memories flooded back, vivid and agonizing. Johnson vanishing into thin air. Ramirez's terrified face, his frantic whispers about the symbol. The creature's attack, its claws tearing into my flesh. "They're gone," I choked out, tears welling up in my eyes. "They're all gone." Agent Parker's expression softened slightly. "I'm sorry for your loss," he said, his voice sincere. "But we need to understand what happened. We need to know what we're dealing with." I took a deep breath, trying to compose myself. "It was the symbol," I said, my voice gaining strength. "The one we found in the cabin. It was a warning. A sign of something ancient. Something evil." Agent Parker leaned forward, his interest piqued. "Tell me more about this symbol." I described the twisted spider-like shape, the chilling word scrawled beneath it. I told him about the creature's appearance, its unnatural movements, its rasping voice. I recounted the chase, the fight, the desperate struggle for survival. Agent Parker listened intently, his pen scribbling furiously. When I finished, he closed his notepad, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Thank you for your cooperation," he said, rising from his chair. "We'll be in touch." He turned to leave, but I stopped him. "Agent Parker," I said, my voice urgent. "You have to believe me. This is real. This thing, it's out there." He paused, his eyes meeting mine. "I believe you," he said quietly. "But the question is, what are we going to do about it?" He left the room, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I stared at the ceiling, my mind racing. The creature was dead, but the symbol remained. A chilling reminder that the darkness was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that this was not the end. Days turned into weeks. Weeks bled into months. I was released from the hospital, physically healed but mentally scarred. The nightmares persisted, vivid and unrelenting, replaying the horrors of the forest in gruesome detail. I tried to return to some semblance of a normal life, but the world seemed different now. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence more profound. Every creak in the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside my window, sent a jolt of fear through me. I couldn't escape the feeling that I was being watched. One night, I woke from a particularly vivid nightmare, my heart pounding, my body drenched in sweat. I stumbled to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face, trying to calm my racing thoughts. As I glanced in the mirror, I froze. My blood ran cold. There, on my chest, just above my heart, was a mark. A small, discolored patch of skin, shaped like a spider. The symbol. Panic seized me. I scrubbed at the mark, frantically trying to erase it, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if it was burned into my flesh, a permanent reminder of the horrors I had endured. I stumbled back from the mirror, my mind reeling. The creature was dead. I had seen it die. I had killed it myself. So how? A wave of nausea washed over me, and I collapsed on the bathroom floor, my body trembling. The creature was gone, but its mark remained. A chilling reminder that the darkness was still with me, lurking beneath the surface, waiting to consume me. And then, a terrifying thought struck me. What if it wasn't just a mark? What if it was a seed? A seed planted in my flesh, waiting to germinate, to grow, to transform me into something else. I clawed at the mark, my nails digging into my skin, desperate to tear it out, to rid myself of its taint. But it was no use. The mark remained, a constant, chilling reminder that I was no longer alone. I was infected. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the core, that the transformation had already begun.